Hello, my good ones. This video comes out thanks to your support. This story is about one of us. He is the embodiment of a bully, walks to school, gets into fights, smokes his electronic cigarita. But one fine day he receives a strange couple of contact lenses from the old man, which will change his whole life. It all started with the fact that the sweet girl looked out the window and with excitement asked Jan Ming, what was he doing? The young man replied with a smile that he was looking for a toilet. It was an 18-year-old Jan Ming, who remained 3 months before the exam. The blue-eyed guy turned his back, saying that it was time for him to go. The girl shouted from the window to stop. She asked how he was going to enter the university. Ming replied that he did not need it, because even pigs can do there. The guy sadly asked Chen Minan not to waste his strength, because he is not such a guy, and no more to worry about him. The pink-haired girl screamed Jan Min from the window that he should not give up in any case, but the young man ran away again. The guy in a neat suit told the girl that she is too naive. The girl drew attention to the older standing behind. The headman told the girl that if Jan Ming wanted to study, he would have grabbed it a long time ago. The girl did not know how to challenge his words. She looked in her eyes with excitement into the eyes of the headman, saying that she feels that Ming is not at all such a person. Meanwhile, the search for a young man in the courtyard of an educational institution took place. The man said that the young man again moved over the fence. But Jan Ming was in a prominent place. He covered himself with branches of trees and squatted. The guard tiredly said that his work is hard. Leaving, the young man decided to joke over a man. He threw a small branch to attract his attention. Walking down the street, the guy stretched out, telling himself that he was fun to skip. He wondered if he had to go to billiards to begin with. The young man told himself that, in fact, the point is not that he does not want to study. In high school, he was the best in the classroom. But something changed him. He recalled a sweet girl with blue hair and purple eyes, which was called by Su Y. Her smile pleased him every time. Sitting at the desk, the girl asked Jan Mina to solve the problem. The young man kindly invited her to deal with the task together. She was his first love, a girl with eyes sparkling like diamonds. But all this is gradually. The mustachioed Father Su, I spoke nervously to my beloved daughter to go to him. Father Jan Mina was angry because his son did something again. He hit the little son, but the teacher asked him not to do this, because this is a child. Everything was destroyed by the teacher at Shizhenin. But the enraged Father Jan Mina did not listen to the words of the humane teacher. He immediately gave another slap in the face to his son. The boy held on his cheek, telling his father that he did nothing. The evil father said that the teacher had already told him about all the tricks of his son. Father Su, I told the crying daughter that even if she wants to find a guy, you should not communicate with such as Jan Ming, because his family is poor. Teacher Chizhen asked how she could be friends with someone like a mine. He said this because he was bribed by the father of Su, but there is no young man's father. After that, she changed her school, and Chizhen, having lost her benefit, began to clean his anger on it. So he went through to study. But the most unpleasant happened after this situation, namely at dinner. Father asked his son to eat and wished good luck to Gakao. Jan pondered whether he should return at least after the afternoon classes. The bandits told the old man that he should pay Lianggai gang. 2 bandits were rude to the old man, saying that if he wants to trade on their territory, he must pay. The helpless old man only silently looked at them. At one point, he said with pain in his soul that he hadn't done anything bad to them, so why are they trying to complicate his life? The bandit asked if he really thinks he could get rid of a couple of words. He said that he gave him a chance, but the old man himself wanted it. The old man was collected by the things that the young man scattered. The bandit said that he would give him a chance if he worships him and will pray them for forgiveness. Jan Ming was brutalized aside and was angry after this behavior of young bandits. He gritted his teeth, about to intercede for the old man. He went to the place of the showdown. 2 boys turned to look at him. One of them thought, is it not Yan he? The long-haired bandit asked the guy, does he really think that they still respect him calling Yan he? The young man ordered them to leave out of sight. But the persistent and too daring guy was not going to leave. The blue-eyed Jan Ming looked sternly into his eyes. The second bandit asked him, did he really not hear what Liang He had told him? He asked if he was deaf and would he want to leave whole? Jan He unexpectedly grabbed a daring, long-haired young man by the neck. From surprise and pain, the guy screamed. Min said that although he is not a boss anymore, he could still put his ass. He asked a daring boy, does he want it? With tears in his eyes, an almost strangled guy begged to let his neck go. The second bandit grabbed the brick in order to save his ally. While all the attention of Yang Ge was on a barely non-strangled guy, he decided to take advantage of the chance and strike a brick on his head. But there was a completely unexpected embarrassment. The brick broke in two from the blow on the head. Jan Ming looked frightening at the frightened guy. He decided to finish with these two bustles scared to death as soon as possible. Immediately, he struck a foot into the solar plexus of one of them. He hit a long-haired, daring guy with his fist right in the jaw, so much so that his face blushed in pain. Min told the old man that he was better not to trade near schools. The old man asked if he was a student of the Temple of Shaolin, otherwise he was intact after the blow. The young man climbed into his jacket pocket and exclaimed that his glasses were in his pocket, and now they were completely crashed. He was excited, saying that his father worked a lot to buy him. The old man corrected his glasses, telling him that he should not worry so much. An elderly, gray, bearded man told the young man that if these are just glasses, then he has a couple. He handed the box to the guy. The young man asked if the old man would pay for his glasses. He replied that he had points. They used advanced technologies. He confidently stated that he wanted to give them to this good young man. Jan Ming was surprised, saying to himself that he was a muddy and could lose them. The guy opened the box. To himself, he said that he would take glasses that he praises as much as it is an advertisement on the back of the magazine. But opening to the end the box, he was pleasantly surprised. He wondered, is it really contact lenses? The young man did not receive an answer to this question from the old man. He looked around and wondered where the old man went. Jan Ming thought, maybe this man is a legendary master from another world, otherwise how did he disappear so quickly? The guy put a box with contact lenses in a jacket pocket. He said that he should already return to school. On the street was warm weather. The young man was in the lesson. There were incomprehensible tasks and graphs on the board. From fatigue and anger, he broke a leaf on which he wrote down the material from the board. He complained that he did not understand anything. The young man laid his head on the desk, tiredly telling himself that he was sitting in the classroom, but does not understand anything. It seems that you can put a cross on it. But unexpectedly, a piece of crumpled paper flew into his face. He heard a rebound at his desk. He picked up a crumpled paper, looked at it, and thought, perhaps this is some kind of note? Ming turned the note. On it, Chen Meinan wrote that he should be trained to study properly because by the end of the year there was very little left. The young man looked at Chen, who smiled sweetly at him sitting at a desk. She looked great and tidy. He thanked the girl. Jan Ming told himself that there are still 100 days before Gaokao, so he has 5 days to study one book, and he missed a lot. He diligently read the material of the book, telling himself that for the sake of his father and Chen, he could not give up. The teacher asked everyone to postpone textbooks. Zhao Inca told the students that they have 40 minutes to prepare for the control. The classmate told Yan He that he could rely on him. Jan Ming told himself that he still does not understand anything, so he will have to write off from Zhang Binya. He remembered the lenses that could help in this matter. He took out the old man's lenses from the box, deciding to try to write off with their help. At that very moment, he neatly put on contact lenses. The young man managed the lenses the first time. His eyes found a bright blue color after he put them on. Zhang Bin showed him answers, saying that he would write off faster. But the young man did not see anything and thought, why then are these non-working lenses needed? The young man was very tense because the situation dripped on his brains. He thought, it cannot be that he didn't get so? The guy did not see anything. But unexpectedly, his contact lenses seemed to be activated. He began to look at the smallest symbols. All of them were green. Jan Ming was pleasantly surprised by this because everything was visible on the camera with the function of autofocus, and even the smallest words were enlarged. At one moment, the young man began to be inhabited in the eyes of the young man. He stopped seeing anything. But the persistent guy told himself that he needed to try again. His attempt was successful. A moment later, he was already rejoiced by his little victory because he again saw everything to the smallest detail. But even without side effects, there were no. The guy felt that tears flowing down his cheeks. Taking one of them on the finger, he thought, was it really because of the lenses? The mathematics teacher made a remark to the tense Jan Min, asking him to concentrate on the control. The guy was scared. He asked a teacher who was not behind, not to scare him. The young man said that he only received new lenses and wanted to correct them. The red-haired teacher Zhao cadaled. She asked him to hurry because 20 minutes passed, and he did not write anything. The blue-eyed student told the teacher that he would write everything now. Zhao asked if he needed help. Jan Ming replied that it would be nice. The charming teacher gently touched his face, gently putting on his contact lens on his eyeball. At that moment, I received a huge dose of pleasure at that moment, because the lush teacher touched his face with his chest. She snapped her fingers over his forehead. With a reddened face, she asked why he froze. She also asked him to write faster. But the young man was in the seventh heaven with happiness, and discontent did not pay attention to her. He thanked her for help with a smile. Jan Ming said to himself that he was right because it was worth taking off the lenses and again sees normally. He looked at the tear, saying that the lenses were a treasure. Due to the tasks that block the review, he cannot check the range of visibility. But he sees that in the distance there is a small hole on the fence. The guy said to himself that this is the hole that no one can notice. He clearly saw a hole on the fence. With a smile, he told himself that at least no one sees her. He sees her perfectly. Ming understood that the lenses were revealed many opportunities for him. Jan Ming told himself that he could not use the lenses on Gakao because it will be unknown whether the answers are correct or not. He saw a note from Mainan. Late at night, going to bed, the young man listens to the rain worn by the wind. And when he falls asleep, he sees the beauty of the mannion in the bikini lying on the sand. He said that unfortunately, everything was blurry. He really wanted to see the real Chen naked. Suddenly, an angelic female voice turned to Jan Min, saying that the teacher Zhao wants to see him in the teachers. The young man was at a loss. He realized that it was the voice of Beauty Chen. Turning around, he was extremely stunned because she stood in front of him in exciting pink underwear. The young man covered his dumbfounded eyes. With a cry, he asked the girl, why didn't she put anything? Beauty Chen Mainan excited her appearance. In surprise, she asked the young man, what was he talking about? She excitedly asked a cry. Did he really get sick and not see her clothes? Looking at the chest, Jan Ming answered her that she had not put anything. He told Mannion that the truth was seeing her black pink underwear. These words put the girl in an extremely uncomfortable position. She did not know what to answer. She hit him in the face with tears in her eyes, calling the shameless. The young man did not understand why she called him shameless, because she herself walks navigated. But at one point, Jan Ming called all this suspicious, because Mannion would not have come to class in one underwear. He thought, is it really because of the lenses? He closed his eyes and holding onto his head decided to look at her again. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl already in his clothes. The young man approached the girl offended by him, asking for forgiveness. He said that she had not yet fully woke up, and therefore it seemed. But from under the short skirt, the alluring lower pink underwear of a cute beauty was visible. She straightened her checkered skirt. She was alert and thought about how he found out what color she had her underwear. Are his dreams so true? Walking along the corridor, the young man scratched his head. He said what it means that these lenses allow you to see through clothes. He told himself that right before the Mannion called him, he thought about seeing her naked, and he could probably control the power of thought. Around him in the corridor, there were many attractive girls with slender forms. Jan Ming decided to try the lenses again. The young man told himself that even surrounded by girls, he, Jan Ming, would never watch them in any case. He also said that for the sake of seeing obscenities, he will go to the end. If he wants to see the girl naked, he must make her undress. On the horizon, he saw a young man sitting on the phone on the porch. Jan Ming told himself that the goal was found. The goal of the young man was a man of sports physique. He looked at the phone and at the same time did exercises from dumbbells. Contact lenses by Jan Mina were activated. He said to himself that it was time to see what a man has under clothes. The contact lenses of the young man in this situation played the role of an X-ray. The clothes in them were transparent. The young man decided to lower his eyes below in order to inspect the underwear of a sportsman. But suddenly he saw a disgusting picture for himself. Men's underwear was female with a pattern. Ian crashed into him, and the man shouted at him. The young man asked if he was him. The man recognized Yang He and asked for forgiveness. He was extremely embarrassed. Min told an excited guy that guys should not wear such linen. He quickly began to leave, and the guy then expired from stunning. The streets were still illuminated by warm sunlight, and the sky was clear and bright blue. Jan Ming was thoughtful. He was thinking what Zhao In want from him. Maybe she needs him and it will be a date? Vulgar fantasies covered his mind. He told himself that her body is older than Mainan. The young man stopped thinking about it and entered the door. From the office came the sounds of the game of cards. The red-haired teacher, as it turned out, played on a computer in a card game. She began to cover the monitor with her hand, angrily asking the young man, could he knock? Ming said that who does not do badly is not afraid of knocking on the door. The blue-eyed young man smiled at the teacher Zhang, asking, "Is she really hiding something?" She asked if he really thinks that she has something to hide. The young man said that she would not be so scared. The teacher could not choose words for an answer. Ming asked to get down to business, asking, why did she call him? She tried not to look at her chest. Jiang Yin was silent because he stole her replica. She told herself that she could not despair and asked if he wanted to say anything to her. The young man asked what she meant. Jan Ming smiled at her for help with the lenses and said that he was about to come and thank, but thought that she was busy with work. Teacher Jiang Yin said he said everything right. She handed the sheet with the control, asking how he could write off her without lenses. The young man pretended that he does not know what was at stake. He asked the teacher what kind of write-off she was talking about. Jiang Yin angrily showed him sheets with the control, asking him, does he really want to say that this is just a coincidence? Jan Ming looked at the sheets and said to himself that he forgot to change some answers when he wrote off. The mistakes were exactly the same with Xiang Bin. But randomly, the young man overturned his gaze to the soul-listing chest of the teacher Jiang Yin. This made him stop thinking about the control. The young man said that the world is large, so this could be a coincidence. Zhang said that he did all the worst, except for harassing to the students. The phrase about the harassment of students seemed to the tempting young man. The teacher told the young man that she made a bold decision. She told him with a smile that from today he would come to the teacher's class after class and she would deal with him. Hearing this statement by the young student was stunned. The teacher's decision shocked him, and he called it a tragedy. A few hours later, the young man scratched his head and complained about a headache. A man in a business jacket turned to him. The man told Jan Ming that they need to talk in private. It was Jatau. He was known for protecting the first beauty of the school. Jen Munyan intervened, asking, because of her all this? Jatau said that this is a male conversation and she did not need to intervene. The defender of the first beauty was very nervous, because her persistence sometimes almost did not break the tower. He clenched his fist. He sternly told Jan Ming that this time he will retreat, but he should be careful and follow his tongue. He should not talk carelessly with her. But the young man was not afraid of the threat of the defender of the first beauty. He looked at him sternly, asking not to scream at him. To himself, he said that he just wanted to intercede for the Mainan, but ultimately looks guilty. Leaving, Jitao said in a displeased that the toad wanted to taste swan meat. Jan Ming threatened that he would beat him if he hears this again. But the provocateur Van Jitao was not afraid of his threats. He confidently said they would still look. His words were angry by Jan Mina, but he tried to restrain his anger. Both of them turned to each other with their backs and began to diverge. The young man called Van a dumbass. Mainan asked Min, was he really going for a walk again? She angrily said that self-learning is coming soon. The guy asked why she could not lag behind him if the class is full of people. The words of the young man forced the girl to think very deeply. She herself did not understand what was the matter. She said that she was the elder of the class and he is a truant. The young man asked if she would refuse him help. The beauty Mainan blushed with embarrassment. She said with a smile that of course he could always turn to her for help. Jan Ming said to himself that he does not understand anything, so he could ask her to work out with him and use this opportunity to stay with her. The young man weighed this decision and answered the girls that he would go to self-learning. The headman asked him to try in this matter. Happy students were very glad that self-study was finally over. Everyone leaving the school said goodbye to each other and went home. The harsh man in a black business suit asked the young Mr. Wang which of them angered him all. Sitting in the leather salon of a luxurious car, Jitao answered incidentally that it was a bastard poor man who dared to go against him. The driver asked who was so daring and should he explain him to the wrong way. The gentleman replied that there is no need yet, because they can think about him. Jatau said they would give him a few more days and then look. Abio listened to him. Ian Min, meanwhile, sneezed a bicycle. The next day, the young man's classmate was shocked by finding him reading the textbook. He asked if he does this for the first beauty. The young man was extremely surprised because Jan Ming really decided to change, but the young man silently looked at him and was unemotional. Did he think because of Zhao and Li Li or Chen Meinan? Or is it because he wants to give his father time to calm? The guy got confused in his thoughts. He discovered a new lens function. The young man may, without scrolling through the books, see all their content. He can read even inverted pages. The young man was delighted by such a curious function. He confidently said that on Gakao it would be easier for him. The young man shook his head several times because he really wanted to drive these thoughts very much, because he made a promise to study. Today he did not skip and he was engaged in diligently, so Mainan does not need to worry about him. Jan Ming wrote a note to a beauty, after which he crumpled a piece of paper and launched it with a pen towards the girl. At that moment, the girl opened a note of the young man. In the note, he wrote that he would study hard for her. The girl was tense. She considered it a recognition of love and began to think how to refuse him. She understood that he could fall into despondency. The girl's head was ready to explode. Another note flew in her back, in which Jan wrote that she hopes that she would keep his promise. Satisfied with Yang Ming walked along the corridor, saying to herself that she did not reject him. It's time to learn from another beauty. Standing in front of the entrance to Zhao's office, he heard a boy persuading her to have dinner in a restaurant. But the teacher blurted out, Jan Ming told himself that beauties did not need flies to fly nearby. He knocked on the door, saying that he was a student of a teacher Zhao. At that very moment, a confident young man opened the door to the office and entered. He found how the teacher's boyfriend gives her a bouquet of red roses. Jan Ming, with a smile, told the teacher that he had finally arrived. A displeased man screamed what was the matter and who allowed him to enter. The red-haired teacher sat on a chair, not at all understanding how to explain the situation to the student. A man with flowers was very unhappy. The young man smiled at the teacher, asking if they could start classes. The evil boyfriend tried to attract his attention but was ignored. Teacher Zhao asked the teacher Jin to leave because she already needs to deal with the student. An extremely displeased teacher threw a bouquet with anger. Jan Ming said with a smile that he had a great honor to be alone with the teacher Zhao. She asked to stop flattering her displeased. Ming asked, was this man too a teacher at their school? Zhao replied that it was a physical education teacher, and he would want to take revenge on the young man. The young man asked if he really wants to lose his job. After all, if the teacher beats the student, this is a gross violation. The teacher asked to leave this topic. Jan Ming realized that Jin Gan and the head teacher are of one surname. Zhao asked him to come every evening. The puffy teacher reached out and offered to start training. After some time, she said that the lesson was over, but Jan enjoyed her forms. They left school. There was already night on the street, the moon brightly illuminated the ground, and a light breeze blew around. Zhao said that school was very quiet at night, but the teacher was a little upset. She said to herself that she feels awkward, going next to him at such a later time. The red-haired beauty accelerated a step, as she wanted to get rid of the young man's society as soon as possible. Jan Ming catan the bicycle and was surprised by her behavior. Inside, the girl wanted to rude to him, not to catch up with her. The young man asked if she was in a hurry. Zhao replied that she was cold, so she was in a hurry. Suddenly, the young man showed care. He took off his jacket and threw him into the teacher. The girl was pleasantly surprised by his act. The blue-eyed young man asked if the teacher feels better now. The teacher Zhao in surprise looked at him, saying to herself that she came to work alone in an unfamiliar city. The girl no longer remembered when the last time someone was taking care of her. She thanked the young man. Young people went discussing personal topics. Jan Ming called her a beauty, but Zhao said that it was superfluous. Suddenly they were met by two young men. They looked threatening. One of them loudly shouted to young people that this is a robbery. Jan Ming held his bike, standing on the step. Two impudent robbers took sharpened knives from their pockets, threatening young people. They once again repeated that it was a robbery. The teacher Zhao pressed slightly against the young man with fear. Ian Ming looked with the help of lenses and found that someone was sitting behind the trash. He saw the man's face behind the garbage. The picture turned out together because it turned out that it was Jin Gan. The young man thought about it. Did this miserable boob want to arrange a performance where the hero saves the beauty and at the same time teach him? The young man did not give any fear in pugil. He acquired Zhao, asking the bandits, what did they want to pick up? One of the idiots asked the other what Gange ordered to take. The second asked not to carry his nonsense, loudly telling the couple to give all the money. The young man answered the robbers that they had nothing other than lives. Evil bandits asked them not to lie, and give them wallets, phones, and all valuable. Frightened Zhao suggested Jan Ming to give them everything they ask. But the young man was not shy. He said that they themselves should pick up if they want. One of the bandits suggested first removing the guy, and then do the girl. He recalled that Gange ordered them to beat him well. The bald, healthy man rushed forward and waved his fist on January Mina. But the guy was not simple. He immediately struck the bandit's body. The faces of the idiots were decorated with fists of a clever boy. They failed to confront him. Jan Ming entertained himself, mercilessly beating the bandits. He raised one of them over himself. The beaten bandits called Gange to the rescue. The cowardly Jin Gan, sitting behind the garbage, told himself that if he came out now, he would expose. He told himself that this boy would pay for it. Both helpless robbers were powerfully beaten by Yang Min. They sat there back to their backs and cried with bruises under the eyes. Ian told Insu that it was time for them. She asked, shouldn't they call the police? The young man said it would take a lot of time. Zhao said she would reach herself because he should have time. But the young man insisted on his own, saying that other robbers on her way could meet. After a while, they reached her house. The young man embarrassedly asked if Insu had a restroom at home. They entered her house and she said that the toilet is behind the nearest door. The young man ran headlong because he wanted to see the room of the beauty. The restroom was large. The young man thought, why is the light burn in the bathroom? But he quit thinking about it because he urgently needed to empty. The young man enjoyed the fact that he finally felt relief. In Cho's entered the room, who asked, is he still emptied? The young man was stunned because in front of him was a pink-haired beauty with blue eyes, which was covered only with a towel. There was a loud sound. The girl, scared by a young man, ran away, screaming him a pervert. Jan Ming did not understand why he was a pervert if he did nothing. She interrupted the process and he still needs to go home. The Zhao in-laws, standing in the corridor, did not understand why Xiaoyan screamed. But at one point, she thought that she could be in her soul. The process of emptying the young man was again prevented. Insu, with a loud cry, broke into the restroom. Entering the room, she told the young man that he needed to immediately get out of here. But she was stupefied because she found him for emptying. The young man asked to give him his business because he could not stand it. The girl slammed the door, calling him a pervert. The young man was at a loss. The young man finally finished emptying. Having washed his hands, he left the restroom and asked the beauty to appear. The red-haired Zhao Ying, seeing the young man, said to herself that she had finally left. The guy looked condescendingly into her eyes. She began to push him into her room, saying that she shared this apartment, so you need to hide in her room. The guy agreed to this adventure. The door behind him slammed shut. The young man was unhappy because in one evening 2 girls saw him, but he did not see anything. And all because of the door, opaque. At one point, the pupils of the young man's eyes expanded. He told himself that he completely forgot about the personality of lenses. He also said that peeping is a shameless act, but they have already seen him, so it will be quite fair. A sense of conscience calmed down, and the young man said that these 2 situations are not considered and do not carry anything bad. The red-haired beauty Zhao In felt a little awkward. She knocked on the door of the room, waiting for permission to enter. Yang Mina's gaze was dissatisfied. To himself, he said that it was so close that he thought that he was not noticed. The young man, with the help of the abilities of his contact lenses, watched what was happening behind the wall. He saw 2 girls stand next to each other. Xiao Yan possessed a slender figure. She was in blue lace underwear. The girl flew on an Insu with a hug. During the embrace, attractive girls rubbed against each other. The young man with blood from the nose enjoyed this, saying to himself that it was worth it. Van Jatau stood on the stairwell. At one point, a bell rang on his phone. On the phone, Mr. Van was told that everything was ready. The bandit asked Biao Ge who should they take care of. He answered did not meet him, but he has a photograph. Biao ordered to wait for the signal. The bandit with long green hair threw the cigarette butt and said with a smile tightened fingers. He said that this is not a problem at all. Biao Ge was dressed in a brown business suit with a bow. He saw a young man and began to go to him, asking if Jan Min is his name. The young man, not suspecting anything, replied that it was he. He asked the man, who is he? The man handed over to the walkie-talkie that this is definitely that young man. Biao He told Yang Ga that some ordered him to bring him a message. It was said that he should stop, otherwise he imagined a lot of himself about himself. But words with threats did not scare the young man at all. He asked with a smile if he had any questions for him. Biao He called the bandit standing behind the tree, with whom the young man already dealt. A green-haired guy screamed that he would erase him into powder. But he still did not know that this was the same merciless guy. Jan Ming looked at the guys, and they fell into a stupor. The green-haired guy bowed to Yang He, saying that this was a misunderstanding. Min said that the older brother in glasses said that they should teach him. Both to death, frightened by the guy, said that they should have time. At that very moment, they rushed away with all their might. Biaoji said that it was impossible because they agreed. A frightened guy said that they did not need that 1,000 yuan, and there is no need to insist either. A man in a jacket and glasses realized his loneliness in this situation and began to slowly leave. Jan Ming thought about who wants to beat him. Thinking, he realized that it should be Wang Jatau. Yang got closer to the Mainan, and this could anger him. The young man decided to ask him. The young man entered the school office. The headman was thoughtful. He was thinking, why is Abao not calling? Jan Ming patted him, asking, why does he not have lunch? The headman replied that he was not hungry. He also asked Min why he was not lunch at home. The young man replied that no one was home, so he did not go. He said that delicious baozi is being sold behind the school. The behavior of the headman was suspicious. The headman was extremely excited and nervous, but did not show, although the text is sweat on his face. Jan Ming finally left the office. He said to himself that he had underestimated Mina, so he will have to come up with a new plan. He smiled insidiously and said that he wanted to deprive the guy of everything. At dinner, father told Jan Min that his assessments had grown a lot. He and his mother spoke about the visit to the teacher Zhao with gifts. Ian replied that it was not worth it, because the teacher Zhao is no longer. But he fell silent. To himself he said that she was his named sister, but he could not tell them this. The guy told his father that he could treat the teacher with dinner. Father asked him to find a good restaurant and held out the money. Sitting in the lesson, the young man did not understand the task. He decided that Mainan needed to ask. Someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. The young man paid attention to him, asking what he needed. Van Jatau grinned, saying that he wanted to apologize to him. The blue-eyed Jan Ming was warily asked if he understood him correctly. To himself, he began to think, what did this vile type plan? Continuous chatter began. Jatau said that what happened in the morning of his fault, since he was jealous of Chen Mainan and acted rashly. He said that he wanted his conscience to not torment him. He said that he had already ordered a table in a restaurant. Jan Ming said that he had classes with the teacher Zhao. To himself, he said that in the restaurant Heaven and Earth Eat Rich, why not go there at the expense of Jatau? He still agreed to go. Young people parted on a good note. Jan Ming continued to study. He asked Mainan to help him with solving the problem. But the insidious Van Jatau realized that the young man was on his hook. His insidious and vile soul rejoiced at that moment. The excited Mainan asked Jan Min, what were they talking about? The guy replied that Van wanted to invite him to dinner. The warmed girl called him a boost, asking him to tell the truth. The guy replied that he asked him to stay away from her. The girl said it was right now. She asked him not to lie, and asked what question he has. Ming told himself that it is difficult to be honest. The teacher said that his results are getting better. John said that he was given to Inzu all the time. In displeasure, I asked if he thought about vulgar now. The young man tried to calm her down, saying that he was joking. The teacher said that, looking at his successes, she wants to treat him with delicious food. He said that she already teaches him for free, so he would refuse. Zhao said that then he could pay their dinner. The young man agreed. After some time, young people were already in a restaurant. It's already dark on the street. On the table, there was a plate of delicious noodles with meat. Zhao asked, is it clean here? Jan Ming replied that it was clean and cheap here. One of the men said that the young man is right and the young lady seems to be not local. From the stunning of the eyes of the red-haired teacher Zhao, they scolded and his face blushed. The young man smiled and the man said that he understood everything. Jan asked her not to be angry, because the owner said the first thing that came to mind. Zhao asked if he was thinking that she was ashamed to be his girlfriend. Young people went, communicating on their topics. Suddenly, a harsh man with a scar on his face appeared from around the corner. At that very moment, he screamed a knife with a cry, ordering young people not to move and give him everything valuable. He threatened to kill a couple. Jan Ming looked sternly into his eyes, not giving fear. He said to himself that at 80% he was sure that he would defeat him alone. The young man realized that it was better not to get involved in a fight and obey the robber. He took out several bills from his pocket. The robber, with a smile, watched how 200 yuan voluntarily falling to the ground. Frightened Zhao squatted behind young Mina. The screening robber told the guy that he was free and can leave here. At the same time, he looked at the girl. The young couple began to leave, but the bandit said that he only allowed the guy to leave, but he did not allow the girl to leave. Zhao froze with fear, but Jan Ming was not going to leave the girl in trouble. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he angrily asked the bandit what he wants from her. But the bastard holding a knife in his hand asked, "Is it unclear?" He told the kid that he may not be afraid because he would let her go as soon as he finishes. The young man confidently stood on his feet and looked angrily at the enemy. He asked Zhao to run. The girl was very excited. A confident Jan Ming was angry. He began to run to the enemy. The bastard swung a knife at him, but the cold weapon did not scare the boy at all. He did not let the enemy hit him and inflicted a powerful blow to his jaw. From the blow, the enemy bounced a few steps. He shouted that he would kill the kid, but Jan Ming decided to finish it off and struck a powerful blow with his foot. Then a hit with a turn was struck. The stretch of the young man was excellent. The enemy began to spit blood. At that moment, the impudent robber fell unconscious. No one can stand after a flying kick of the Yang style. The young man approached an unconscious bandit to examine him. He discovered money in his jacket, which were clearly looted. The young man thought about if Intisi fled. She sat at the garbage tank. Jan Ming wondered if he was tired of a bandit, while he had cooled so much. Zhao In looked from behind the garbage tank. She was extremely scared. The young man exhaled in relief, saying that she scared him to death. At that very moment, the girl rushed into his arms with all her might. The guy did not miss the opportunity to look at her chest. The girl with tears in her eyes said she was very scared. She asked Jan Min, "Is he in order?" The guy said that it was okay, but he had a cut on his face from the fight. He asked that if he could not get married because of this. Zhao In and angry at him. She said that his blood flows and he was joking. She asked if he could be a little serious. The young man said that he was not joking, because he was worried about the future. Insu said that in the future she will be his wife, and now I need to rush to the hospital. The guy sharply offered to go to her home. Zhao wondered what she had just promised him, and if he did not want to and refuses it. Jan Ming said that there was no need to go to the hospital because of some kind of scratch. She can simply smear him at home. He asked if she thought about the strange, but Zhao In angrily exclaimed that she actually worries about him, and not think about strange. The young man waved his hand and stopped the taxi. After a minute, the young people sat on the back seat of the car in order to go home to the girl. The taxi driver asked Jan Min that he was with his face, and did they run into trouble? The young man smiled, saying that they had run into a robber. The driver told the young man that the guy loves her strongly since he showed himself like a man in the face of danger. Such men still have to look. Ying drove these thoughts away from himself because he is her student, and when he would release her. Jan told the taxi driver that they were attacked twice. The taxi driver said that she was a very beautiful girl, but you can't blame her for this. He advised not to walk so late in the evening, and gave his business card. He told Jan Min that he likes him. The man introduced himself as Kun-hee and said that if you need to go somewhere, they could call him. The taxi driver delivered passengers to the place they needed. The young man asked how much they should. The driver asked them to go home and take care of the wound. Jan thanked him and said that his name is Jan Ming, studying in the 4th Central High School. He offered to meet in his free time. The driver leaving said that they would certainly meet, as well as a young man is a very pleasant person. He offered to drink another time together. The young couple looked at the leaving driver with a smile. Jan Ming suggested Zhao In to go home. The couple entered the room. In Qiza knocked on the door several times. She asked Xiao Yan to open the door for them. The young man stood near her. The door opened with a slight creak. Behind her stood a pink-haired beauty, Xiao Yan, who behaved neatly. She wiped her sleepy eyes, being almost naked. One of the breasts fell out of linen. Xiao asked why Zhao didn't take the key. From extreme stunning, Jan Ming fell into a stupor and opened his mouth wide. Blood whipped from his nose. Zhaoin was surprised by his behavior. Blood dripped from the nose of the young man. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xiao Yan also realized all the awkwardness of the situation and fell into a stupor. The girl called the young man a pervert and quickly retired. Zhao asked Yana to wash her face with soap, and then she applies an ointment to the wound. After some time, the upset Jan Ming went home. He said to himself that she did not even offer tea. He called the girls heartless. The young man was thinking about his own, passing by the institution. People on the street danced and talked on their topics. Jan did not pay attention to it. Suddenly, someone's hand touched his jacket. The young man drew attention to this. The girl shyly asked him for forgiveness. The blue-eyed beauty continued to pull him by the jacket, and at the same time look in his eyes. Jan Ming asked her, "What is it?" The girl's face turned red because she was very shy. The bang closed her eyes. The girl asked if he wanted, but she did not say to the end. The young man was surprised. He asked the girl if she wants to tell him something. He did not understand what was the matter. The girl's heart was beating greatly from excitement, and her face was still very red. She could not answer the guy, but at one moment, she still gathered with strength. The beauty, squeezing his fists, asked if he wanted to spend the night with her. These words plunged the young man into shock, because the stranger that he only met invites him to spend the night together. Jan Ming looked at the figure of a girl. He told himself that this could not be. She looked innocent. The young man told himself that he was clearly lucky. A blue-eyed girl with tears in her eyes said that in this case 3,000 yuan from him. She very much asked to give her this money. A light breeze lifted the girl's short skirt. She was very embarrassed, but she said that 3,000 would be enough for her. The young man was stunned. Continuing to cry, the girl said that this is her first time. Jan Ming was in a stupor and just silently looked at her. He pouting slightly and asked the girl, that is she still virgin? The girl replied that it was. Tears continued to pour from her eyes. Jan Ming asked why she goes to this, if this is her first time. He asked if she needed money. The girl continued to sob. Looking in the young man, she said that she really needed money. The young man tried to calm her down, asking him to stop crying. He promised to buy her only if she explains the situation. The girl said that her father was knocked down by a car and the driver escaped. They have no money for treatment, and in the hospital they said that they are not treated for free. In tears, the girl grabbed the guy by the hands and brought her hand to her soft and large chest. She begged to buy her. In the head of the young man, the angel opposed the demon. On the one hand, he is not a lustful animal, but on her other breasts, he attracted him. The young man made a quick decision. He took out a pack of money and handed them to the girl, asking them to take it. The girl wiped her tears, being extremely surprised. She did not expect that she would get the money so easily. Ming asked to take this money for treatment and never return to this place. The girl took the money and began to leave. Xiaoyun recalled how she was told that her cousin would soon go to college, so there was no money for her. And the doctor shouted that without money, her father would not help. She, with tears in her eyes, quietly thanked the young benefactor who helped her in this terrible situation. The young man was yawning along the school corridor. Inchizu stood with 2 police officers. The young man asked her what was happening. The teacher Zhao said that the young man finally came. She told the young man that the police want to talk to him. One of the police officers asked the young man, "Is he Jan Ming?" The young man confirmed his personality, asking what he needed. The policeman introduced himself as an investigator of the Criminal Investigation Department. He showed the certificate, asking the young man to follow the station with them. Chen Fei told Jan Min that he was suspected of involvement in the murder case. The young man was stunned by this statement. Zhao stood up for the guy. She asked with a cry, weren't they going to ask only a couple of questions? The girl said that she would not allow them to pick him up. At that moment, Jan Ming came to his senses slightly. He screamed if they were mistaken, and whom did he kill? The policeman said that they would deal with all this in the site. He asked the teacher not to prevent the performance of their duties. Jan Ming asked In Chizu not to worry and go home. He said that he did nothing bad, so he was sure that the investigation would clarify everything. Sunny weather was on the street. In the meantime, Jan Min was in the interrogation room. The policeman began interrogation. A number of the questions came towards the young man. In the course of his age, gender, and occupation were clarified. The young man said that he lives in a complex for the workers of the plant. The investigator asked the guy what he was doing last night. Min said that he was engaged in the teacher, and then they went to eat noodles in a cafe. The red-haired employee of the site was harsh. She exclaimed angrily, asking the young man to proceed to the essence. The young man was silent, and she continued to look at him angrily, saying that she was addressing him. The guy called her old maid to himself. The investigator asked the guy to continue the story. The woman climbed onto the table, screaming with a scream what he has with memory and manners. The young man said they ate beef with noodles. He asked the woman to see how her chef behaves and learn from him. These words were even more angry with the red-haired assistant to the investigator. She tried to keep herself in her hands. The chef said that the young man is right. He shouted at the girl, saying that during the interrogation of the suspects, it was unacceptable to be angry, otherwise nothing would be clear. He told the guy that he could continue. Jan Ming said that after noodles with beef, they went home, but met the robber. The investigator said that this man is without signs of life. The forensic scientist confirmed that he suffocated from bleeding in the lungs. After hearing, Jan Ming fell into a stupor. There was a coup in his heart and head. He realized that he had killed a man. He excitedly asked the police officer, did they manage to establish the identity of the murdered man? The policeman replied that they had already begun the investigation process, but at the moment, there are no results. He asked Zia to ask about it. She mocked Jan Ming that now he knew fear. She advised him to carefully enjoy the remaining time at large. But suddenly, another employee burst at the door. She exclaimed that the murdered man was put on the wanted list for robberies and murder. The girl also exclaimed that it is possible that the actions of Jan Mina are legitimate self-defense. Xia was struck by the door and flew towards the young man. She fell right on the young man and covered his face with her body. Ming tried to say that if she got up from him, he would suffocate. The girl was on the young man. The guy held her by the chest, and she complained about a headache because she hit in the fall. The guy continued to lie on the floor. He, slightly squeezing the girl's chest, asked her why she was so heavy. The red-haired police officer came to the realization of the situation. She blushed with anger but could not choose words. Tears flowed from her eyes. She immediately jumped aside and screamed a young man with a shameless. She also hit him in the face with her palm. The investigator asked for forgiveness for taking his time. He said that his act was relied by a reward, and he will discuss this with the boss. The chef said that she was worth it and take him back to school. The girl refused, but the chief reminded of her attendance, and she immediately agreed. After some time, Jan Ming was sitting in a school office. He was very angry because the old woman Shui strongly drives by car. Manyan asked the young man what was with his face. Was he really fighting again? Ming replied that he had been learning to study so that he caught a cold last night. The girl bowed to him, saying that she could examine him. The young man replied that he was sick and only her kiss will heal him. Chen Mainan immediately became stronger. Her face blushed and tears flowed down her cheeks. She did not know what to answer, so she gave the guy a slap in the face. Running away from the office, she screamed with the young man, "When would he stop joking like that?" The young man silently held on to the shocking cheek. Chen began to think, maybe she demands a lot from him. She thought, was he joking like that with everyone? The girl decided to return and apologize. Jan Ming swayed in a chair in the office. He said to himself that the Mainan would definitely have to apologize, so he better wait for her. Suddenly, the young man felt someone's presence. It turned out that it was Van Jatau. He frightened the guy's chair back. At the last moment before falling on the floor, Jan Min managed to grab Jatau by the tie. Both of them still fell. The young man with an evil cry asked Van, "Why arise so silently?" He replied that he only wanted to remind you of dinner on Saturday. Suddenly, the Manyan ran in the office, who exclaimed that she had just realized all her wrong. She found the guys sitting on the floor. The girl asked with particular surprise what they are doing. She understood everything completely differently from how it really was. The guys understood her thoughts and exclaimed in one voice that everything was not the way she thought. Mainan apologized for concern. She began to run away from the office, shouting in the end that she regrets it. Her skirt rose from speed. Teacher Zhao stood behind the door. Jan Ming flew to Jatau, asking, does he really want to destroy his reputation? Van asked him not to get excited. The teacher in the office entered the office. Min nervously exclaimed in Tsu that he did not know exactly what she thought, but this is definitely not what she seems to her. Zhao was amazed at what she saw. Young people were in a restaurant. Jan Ming thanked the older for the invitation. Jatau suggested drinking one glass. He admitted that he was wrong last time and said that he would drink in an apology. Min decided to support him, but the young man of the headman seemed suspicious. From strong vodka, his head was spinning and the body burned. Jatau offered to drink and eat. Jan Ming told him to drink to the bottom. To himself, he said that no one could have a sprinkle. Suddenly, the young man got up from the table. He opened a bottle of strong vodka and began to swallow it without stopping. At that very moment, an empty bottle was lying on the floor. The young man was not enough health. He sat on a chair unconscious because he drank heavily. Van Jatau patted him in the face, saying that the young man knows how to drink and if he had not added something, he would probably collapse before him. Holding the unconscious John Mina by his face, he did not say loudly that he was rightly looking for death, since he became his rival. The young man reached tiredly, saying the bodyguard that he also drank too much. He ordered to act according to plan. The guards took Mina in their hands. They followed their boss. After a while, Van Jatau said they were in place. He showed them a place for a young man. He told the bodyguards to bring the young man, divide, and threw it into the bed. The young man was still unconscious. One of the guards said that it was a pity to give him such a girl. Van asked how he thinks that the police would check the first thing. Jatau said that they have to do it. He asked Bio, did he check his medicine? Biao asked Van, what about his face? Jan Ming finally woke up. He was sweaty and thought, why was he so hot and spinning his head? The guy felt a delicious aroma. He got up and wary. The young man lay on the bed with a girl. He wondered where he is. Ming thought about where this girl came from and why are her eyes blindfolded. The young man decided that it was just a dream, so you can have fun. The young man spread the slender legs of the young beauty. To himself, he told his sister that his brother came. The young man did not lose time and confidently got down to business. A beauty with blindfolded eyes suddenly said that she was painful. The girl asked to stop, but Jan Ming said that he would do it carefully. He said to himself that even in a dream with girls, there are many problems. The girl continued to scream. Jatau, standing outside the door, ordered Abao to call the police and report to him later. He also ordered a good picture. The blue-eyed Jan Ming continued to persist with the girl. The text is already on his face. He felt that something would come out now. Xiaojue poured milk to a cat, cursing Janmina. Because of him, the chef ordered her to be on duty, because the police car exceeded the speed yesterday. The girl was distracted from feeding the animal, because suddenly a work phone rang. The phone was torn. She picked up the phone, saying that it was a police station. On the phone, she was informed that the incident had happened. Xiao asked to tell in more detail. The girl on the phone said that she was a waitress of the restaurant Heaven and Earth, and when she passed the number, she heard the girl's cries for help. She said that a guest of 315th numbers, being drunk, probably raped a girl. The police immediately rushed to the scene. After a short period of time, the police car was at the restaurant. Employees headed to the entrance to the building. 2 employees walked ahead, and Xiaojue walked behind them. The clatter of shoes was loud and beat a little on the ears. Xu knocked out the door with her foot. At that very moment, I began to wring the hands of Jan Mina, and the other employee reassured the victim of violence. The young man was angry with this behavior of the police. He clenched his teeth and screamed her to let her go. Xiaozhu shouted to him that he had committed a crime. She said that it would be interesting to see what he would say in his defense. The young man did not understand what was happening around. He wondered what was happening. Is he not sleeping? Xiao angrily told him that a dream is a bad excuse. She knew that he was a bad person, even if Chef Chen praised him. Jan Ming thought excitedly, did he really hurt this girl? The young man dawned that this was the work of Van Jatau's hands. After a short time, the suspect was taken to the room for interrogations of the police station. He sat in front of Chef Chan again. The chef looked at him sternly. He asked Jan Min, what kind of tricks are it? The young man tried to choose words in his defense. The guy began to prove that he had eaten and drank with a classmate, then chopped off. And then the body was burning, and everything floated in his eyes. He said that he was framed. The chef asked if he really wants to say that he was poured something. He said that for starters, he would send a young man to analyze urine. He asked the guy to defecate in a glass, saying that after that, he would send Sue to take it for analysis. The girl said that the victim was interviewed. Entering the office, it was extremely surprised because the young man held a glass with his own urine. She called him a shameless. But Chef Chen stood behind the guys, saying that at the entrance you need to knock. He ordered to take a sample out of the guy's hands. The girl at the same moment was angry that she did not want to do this. The guy was disgusting for her. Chen ordered to set aside emotions at work. He said that it was better for her to fulfill her work duties. Xiaozhu looked at the young man with contempt, taking an example from him for analysis. The young man thought about what this ferocious look on her part. Jan Ming told the officer Xiao that her hand was shaking too much. The sample can spill. He slightly pushed her hand and the contents dripped at her. A police officer hardly restrained impulses of her anger. She stated that she would not trifle with a person like him. Leaving, she said that in a few days they would see who would laugh. Jan Ming thought why this scene is so familiar to him. Suddenly, Xiaozhu slipped. A glass with a sample for analysis flew out of the hands. The girl herself fell to the floor. The chef and Jan Ming were shocked. The girl was still sitting on the floor complaining about the pain in the buttocks. All urine was spilled. The young man shouted at the girl because this was proof of his innocence. Xiao said to herself that if his life is destroyed, she will be guilty. The chef reminded the guy that he filled 2 glasses and let the girl go home. The guy was stunned because he completely forgot about the second glass. When Xiaozhu heard about the second cup with a sample for analysis, her anger to Jan Min was indescribable. She jumped up and with all her might waved her fist on the young man, screaming that now he would die from her blow. But the young man was completely calm. He quite calmly grabbed her hand during the blow. Xiao was at a loss. The young man acted according to his own knowledge. He pressed the area near his shoulder and abruptly pulled the girl's hand. Xiaozhu screamed in pain. She sharply bent down to the young man. Jan Ming said that he had learned from her. The girl was still turned to the young man's ass. She screamed to let her go immediately. In pain, she flooded with tears in 3 streams, calling the young man a moron. She repeated that he released her hand. Chef Chen struck his palm on the table, screaming angrily so that Jan Ming would immediately let the girl go. Xiaozhu squatted, continuing to sob. Her hand went limp in pain. Yang tried to make excuses in front of her, but the girl fiercely looked at him. The girl did not answer him. She rose in tears and began to leave the room, holding on to the sore hand. Jan Ming began to apologize to Chef Chen, saying that he did not calculate the strength. The chef said that he would persuade her, and then he would do it. He said that he would take his urine for analysis. But he needs to be morally prepared for the fact that even if the urine is clean, the fact of rape remains. The blue-eyed Jan Ming looked in the eyes of the investigator Chen, saying that he understood everything. The young man's soul was lousy. The young man remained to spend the night in the site. Morning has come. Chef Chen woke Yang Mina sleeping on an armchair. He said that the results of the test confirmed that he took a certain drug. But this is not enough to blame Van Jatau. He expressed sympathy, saying that it remains only to wait for a court decision. Jan Ming asked if he could meet that girl to apologize. The chef replied that this was impossible, but promised to tell her about the situation and beg forgiveness. He told the guy that life is long. After a short time, the young man was closed behind the prison grate. He looked at the floor, trying to realize everything that was happening. Around the newly made prisoner sitting on a bed, there were 4 already experienced prisoners. One of them asked a cold-blooded guy, why did he sit down? He understood that the young man apparently for the first time here. But Jan Ming did not give any answer to his question. The second prisoner shouted to him that he had to answer when Brother Bao was talking to him. But the guy was not at all scared. He got up from the bunk, telling the bristles of Bao that he had no mood and asked not to climb to him. The bristly prisoner got angry after such a daring answer. He said that this guy with character. With angrily, he swung his huge fist in a fragile-looking young man, viciously saying that he would show him now. But appearance is often deceptive. The dexterous guy managed to evade the blow and struck his elbow into the rib of a man. He hit his brother Bao right into the solar plexus. The bristly prisoner immediately fell to his knees, trying to get air into his mouth. The young man asked if he still wants fights. The prisoner called him a brother, saying that he did not immediately understand who he was dealing with. He called the guy strong. He asked for forgiveness and introduced himself like Bao Sanli. He asked the guy's name. Jan Ming introduced himself, asking the next time without misunderstandings. The guy lay down on the bed, telling his brother Bao that for the first time he does not understand much here. Sanli replied that he could rely on him. Sunny weather was on the street. Jan Ming was lying on the grass in a white shirt and woke up from the ringing of church bells. He heard a familiar voice. The young man realized that this was the voice of his beloved Chen Mainan. He saw her happy in a white wedding dress. The young man was extremely tense. He did not understand why he had lost his voice, and his body did not move at all. The beloved man Mainan told his loved one that they should have time for the next place for photo shoots. Jan Ming tried to understand who it was. He realized that this is Van Jatau. He asked his beloved if she was giving up a person who looks at her from behind. The girl continued to kiss her beloved. She looked at Jan Mina, saying that it was a beggar. She asked her beloved to give him money. Jatau called her his blessing. The young man's face turned blue from stunning. The pain in his soul and heart was indescribable. He looked at all this with particular surprise. The guy was desperately looking at the floor, telling himself that all this is impossible. The Manyan cannot be with Van Jatau. He considered it a dream. An innocent girl appeared behind him, which he raped and destroyed her life. She told him that he hates him, and he must die. But Yang Ming, concerned about this, turned around and told the girl that he was not to blame for this. He tried to prove his innocence. Suddenly, an Insu appeared, who asked, did he not promise that she would be his wife to the future? She said she was disappointed in him. Xiaozhu put a gun to his head. She called him a real discharge of society. The young man began to cry, but still could not speak. With tears in his eyes, he heard strange singing. It sounded disgusting. Min told himself that it was impossible to listen to him. Out of fear, the young man jumped up with a cry. It turned out that fortunately all this was a dream. The bearded old man held his leg. The guy told the gray-haired old man that he was holding his leg, but the man continued to sing, not paying attention. Jan Ming asked Brother Bao, "What about this old man?" He replied that he had problems with his head, and he probably finally crazy. The young man asked in bewilderment, "It turns out that this old man hugging his leg thinks that this is a guitar?" Bao asked him not to worry. He said that the old man would sing several songs and go to bed. The main thing is not to resist. But suddenly, the old man left his foot on his head, as the guy did not listen to advice and removed his leg. The old man's gaze was directed right at the young man. He seemed to see a threat in him. At the same moment, the crazy old man attacked the guy. He grabbed his leg and struck his elbow. Jan Min shouted with all his might. The young man screamed in pain. He screamed with his brother Bao what was happening and where did the old man come from. Bao told him that he was warning not to resist. They cannot help him with anything. He asked him not to twitch, because the old man just sings a song. The guy exclaimed, "An old man sings the king's touching song." He threatened the old man that if he does not stop, then he did not vouch for himself. The musical concert of the crazy old man lasted for some time. The young man, although he tried to resist, he did not succeed. After a while, the dusty Jan Ming told himself that it was finally over. He recognized the old man strong. He is hardly broken by all the bones to him. The tired young man immediately chopped off after the end of the game. The old man yawned and looked at the sleeping boy. The prison guard ordered the rise. He ordered all prisoners to immediately get out of bed. Jan Ming was surprised because in the morning the body does not hurt. The old man was furious last night, but now there was nothing. All this seemed strange. Bao Xinli, with a smile, acquired a boy, saying that you need to go have breakfast and then work. Jan agreed with him. Bao said that in this prison the best food of all where he was. The young man said that he has a rich experience. Suddenly someone shouted to the old man. One of the prisoner angrily said that the old man eats a lot, but they have no choice. He asked if he was afraid to choke. The prisoner called him careless and caught a bun that the old man dropped. He with a mockery asked him to raise and eat him. Jan Ming saw all these mockery over an elderly man. He, holding a steam bun in his hand, asked the prisoner to approach him. At that very moment, the guy grabbed the bastard by the jaw, about to shove a roll in his mouth. He said that now he himself would eat him. He began to stuff a bun in his mouth, so much so that his face was blue. Ming told him that he wanted to eat, so let him enjoy. The guy finished the reprisal and began to leave silently. But his ally stood up for the offended prisoner and asked the young man to stop. A confident young man turned around, asking what he wants. But the prisoner was scared and said that nothing. Jan Ming went to a long-haired old man and said that he had taken one extra mantu. He handed a bun to him and asked to eat. The elderly man was very calm. He reached for a bun and thanked the young man. A prisoner with purple hair told the guy that he was a good-natured man. He also said that the old man is still very poor and unhappy. Jan Ming said that he considers him unhappy because at an advanced age he is still in custody. He asked how the old man got here. The prisoner replied that the name of the old man Van Tian was when he was alone in Sunjiang. But his wife and another man set him up, and now he is here. Jan thanked the prisoner for the story and said that he would already go. He said to himself that all problems because of women. The young man left and the prisoner grinned slightly, saying to himself that this guy was quite interesting. Sunny weather was on the street. There was a clear blue sky above the police station. The victim of the rape was sitting during interrogation with the officer of Miss Saya. She was very worried, trying to start the conversation. She told Miss that she does not want to know who he was. The girl said she was afraid, but even if she finds out who he is, nothing will change. Xiaozhu asked her just to take the form. She said that she understood her condition, but she should confirm this. The worried girl agreed to the request of the officer. She examined the photo and was stunned. She exclaimed, "Why is he?" Xiao asked if she knew him. The girl said she knew. She said to herself that he was not at all like that, and he was accurately framed. The blue-eyed girl said to herself that this young man helped her when she was in trouble, and now she will help him. She felt embarrassed, but said Miss Shi that she wanted to ask something. She asked if I could not say young Mina for a conclusion. Xiaozhu hit the table and angrily told the girls that he had done a disgusting act and she was saying such nonsense. The girls said that she had already forgiven him and he had helped her before, and he was framed. She emphasized that he is a good person. Miss Shi said that a good person would never have acted in this way. The excited girl asked what he did. Xiaozuku told herself that she almost blabbed. She said that in any case, the girl should consider everything. She asked in what relationship they were. The girl looked down shyly down. She quietly asked Madame Zia to consider her girl Jan Mina. The officer said that he would report to Captain Chan and let them understand themselves. The girl thanked Miss. Meanwhile, Jan Ming fought in prison with prisoners. He struck his foot right in the jaw of the bald prisoner. Brother Bao screamed if he needed help. The prisoners wanted to destroy the guy, but Jan loudly replied that there would be a dozen more. The young man made a trick. In flight, he made a twine, thereby neutralized 2 prisoners with a blow to the jaw. Blood from the mouths of prisoners whipped with an endless stream. One by one fell to the ground. No one managed to resist him. One of the prisoners shouted to his brother Bao and Jan to stop them as the police arrived. A female leg leaned out of the car. A confident woman got out of the car. She said that she just went out to buy things. But here it is. The woman ordered to tell about what was happening. One of the prisoners asked his brother Bao to let him go because the commander-in-chief arrived. Shinli said that he himself would tell everything. He fell to the ground and in tears began to tell her that he had come to watch the films, and this bald called people, and they almost did not kill him. The commander-in-chief ordered to behave normally and not to call it as it hit. She asked who Yang Ming was, saying that he should go with her. The young prisoner proceeded for the commander-in-chief on her orders. They went to her apartments where she drank tea on the couch. She said that she had to punish him, but Captain Chen asked to take care of him. But the young man continued to bring problems even here. The young man in the same minutes decided to try to justify himself, but suddenly he heard a rustle. The commander-in-chief committed a completely unexpected act for him. She struck his foot in the head. Jan Ming was surprised at the speed of her blow. She said that she hates when she was interrupted and asked to continue to call her sister Sia. She also advised not to fight with these amateurs anymore. The young man could not move. The body seemed to be a boat. Xia said that there are no more cases to him, so he could get up. Ian said to himself that this woman is very dangerous, and she has strange personality. She asked him not to do such a miserable face and gave her hand. The young man realized that he should stay away from her. The sister asked if he was still afraid of her, but the young man looked at her chest, thanks to everything. He said that he could already get up. The overseer said that she has good news for him, namely the fact that he will be released soon. The young man did not believe his ears. She said that the girl refused the statement. She also asked to return and get, because Captain Chen would soon come for him. Jan Ming was very happy and thanked his sister for the wonderful news. He turned to her because he wanted to say something else. The young man was inconvenient. He said that for her these are trifles, but he just would like to tell her something. He said that he would like to ask Sister Sia to follow his old and unhappy cellmate, who has no relatives. Sheena said that he would follow him this time. Because of his nobility, he would let him go. The young man suddenly scared. At that very moment, the commander-in-chief of the sister turned and imprinted the young man into the wall. The young man was dumbfounded. She looked condescendingly into his eyes, asking him to remember that when talking with her, you should not dissolve saliva. She also said that secondly, at their next meeting, she would not tolerate his cowardly appearance. The young man said that he understood everything. Xia whispered, however, she was looking forward to his oversight. Jan Ming promised not to make mistakes and asked her to massage his foot a little higher. The young man asked him to leave. To himself, he said that this girl is too terrible, incomprehensible, and her character is strange. It is not surprising that there is a correctional period the highest in the city, and the fact that Bao's brother began to pretend to be a fool as soon as he saw her. Jan Ming called all this a disaster and decided to run away rather. Xia shouted after him to run more precisely and not stumble. A man in a white suit told the sister Saya, which seems to be their younger brother, he copes well here. But still, he said that, however, it seems to him that this time they went over a stick towards him. However, he did not faint and the body quickly restored mobility. The younger brother does not look polite because he did not even say goodbye before leaving. The blonde Zia fantasized and said that next time she will have time to do everything. The man hit her, asking her to listen more carefully. The girl was angry and asked to whom the tedious comments needed by his tedious comments. Has he completely lost shame? She asked him to get down to business. She nevertheless struck his foot right in his jaw because he dared to hit her on the head. The man threatened that now she would play. The girl continued to strike a man, screaming that she did not need anything but to beat him. The man shouted that she had gone crazy. But suddenly a gray-haired old man grabbed the girl by the leg, saying that they were both adults and behave inappropriately. He asked if he would like it if he shows how to mock the younger ones. The man asked the master to let them go to begin with. The master asked if Xiaolin was eating sweet, because he was heavier, and Xiaojun smoked again, because he carries smoke for a kilometer. He asked them to eat less with a smile next time. He also said that he was always ready to help them. Lin in the Soul was upset due to ice cream, and Ziyun was from behind a cigar. But they still tried to smile, even though the young man was with a bruise under the eye. The old master got up from his chair, saying that so many years have passed, but how many more people remember him? Thunder thundered outside the window. The old man said that many King of the Killers remember him. He said that it was worth lowering the news that he is still alive. Smoking under a downpour, he said that they could come, play hide and seek. It will still be seen who will find whom to whom. Captain Chen took Yang Mina. Both of them asked for forgiveness for anxiety and said goodbye to her. The young man asked for forgiveness from the captain for having to take him into a rain. The policeman asked him to be more accurate in the future. Ian asked the captain, "Why does that girl consider herself his girlfriend?" He suggested talking in the car. Xiao asked her to stop baking about him. A frustrated girl asked the Xiaozhu officer to leave here as soon as possible. Miss asked if the girl was all right. To herself, the girl said that now she and Yang Min are counted. The young man sneezed and thought, was it really some girl again said that he was good? Van Jatau played the piano in his mansion. He said that it was still necessary to rehearse. The maid said that Manyan Majan would be touched. He joyfully said that he would get him, because Jan Ming would not cause more trouble. The maid agreed with him and handed the ringing phone. On the phone, the young master was told that Mina was released from prison, having removed all the charges. Jatau was shocked. He asked how it happened. The man replied that he had heard this friend, and that girl was not going to make charges. The young master threw the phone on the ground. He faded and calling Mina a damn monster. He did not understand why this guy was so lucky. The liberated Jan Ming, in turn, went to school. The weather was excellent on the street. The young man said to himself that he did not think that he could return here. It is unknown only whether the bastard Jatau had gleamed about him. Suddenly, a young man heard a sweet and acquainted female voice to him. He turned around and said to Mainan, "Good morning." The girl angrily asked where he was. She said that she would cease to be with him if he would behave like that. The young man realized that Van was silent. Jan Ming, with a smile, told the girl that he was sick, his head was split, but he felt better as soon as he saw the Manyan. She said that he was carrying nonsense. The guy said that these beautiful things always cheer up. Van Jatau suddenly greeted them. He said a mind that the exams are coming soon and he should not be lazy. The guy thanked the young man for his care and said that he had caught a cold and not attending the lessons. Jatau asked why this politeness, because they are twin med from that evening. Jan asked what happened after he got drunk. Van replied that he asked someone to take him upstairs to relax. He said that he would deal with them if they did not take care of him. Jan Ming laughed and said that he asked simply out of curiosity. But to himself, he decided that he would take revenge on the concern of this bastard. Van Jatau apologized for his carelessness and invited him to drink again. The young man said that he would come, because he cannot refuse a respected headman. Manyan looked at them displeasedly and asked what they stuck to each other early in the morning. But they said that everything was not so. She told Jan Min that tomorrow an entrance exam in 4 schools. Everything seemed strange to her, because before they could fight, but now friends. Van Jatau invited the young man to go in the classroom together, but the young man refused. He said that for starters he needs to go to the toilet. Jan Ming said to himself that revenge is a dish that is served cold. Van said that he was lucky for the last time. Their paths parted. It's already dark on the street. The bright moon illuminated the ground, and the young man was in additional classes with the teacher Zhao In. The teacher finished with checking the work of the young man. She assessed the red pen. But at one point, she said with a smile, "I Jan Min, what she thinks. This is the end of post-school classes." The young man was surprised. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked why it was so. Did he really write a test and angry the teacher? Insu asked him to be more confident and asked to look at the result. The young man was stunned because there was the number of 138. Jan Min exclaimed that this could be a coincidence, because so far not everything can solve. In asked, did he really think that her classes do not help? But the tangled guy replied that he had in mind not at all. He tried to get together and choose the right words. Insu said that the time is to go home. She also said that he had to be lifted by other subjects, in addition to mathematics. The call rang at school. The students were asked to lower the pens since the exam time was over. Jan Ming saw Mainan in the corridor. A happy young man ran to her and asked about her exam. The surprised girl said that, as always, she asked him how to do it. Jan Ming said the exam was easy. Mainan said that he forces her to envy with his good progress in her studies. The young man said that he should thank her for strict supervision, because if not for her, such a loser as he would have given up. The girl asked him not to be so verbose. She said that observing him is her duty as an elder. Mainan said that she would go home to do lessons. Jan Ming proposed a walk because it was good to refresh after the exam. The persistent young man did not retreat and tried to persuade her. In the end, the girl agreed to his proposal. Jan began to pretend to be a young man and told her that to do anything to Her Highness. The young man gave her a hand and the girl giggled shyly. The young man took the girl by her delicate palm. His act was very surprised by the sweet girl. From excitement, she began to run forward, asking him not to fool and go for a walk as soon as possible. Jan asked her not to run so fast. Manhwa asked herself the question of why she was so excited. Is it a touch by chance? She said that she would not wait for him if he was fooling around. Walking, Jan Ming told her that there was a guy. His name was Nile. He was secretly in love with the girl Valya, and once they turned into some. The young man asked her to guess who they turned into. Surprised Mainan asked to say because he could not guess. But at one point, she asked the young man to wait a second. The young man looked at her condescendingly. The girl decided to buy something from the seller. Jan Ming said to himself that he would never have thought that she would buy things from the seller on the sidelines. She asked the guy which of the jewelry looks nicer. The young man said that both will be good on her. But Manhwa replied that he was only flattering her. The girl told the seller that she would take both jewelry and asked the price. The man replied that in total it was 35 yuan. Manhwa climbed into a pocket for money, but she found that she had forgotten her wallet. The girl was horrified to be stunned. Jan Ming said to himself that since she had no money with herself, the time has come to the hero to save the beauty. He paid for her because she owes her much more. He asked how it seems to her with a date. Marie asked not to joke like that if she wanted to walk with her. The young man asked a shy girl, will they really have the next RZA? She replied that it depends on her results in the exam. A black car drove up to a young couple. The girl said that this is her driver and she already had to go. Manhwa sat in a car and with a smile, she looked at the young man. Her heart was warm after this walk. Her cheeks blushed a little, and only warmth and happiness were visible in the bottomless eyes. The young man made a good impression on her. Jan Ming put his hands in his pockets and began to go forward. The young man walked silently, reflecting on various topics. Suddenly, a police car appeared a little behind. From her, Captain Chen called a young man. The guy asked the captain, what brought him here? The man replied that he was fulfilling the assignment nearby and drove to check how he was. Chen said that he was thinking today. The school was finishing earlier due to exams. The young man said that he did not tell him, but the sheriff still knows about it. The captain with a wide smile asked why he went home after school. Did he really meet his girlfriend? The young man shyly replied that this was true. The sheriff exclaimed angrily, was he really meeting a girl? Jan Ming said to himself that this does not concern him at all. He answered the captain that he was walking with a classmate, not with his girlfriend. The sheriff asked, was it really a classmate? Ian replied that she was one of the elders of his class and helped him a lot in his studies. Captain Chen opened the door of the car, asking the young man to sit down. He said that now they can talk about Fantayana. Jan Ming got into the car and asked the sheriff, does he really have any news about him? He was extremely interested. The policeman replied that he had reported to the director of Vong about his situation. He gave this great importance and entrusted this business to him. The sheriff thoughtfully told the young man that he looked at the files about his business. As he said, there are many dubious moments in his business. The old man was imprisoned for theft, but his term of conclusion is too long for theft. According to the files, it was associated with a group of thieves. Jan Ming said that as he knew, Fan Tian was framed, and his prolonged conclusion of his crazy. Sheriff agreed with his opinion. Chen said that he would report to the director and the decision will be made by his leaders. The sheriff asked if Van Jitao causes problems. The young man replied that on the contrary, his attitude towards him changed, and he will be even surprised if he set him up. Chen asked if he was going to go to the Technical University of Sijaja. Jan replied that he was motivated. The sheriff realized that that girl was going there. The young man was embarrassed because the sheriff guessed. He asked how he found out about this. The man replied that this was written on his face and do not forget who he is. He asked the young man to work hard and expressed his faith. Jan Ming said to himself that he hopes Marie was also confident in him. The young man got on a red bus, but the driver had nothing to exchange his large bill. The young man was tense. Marie ran up to him. She handed the guy a map, saying that he could use it. She asked not to perceive her as an outsider. Jan Ming said with a smile that it was worth lowering formalities, because they can become a family. The girl was embarrassed and asked him to reduce her desires, but the young man only continued to smile and giggle. He accidentally touched the man on the bus. The man called him a blind bastard with a cry. But Jan Ming, only with a malicious smile, called him poor, asking why didn't he take a taxi if there was no shock. But an angry man did not want to sort things out in words. He swung at the guy, but his hand was intercepted. The impudent man was dumbfounded by the powerful power of the young man. Jan Ming tightly squeezed his wrist, looking coldly into his eyes. Jan asked Marie what books she wants to buy. The girl replied that books with exam exercises. She advised to buy them to him. The young man asked the librarian if they had books about reading on his lips. He considered that X-ray vision and reading on the lips would be excellent. The guy took books and struck them at the checkout. The cashier said that these two books were along with the video. He could return to the shelves and take them from below. The young man dug for a long time at the bottom of the shelf. Finally, he found the subject he needed. His legs were already numb from a long sitting. Suddenly, a blonde screamed in a hat, calling it a pervert. She did not notice Janmina and passed over his head. The young man saw the girl's underwear. The young man, not understanding anything, got up from his knees. The girl looked at her with disgust, and he swallowed at the sight of her beckoning chest. The blonde caught his gaze and exclaimed where he was looking. Jan Ming asked for forgiveness from the beauty, saying that he had not only noticed her. She covered her chest and once again asked where he was staring. The girl angrily asked how he could behave so obscenely with a beautiful girl. The young man told the angry woman that he did not specifically and already apologized. In an instant, he angrily told her that she was a narcissistic aunt. The request not to be so narcissistic confused the woman. She fell into a stupor, and the young man began to leave silently. To herself, she said that although she was almost 30, no one, except for this outfit, called her aunt. She decided not to argue and leave silently. The young man went to the place where the mannion stood. He asked, did she really finish so quickly? Marie replied that she took everything she needed. She began to look for something in her purse. The girl with a smile extended a book for Janmina. The young took a textbook from the hands of the girls, in which there were exercises for the entrance exam at the S.I. Jaja Technical University. Marie said that she advised him to buy her, but he did not. She asked if he would be seriously studying if she forces him. The blue-eyed young man joyfully asked the girl the price of the book. He asked to allow her to repay, but Mannion asked to accept this as a gift. She laughed and asked to perform these exercises seriously, and let her know if something difficult. The young man assented her. Leaving the store, the girl asked what Jan Ming bought. She asked, is this introduction to the lips reading and the language of gestures? The guy with a smile replied that they were. Marie asked if his father asked to buy them. She asked if he has deaf mute in his family. Jan Ming replied that this was not so. His father will take part in the play that includes this. Young people waited for the vehicle at the stop. They entered a stopped blue bus. The bus stood a blonde in a hat with whom the young man had a not quite unpleasant conversation in a bookstore. Behind a young couple stood a black-haired guy. Jan whispered to Marie that this guy wanted to touch her. Excitedly, she asked why he got it. Ming replied that this was written on his face and they should change places. Mainan asked how he could be so sure of this. Jan pushed the girl to substitute the guy. The girl asked for a pervert not to push, but he answered that he did not do this, calling her Miss Ugliness. Jan Ming and Mainan were surprised to watch a lustful impudent who only laughed in response to the remarks of people. The young man said to himself that he was trying to find a way to teach him. It remained to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, such a moment has finally come. He reached out with his hand to the girl standing nearby and grabbed her by one of the buttocks so that she thought on a lustful guy. The girl gasped in surprise. Immediately, she hit a lustful young man in the face, calling a pervert. The plan of Janmina worked. The young man in anger insulted her and asked why she hit him. The girl said that for a blow to the buttock, but the guy denied this, saying that he was not blind. She screamed to stop carrying nonsense and keeping his breath to talk with the police. The young man was terrified. The bus stopped at the request of the girl. A lustful guy decided to take advantage of the chance and ran away from all his feet. The girl was pretty herself. She called the cowardly and lustful guy a freak with a smile. Jan Ming, holding on to the handrail, told Mannion that everything was as he said. The girl admitted that he guessed, but said that she was not his goal. The guy said that if he had not stood between them, the guy would have stuck to her. She asked if he believes that the guy has such a bad taste. The bottomless orange eyes of Mila Marie were excited and sad. She tried to understand the message of the young man. At one point, she called him a bad boy with a smile. She also said that this is not bad, it is smart. Manon asked the young man as his feeling. The young man said that was not bad. All he thought about was how to drive this guy. He said that he did not attach the meaning of the sensation in this situation. Jan Ming asked Marie Lee. She asked the guy forward. The aunt, with whom the young man had a conflict in the store, was dozing the seat. She was about to rob a man. Jan Ming carefully examined her and found out. The woman continued to doze innocently because she was far from stopping. The blue-eyed guy told himself that everything done will come around. He considered this quick retribution. Marie put her hand on her shoulder to wake. The girl sat next to the sleeping aunt, trying to wake her, but the attempts were in vain. Jan Ming was quite serious in this situation. He stood behind the impudent robber. The criminal put a knife to Marie, threatening that he would poke her if she continued to poke her nose in their affairs. Mainan began to worry very much. For a few seconds, she silently flowed later, looking at the bandit. At one point, the girl screamed with all her might that the bus was on the bus. The blonde in the hat continued to sleep tightly. Jan Ming and other passengers in the bus drew attention to the girl calling to help. But most of the girl's cries were deep. But Jan Ming was not the same as other passengers. The bandit with a sore smile looked at the girl, saying that no one would help her. They put a knife to her throat and said that now she would die. A terribly frightened Manyan closed her eyes with fear. She asked Jan Mina to save her. The young man and other passengers were stunned. In his thoughts, the bandit asked him not to fit, saying that he wanted to scare her. Ian was stunned, because it turned out that he could read thoughts. The young man stood up for the girl. He grabbed the robber's knife during the blow. Blood began to flow from his hand right there. Mainan was very excited. Fear for the guy in her eyes was clearly conveyed and was visible to the naked eye. The bandit himself was surprised. He screamed with the young man. What does he want? But Jan Ming continued to tightly restrain the cutting blade. The guy answered the bandit that he wants to knock out everything bad from him. He knocked the knife out of the enemy's hands and began to beat him. The enraged guy began to ask the lying bandit with a cry. How did he dare to steal and offend his girlfriend? Marie was very worried. The blonde in the hat was also worried and understood that it was again this guy from the store. The master was asked why he was put again. The bandit responded to the cellmates that all because of this idiot. He was close to success, but Jan Min prevented him. Another prisoner said that he would kill him. But another prisoner hit him for these words, saying that they have no right to cause problems to his brother John. The prisoner prayed for mercy. The blonde thanked Mina because her passport lay in her wallet, and she could have problems. Marie asked if she was going abroad. She smiled at them and said that for the Sino-Korean International Student Exchange Program. Trinity politely said goodbye. A day later, John Mina called a man in a suit in the office. He stated that the young man scored 703 points, namely the 9th place at school. The young man said to himself that he still wrote off too much. He attributed to everyone using X-ray vision. Classmates were surprised. Van Jatau proudly said that minds earned glory to their class. He is their honor. He also asked everyone to return to his textbooks and notebooks. To himself, he said that the most important thing is that Marie is grateful. A terrible classmate admitted that she likes him and frightened the guy. The director told Jan Min that he was pleased that he began to study better. He asked him to share his method to study. But the young man answered Mr. Lee that the reason for the good performance of the dough, this time purely luck. Zhao-in was amazed. Did he ask what he meant? Jan Ming said that before the exam he was performing exercises that turned out to be similar to the questions of the test. The young man slapped the teacher slightly on the back, saying that she was a witness to this. Miss Chu supported, saying that the exercises were given to him by her. Min said that besides an excellent memory, he no longer has advantages. He learned everything by heart. Did the surprised ask if this was true? The young man said that he could retell any chapter from his books if he does not believe. Lee said that he had a magazine. The guy agreed to retell. But to himself, the young man said that he should only show the contents of the magazine. He activated X-ray vision. Finally, everything was prepared. The young man perfectly saw the entire contents of the magazine page. Jan Ming told that finally the sun's rays had reached the right corner of the warm winds, lurked the fog, and the rain melted the snowdrifts. Lee was stunned. The director canned in a fist, trying to move away in surprise. The teacher and the student were waiting for his verdict. Lee said that this is a great job, and he has no questions anymore. He said that the young man is free. Zhao turned to the guy with displeasure. She asked to go to her after lessons. To herself, she angrily said that the boy dared to hide her abilities from her. After school, the young man stood at the office of the teacher Zhao Yin. He said that he would be surprised if she was still inside and activated X-ray vision. Jan Ming found a charming picture of how the slender sister of Intsu dressed up. He was greatly excited by this picture. The young man with blood from his nose began to run home with all his might because he could not withstand this. He fell asleep on a computer table, telling himself that today was exciting. Suddenly, he received a notice in the messenger. The sound of a notification woke up a barely sleeping young man. He immediately climbed to check the messages. Jan Ming said that in any case it is necessary to answer. She takes it out every time it is online. He will not be surprised if she is ugly and wants to marry him. The girl asked him to feel the honor. The young man asked her if he was her friend only. She replied that she has other friends in life, in addition to QQ. She asked if her avatar is terrible. Jan Ming agreed with her opinion. The young man said that her avatar was terrible, and the past was also like that. The superstar continued to type text. Suddenly, she began to insult him and wish death. But the young man called her cheerful while laughing loudly. Sunny morning Monday, Yang Mina woke Mr. Lee loud phone call. He picked up the phone and asked what he wanted. He said that he has two news for him, one about Tyler Fong and the other about his business. He looked out into the street from behind the blinds. Jan Ming asked in surprise, "Is it really about his business?" Lee replied that they found a man who substituted him. "This is a waiter from the restaurant Heaven and Earth." He took all responsibility. Lee said that everything would get away with Van Jitao because of him. The young man replied that he understood everything and asked about Tyler. Mr. replied that the old man was released and offered to visit him together. After some time, they arrived at the house where Taylor Fong lived. His house looked not rich. Lee knocked the door, saying that he was Philip Chen and he brought someone to him. The old man opened the creaking door. Jan shyly asked the old man remembers him. Fang with a smile asked to go inside. Ming said to himself that the old man was poor and lonely. The young man decided to look after the old man, saying that he had brought him water to moderate the cough. He asked him to sit on a chair. After a while, Philip Chen and Jan Ming politely said goodbye to the old man and began to leave. Taylor said that he would always be glad to them. But the old man was not as helpless and sick as he seemed to society. He thoughtfully began to twist the ring on his finger. Browsing the ring, he asked Shaolin to bring the things that he left her. The master smiled slyly and said that the young man was chosen. Meanwhile, Jan Ming, being in the lesson, swayed in a chair and sang a song. The classmate asked him what he was doing, twitching back and forth. He asked with a smile, "Is he really doing manual work?" The young man, smiling, replied that this was exactly so. Young people began to laugh loudly, calling each other shameless. Marie wondered what they were talking about. At a break, she asked Jan Min, what was he talking about with Zhang Bin? In embarrassment, she asked why he said about something indecent. The guy pretended not to know what it was about, but the girl with a reddened face screeched that he knew what she was talking about. The young man whispered in her ear, "Is she talking about manual work?" Marie turned her gaze but said that it was about that. Ian Ming said with a smile that this obscene guy misunderstood him, and he simply shook his foot, and he often does manual. Marie realized that he did it too, but she exclaimed that according to the results of examinations, 90% of men for the first time with hand. She asked with a smile if he did this so, but to herself she said that she finally got a chance to take revenge on him and tease. Mainan with a wide smile said that she was very happy that she could make him difficult because he constantly teased her. The young man in the moment confidently said that sometimes he was engaged in this, but very rarely. He stated that he thinks he would no longer do this. Jan Ming said that now he has her and do not do it. He reached for the chest of a stunned girl. The girl burst into tears and screamed the guy a pervert. She said that he may not even dream that she would do it with him. But the young man with a reddened face looked innocently at her, asking what she would not do with him. Mainan was very angry with him. She screamed not to pretend and admit her guilt. Jan Ming, with the glee in his eyes, said that he had in mind that he would focus on his studies under her supervision, so he would not have enough time for such things. Marie got angry and hit him with a bag in the inguinal zone. She screamed not to talk to her anymore. The young man immediately grabbed the place of the blow in pain. This situation reminded him of broken eggs. He fell face in Mar's chest. The embarrassed girl was excited. She asked a young man lying on her chest, "Is everything all right?" Jan Ming said it was very painful. Marie asked for forgiveness and said that she did not want this. She asked to allow him to take him to the hospital. The guy continued to enjoy the girl's elastic chest. He asked her not to worry, but just let him stand in this position. One of the students asked the other to see those two. The teacher Zhao In was at a loss. She saw in a young pair, Yana and Marie. She said to herself that it turns out they are lovers. She seemed to be broken by her heart. With tears in her eyes, she thought why she felt so sad. Could she be so that she fell in love with Yana? She said to herself that she was his teacher, and they were not supposed to. In her thoughts, she said goodbye to her desired, accepted for real love. While in the supermarket, Marie asked Jan Mina, "Is he already in order?" The young man replied that he feels much better. She noticed that her gaskets were over. The girl asked the young man to buy her something. He immediately responded and went for water. At the last moment, he asked the girl what drink she likes. The girl was distracted from the choice of gaskets. With a smile, she replied that Mr. Khan's green tea would come down. The young man replied that he understood everything. Marie tried to choose gaskets that were better. She could not choose for a long time between Always and Libresse. Jan Ming, on the other hand, calmly went to the counter with drinks and returned after a couple of minutes. He noticed how Marie still chooses gaskets. He quietly approached and, under the guise of a consultant, asked the girl how much blood comes out. The girl replied not too much. But at the same moment she realized that it was Jan Ming and screeched angrily. The young man began to laugh. He asked why she just won't buy tampons. Marie replied that she did not know about his deep knowledge, but she could not use tampons. The young man persistently asked the reason for this. The embarrassed girl replied that she simply could not and asked to stop asking questions. Leaving the supermarket, Marie said that one would come from here, otherwise gossip will begin to dissolve here if the neighbors see them. The young man did not understand anything. The nervous girl immediately said that they would see them walking together. She did not want gossip at all. The young man smiled and said that in this case they would see himself tomorrow. They said goodbye and began to diverge. Captain Chen asked Jan Min what he was doing here. The young man replied that the world was cramped and asked what brought him here. Mr. replied that she was living here and asked what about him. A shy young man replied that he had escorted a classmate home. The police officer asked a guy's classmate or a girl. A little excited, Ming replied that the girl. Chen asked him to hurry home and finish his lessons. NCEE is just around the corner, and college will be the best place to start a relationship. The next day came. Marie was extremely excited. She excitedly asked Jan Min was his friend. The young man looked into the eyes of a very worried girl, trying to choose words to answer her question. The cunning young man decided to turn on the acting. He squeezed out a little tears. The girl asked him what happened. A sad young man with tears in his eyes said that he thinks he could no longer engage in handmade. Marie asked why so. She said that last night from some books, she learned that if a man was seriously damaged, then this is a disaster. Jan Ming said that upon arrival home, it was no longer very painful, but there was another problem. Marie asked about the problem. The young man replied that he watched adult videos, but his friend did not react to them at all. The girl was very scared. She excitedly asked if he really does not react at all. The young man replied that this is really that. Marie asked what he would do, and would he go to the hospital. Ian replied that it can be cured only in one case. The girl began to pose. Jan Ming replied that he read on the internet that the best way to cure a man to give his beloved woman to help him. Marie was shocked. The girl excitedly asked the young man if this method works. Ian replied that yes, because they said so on the internet. At one point, he asked her to forget about it, because it is unfair to her. Marie looked at the floor upset. The young man asked the girl to hurry, because the film was already beginning. Young people proceeded to the hall. Marie was still excitedly sitting on an armchair. She asked the guy if he delayed the treatment, would it become incurable? Jan Ming replied that this is not cancer, so nothing would happen. Marie said she should try, but it will be a secret between them. No one will know this until they themselves tell it. Yang, with blood from his nose, asked if she was serious. She replied that yes, but never did it. The young man agreed to teach her. The young man invited her to simply forget about it. But the girl was persistent and refused. The guy realized that he went too far. Marie asked to cover him with her jacket so that no one would see this. She was determined in this matter. The young man followed her request and covered himself with a jacket. The girl asked if he was ready, saying that she was starting. The young man was in anticipation of pleasure and said that he was ready. Marie was embarrassed, but she began to slowly lower her head. The girl's face blushed strongly with inconvenience, and the young man secretly looked at her with a tricky smile. He grabbed the girl's hand. Jan Ming began to drive the girl there. The girl closed her eyes because she felt embarrassed. The young man received indescribable pleasure. Marie said that his friend seems to react. She awkwardly asked if he was cured. Ian replied that the course of treatment should be completed to the end, otherwise it will bring a negative effect. Marie continued to enjoy the pleasure of Jan Ming. From pleasure, the young man's face turned red. He grabbed a sweet girl by the chest. She made a moan in surprise. Marie tried to tell the young man about the hand that he holds on her chest. Her face was still red with embarrassment. Jan Ming was hardly restraining himself so as not to kiss her. He asked her to continue. The girl said to herself that this is only this time. The young man then expired and asked the beauty to speed up the pace. Marie said to herself that she was not a robot and her wrist was already numb. The blue-eyed young man said with pleasure that he loves her. For more excitement, he asked her to reply reciprocate. Marie was extremely embarrassed, but realized that she had no other choice. She said she loved him. At one point, the peak of the pleasure of a young man came. He exhaled in relief, continuing to keep his friend's soft chest. Ahead, a sitting girl drank a milk cocktail from a tube, praising milk. The guy was smiling next to her. Jan Ming acquired extremely embarrassed Marie. She asked if all this ended, to which the young man answered yes. The girl asked to remove her hand. After these words, the young man looked at the girl's chest, realizing that he really was holding her breasts. She displeasedly asked him to give her something to wipe, and asked how he could be so inattentive. Marie, with little contempt, asked if he had wiped his friend, to which the satisfied young man replied that she could help him with this. But the girl in response asked Jan Ming not to be so insatiable. She said she knew what he was thinking about. The blue-eyed young man looked at him with deep surprise, thinking, did she really guess that he was hinting at the help of his mouth? The young man held his hand in his pants, saying a sweet girl Marie that they are now, but they did not have time to finish how she interrupted. The girl exclaimed, asking what he meant. She told Jan Ming that today there was a special case. The girl's cheeks were still reddened by embarrassment. She told an insatiable guy that this would not happen again. Jan Ming, looking at her chest, was seriously upset. The girl, with a degree of pity, looked at the upset young man. But at one moment she turned away, answering the young man in displeasure, which at least not earlier than the end of the NCEE. Ming was inspired, thinking, does this mean that she agrees to become his girlfriend after the end of the exam? Otherwise, how will they repeat this? Marie wiped the sweat, returning home. Dad and Mom were not at home, and she decided that the first thing she had to wash her clothes. Going to take off her skirt, she found that there were spots on her skirt, the result of which was the pleasure of Jan Ming. At that moment, she angrily remembered the young man and with a sharp movement took off her dirty checkered skirt. A school shirt and a dirty checkered skirt lay on the floor of the bathroom. The girl decided to take a shower. After a while, she finished with household chores. In her thoughts, she said that she feels tired, so it is better to take a nap. After a while, dear Marie fell asleep, and the door to her room was carefully ajar by her mother, who decided to check how her daughter was doing. She watched how her beloved daughter was sleeping sweetly and sweetly. Sleeping Marie looked cute. The girl's mother said that the sweet girl should be very tired, so she should have a good rest. She noticed Marie's things on the floor. With a smile, she exhaled, quietly saying that she again scattered clothes, but this time she decided to wash her for her beloved daughter. But picking up a checkered skirt, the girl's mother noticed white spots on her. She decided to smell them. The woman sniffed the skirts of her beloved daughter and was shocked. At that moment, she realized what kind of substance it was. A few hours later, Marie woke up. She sat on the bed and was surprised because there was no things on the floor. The girl excitedly jumped out of bed, thinking where her clothes went. She was at a loss. Marie was very worried because she realized that her mother could already pick up these things and found out about it to everyone. The girl went out into the kitchen. Mom prepared dinner and asked her daughter how she slept. She replied that she was not bad and asked where her skirt was. Mom, with a smile, replied that she washed her school uniform and said that lunch was already ready. She invited her daughter at the table. Sitting at the table, my mother, with a smile, asked Marie, did she already started a guy? The girl was surprised at this issue. She replied that she would not think about it before entering college, but I wondered if Jan Ming can be called her boyfriend. Mom said that she was simply interested, realizing that it is normal to have a guy for Marie. She offered her daughter to eat. At school, students were told that today is the last day of their school life. Soon they will write one of the most important exams in life. The insidious and cunning Jatau looked at Marie sitting at the desk. He believed that he would be able to achieve her. The young man asked the girl to come with him a couple of words, to which she asked displeasedly if he could just say about it here. Jatau said this is very important, namely about Jan Ming. Marie agreed to go out with him displeasedly. Walking along the corridor with a girl, he said to himself that when it comes to Mina, she was ready to go out. But he understood that soon, this geek would be expelled. Marie asked Jatau what happened, to which he asked the girl if they get along well with Jan. A confident pink-haired beauty replied that this was not his business, and therefore it should not worry. Jatau said that he has some photos that will help her better know about Jan Ming. A little nervously, Marie asked what he meant, to which the elder quietly asked her to look at the photo. Looking at the photos, she asked Jatau because he did not want everyone to know about it. She asked the headman in surprise whether Jan Ming was true in the photographs. The contents of the photographs really shocked it. Jatau asked the girl how otherwise, or could she not recognize the young man from a photograph? The excited Marie asked the headman where he took these photos. She did not want to believe in it. Van said that he received them from the web editor, who took these photos in the restaurant Heaven and Earth, in the hope of publication on the internet. But since his family has shares of this restaurants, of course they did not want this to spread and seize them. Jatau also said that there are somewhat different reasons. Desperate Marie listened to his stories. The headman said that in addition, he heard what Jan Ming did was not dissolving behavior, but rape. Marie did not know how to react to the news heard. She asked the headman how he found out about it. Jatau said that since the editor is a young guy, his father thought it would be better if he talks to him on behalf of his father. He told the girl that he did not want anything from her. He just reminds her to beware of Jan Ming, because he is not an honest guy. But Marie did not believe in all this. She did not listen to the end and began to quickly leave that place. In his thoughts, the insidious Jatau said that the geek of Jan Ming does not get Marie's heart. This time the young man is a corpse. After school, Jan was in good mood. He invited the girl to take a walk after a school day. He asked Marie whether everything was fine with her, but the girl remained silent and looked angrily into his eyes. She scornfully looked at him and began to leave, asking him not to follow her, because she knows everything. The dumbfounded Jan Ming was extremely amazed. He asked the girl what happened and why she was angry at him. The girl continued to go and screamed that he himself knew what she was hiding from her. She shouted that she hates him. Jan Ming was completely perplexed and did not understand anything of what she said. All this seemed strange to him. He wondered if Jatau could say something about him. It looks like a young man should teach him. To himself, a tense guy called Marie stupid. He could not understand at all how she could not believe him, but Jatau. The sad young man thought that they had sweet conversations this morning, and now she simply rejects him. The frustrated and desperate Yang Min walked in an evening park. On his mind, he had only Marie. Suddenly, the man invited him to go with him. But the first few seconds, the young man did not give any answer. But still, he nervously replied that he was busy now and would not go anywhere. The man was surprised by these words. In her thoughts, she thought about how he dares to ignore him, because he is here in order to teach young Mina. He shouted to the guy that he confiscated his bicycle due to improper parking. He should follow him if he wants to return him. The man turned out to be a teacher who was prevented by Jan Ming. He is going to get even with him for violating all his plans. But the young man only calmly continued to look at the floor, while maintaining silence and thinking about his own. He asked a man that had arrested rest, is it true? His gaze was harsh and at the same time cold-blooded. At that very moment he whistled with his fist on a man who was about to harm him. A fist was extremely powerful. One of the teeth of a man was knocked out by a crushing blow to the cold-blooded Jan Ming. The enraged guy found on whom to release all the anger. He continued to beat the man with his hands and feet. The young man said that he did not touch him because he was busy with his happy days, so how dare he provoke him? Meanwhile, one of the bandits in the lane wondered where Kim, because he asked to wait here to teach a lesson to the jerk. The young man asked Dicky to have patience and offered to go and see what's wrong with him. The bandit with a thin mustache agreed. They noticed how Jan Ming beat Kim, screaming that he knew about all his dirty tricks in advance. There was a loud roar. Dicky went to the young man and put his hand on his shoulder, screaming him to stop. But Jan Ming did not care someone to beat. He looked sternly into the bandit's eyes and immediately struck him with his fist in his jaw. After the young man's blow, Dicky remembered their fight in prison. Jan Ming asked him if he had already forgotten about the past treatment. The young man asked him why he suddenly fell silent and whether he was hired Kim. Dicky began to smile at the young man, asking was he really released. Jan asked him to follow his tongue, saying that he had been released earlier. The bandit was very nervous and tried to assent the young man. He said that he was just passing by. This was a little surprised by Mina. This whole situation seemed to him somewhat strange. He asked, did Derek pass by and suddenly he wanted to play the hero? The bandit replied that this was not so, because he does not dare to get into the affairs of the young man. He also added that everyone who beats Jan Ming must be bad people. But the cold-blooded young man did not waste time on empty chatter with a small bandit. He turned around and began to leave. Meanwhile, the setting sun was visible over the roof of the house of a cute girl, Marie. Mom said the soup was ready. Father asked the girl what with her eyes. Having hardly restrained her tears, she answered Dad that everything was in order, just a dust hit. Marie stood up abruptly from the table and quickly began to go to her room, saying that she had already eaten. The girl's excited mother asked the captain to go and immediately conduct her investigation. Marie sat on the bed in her room and tightly squeezed the pillow, bursting with bitter tears of disappointment. The door to her room was opened by the girl's father. He asked the crying girl what happened to her. A cute girl looked at her dad with her upset eyes, asking him if he could fulfill her request. To which the inspired and joyful father answered his beloved daughter that it was no problem to do this. He asked what she wants to ask him. She handed the photos of John Mina to her father, asking if he could keep all this secret for her. Father tried to understand what kind of photographs it was. Marie said that she wanted him to help her, checking if there was a police raid that day. If he was not there, maybe he can find out if the photo is forged. Captain Chen thought and said that these are photos from the conventions of that day. He asked his daughter where she took them, but Marie turned away, telling her father that he was asking a lot of questions, but still embarrassedly said that a man in a photo is a boy from her class. The words of his beloved daughter about the boy made her father ask if he was a guy for her. From the ears of the girl from anger seemed to go steam. Sushing a little, she replied that of course it was not a guy, but just an ordinary friend. Her head almost did not go round. She also told her father that another boy from the class today provided her with these photos. Her face was red. The girl added that it was a matter of photographs, which her father holds right now in her hands. Father asked her to say the name of the boy from the photograph and the name of the one who gave them to her. He also asked if she knew where he got these photos. Marie replied that the name of the guy, Jan Ming, and she received them from the headman Van Jatau, who said that he received them from the web editor. Captain Chen said to himself that Van Jatau brought the photos and made his daughter cry bitterly, so he would not let him go so simply. At the same time, the head of the class, being at home and without suspecting anything, sneezed loudly. Shezhuk told Mr. Chen that she heard about his progress in Yang. He replied that Chard Wang brought several photographs from the case. The girl said that at least they can confirm that he was involved in this matter. She exclaimed that Wang Jatau lied and it was a fake case. With this, they have reason to suspect that he is involved in this. She exclaimed that she would arrest Chard Wang right now. Mr. Chen asked her to calm down and not to arrange a mess. He said that at first they should meet him and talk about it. You also need to wait for a report on fingerprints from the forensic scientist. Chen was already at home, and it got dark on the street. He decided to hide the truth from Marie and said that he could now confirm that Chard's words are a lie. He said that he checked the base of the records of crimes and found a rapist with the name Jan Ming. So the photo is fake. Marie was delighted with his words. The day before the NCEE Xiaosu was interrogated by Van Jatau, she asked if he took part in the substitution of John Mina and where he took the photos. With then on his face, an insidious young man answered her that he lied about photographs. He had a small grin on his face. He said that in truth they were given to him by a waiter who pleaded guilty. But he still said a lie. In the morning, he is good for NCEE. Sighed that she would use a whip and a candle on it until he tells the truth. Jatau was scared to death. Captain Chen said to himself that the guy's father was already pressing them through his ties. Jatau shouted in pain because Jue mocked him. After a while, he told the guy that he could go. In his thoughts, he said that he hopes that he had enjoyed his night interrogation under a bright lamp. Marie told herself that it turned out she was mistaken in John Mine, but she did not understand why he did not explain to her, or at least did not call. The young man wanted to call her, but at one moment he put the phone on the table. He said that he is a man with dignity and would not humiliate himself in front of her. Van Jatau left the police station. His bodyguard exclaimed that the master had something with his underpants. A dumbfounded master with dirty underwear asked him to shut up. He ordered to drive directly to the exam, because time is running out. Against the background of the red billboard, it was written that NCEE is held. Therefore, the entrance is forbidden to outsiders. The students were sitting in the classroom and expected to start the exam. The whistle of the wind was heard in the class because the window was open. In his thoughts, Jan Ming said that with the help of his lenses, he should be able to knock on the Technical University of Shanghai. But exhaling heavily, the young man thought what the meaning was now. He recalled how his beloved Marie angrily said that he hates him. Nevertheless, the young man decided not to give up. He told himself that they would do this so that their parents were proud of them. Bin asked Jan Min how his exam went and thinks and whether he could do. The guy replied that most likely he asked him the same. The young man replied to him that his father would send him to the Sunjen University through his connections. Ian said to himself that for the influential of his father, all grades are good. Jiang Bin said that his father promised to prepare 20 or 30 Jade coupons for him. He imagined how he had fun with the girls. He said that he had heard about the quarrel of Jan and Marie and invited him to take one nephritic pendant in order to please her. But the young man answered with a smile that he did not want to be a freebie. Jiang Bin said that tomorrow they will go to Yunan. He said that his father would go there to expand his jade business, so they will be able to move with him. A spark appeared in the eyes of Jian Mina. He told himself that he should be able to experience good luck. In the evening, young people were already in the Tianjin district of Yunnan province. Jiang Bin offered to take a walk, because it was only 9 hours. Suddenly, a charming girl with a sweet voice stood in their way. The guys were somewhat shocked. The girl asked if they would not want to have fun with her and her friend. Ian Ming answered no, but Jiang Bin immediately decided to find out the price of entertainment. Yang was nervous and asked his friend if he was doing it seriously now. He did not want all this at all. Bin turned around and persistently told him that he had to have fun. He asked his friend not to tell him that he was still a virgin. Jan Ming replied that this was not so. Jiang said that he could not worry because he will not let Marie find out about it. It will be their secret. Confident Bin approached charming girls and acquired them by the waist. He asked them if everything was in force. Jan Ming stood behind and was silent. Jiang told the girl that his friend was here for the first time and asked him to offer one of the most innocent girls. He tapped his friend's shoulder slightly, saying that he had got one of the innocent girl for him. With a smile, Jiang Bin called him a lucky one, because he himself never did this with a virgin. Jan Ming considered him straightforward. The young man advised Jan to have fun because every minute is precious. He himself retired with 2 girls in burgundy dresses. The young man was without a mood, but still decided to enter the room where one of the courtesans was waiting for him. Suddenly, an innocent girl with blue hair flew into him in the doorway. She immediately began to kiss him on the lips. After a couple of seconds, she tore her lips from the guy's lips. Young people awkwardly crossed their eyes. But at that very moment, the young people continued to kiss. Jan Ming could not even think that the virgin could be so active. A passionate girl was very excited by a young man. He told himself that he could no longer resist this. After a few seconds, young people were already lying on the bed, comforting each other. Ian realized that she was in truth as a virgin. The girl fell asleep and Jan Ming was sitting on the bed and thinking. He realized that she was probably still a minor and was not ready for this. He also realized that she was the same as the girl from the restaurant that night. He wondered if she would cry and arrange scenes when he wakes up. The devil in the guy's head said that it was better to get quietly if he did not want problems. But the angel said that he could not be so cruel. Jiang Bin asked his friend how he had time. Jan Ming asked if the hostess would object if he takes this girl from here. The guy replied that he did not think and asked why he had it. Jan replied that he would explain later and asked to get contraceptives. After a while, the girl woke up and found that the guy had disappeared. She said that her mother was right when she said that all men were animals. The girl quietly said that the guy did not blame her for what would happen because he himself chose to escape. But unexpectedly, Jan Ming opened the door to the room. A beauty with blue hair was covered with a blanket with fright. The guy looked at her with a smile, saying that he had taken some pills specifically for her. There was a little excitement in her eyes. The girl asked if the pills were the reason for his return. She said that he could leave if so because she knows how to accept them. But Jan Ming said that he wanted to offer her to leave here. The girl asked what she would do if she leaves here. He replied that she had to go to school, and despite the fact that her father threw her, earn a living. He promised to give her 10,000. She asked if he would leave her. The young man replied that he did not live here, to which the sweet girl replied that she would follow him anywhere. In the soul, the young man hesitated. He told the girls that this did not mean, and the girl replied that he should not be explained. Jan exclaimed that it is normal that she wants to leave with him, but he knows nothing about her, and everything he feels is sexual attraction. But the passionate girl approached his face, saying that they called Linda Liam, and these feelings for her will certainly grow into love. A little tense, Jan Ming decided to ask the girl how old she was. He did not want to step on the same rake. She replied that she was already 16, so she could not come for him. Jan said it was bad for the health of young girls. Linda asked why he was doing this so wildly then that he almost killed her. The guy asked, wasn't she the first to go wildly at him? A sweet girl slowly approached the guy, asking him if he wanted to repeat it. Min was a little tense, but at the same moment he climbed on top of the girl, about to give her a sea of pleasure. The girl was surprised by his confidence. After a while she lay her head on his chest, asking if he did it because he likes her. Jan Ming with a smile asked her how she might know that. Linda replied that she knew what he was thinking about, even if he does not talk about it. At one point, with an incomprehensible smile, she told the young man that the fact is that he was under her curse. Hearing about the curse, the young man was dumbfounded. Out of fear, he jumped up, trying to understand what was the matter. Jan Ming jumped back, screaming with her. Was he really under her curse, or she was still joking? Liam said that her mother put on her curse when she was small, and it will cross the man who took her virginity. Linda also complimented that if this man who took her virginity will betray her, he would die. Jan Ming began to panic and asked her not to lie to him. The girl said that she was not lying because she is a Hong, then a tribe of witches. Her mother is a very strong witch. An extremely worried hero asked Linda what he should do to remove the curse. She replied that perhaps her mother could help. The young man said that in this case they immediately need her mother. But the girl said that her mother died. She died when Linda was 6 years old. The girl's father killed her. He was a pathological gambling player. After he lost everything, he forced her mother to pay her debt, having slept with another player. Her mother committed suicide after that man abused her. Jan asked why her mother did not use the curse. Liam replied that she used, but it was useless. That man died of a curse. Jan Ming was struck by her stories. He said that he was sorry to hear it. To himself, he called her father abnormal, because he sold his wife and daughter. Linda said that her mother was afraid that she would be betrayed by a man and imposed a curse. The guy hugged her tightly, promising not to betray. After some time, the young couple dressed and left the room. Jan turned to Zhang Bin. He was dumbfounded and asked Min if he had slept with Loli. The girl said that her name is Linda Liam, not Loli. She laid the money on the table and asked to transfer it to her father, saying that she had broken family bonds with him. Zhang Bin in a whisper asked a comrade if she would really go with him. But Jan only asked his friend to shut up. A drop of sweat flowed along his cheek. He told a friend that this was his fault and asked how he could explain this Marie now. But a friend promised a young man who would retain this secret for him. The gaze of Jan Mina at that moment was frowning. In his head was Marie and Linda Liam. He thought about whether the secret will work, but even more important, can he remove the curse? The young Trinity came home to Zhang Bin. The young man said that he would sleep in his father's room and leave them alone. But 5 minutes later, the young man returned. Jan Ming opened the door and a little nervously asked why he returned. Bin said that he had heard something from behind the door of his father, and worrying about his pocket money, he decided that it was better not to interrupt them. Yang smiled, saying that in this case it is better to divide the room into 3. He will sleep on the same bed with Linda. The girls sighed displeasedly. With an insightful smile, Zhang asked them to do everything they managed to think. He told Linda that she ignored him, but she turned her head off. Jan pushed him out, exclaiming that he knew that he wanted to see a living performance. But why did he not go to his father's room if he wanted to see? There was a deep night, a young couple was lying on a double bed, and Zhang Bin was sleeping on a neighboring single, spar. Jan Ming felt Linda of his section. He asked warily what she was doing. But the girl in a whisper asked to behave quieter. She climbed on top of the young man in order to play a little. Ming recalled that Bin is next to them. But suddenly, a somewhat awkward situation said. The beauty of the beauty at one moment blushed strongly. Stunned by Jan Ming asked her to slow down. He thought why he was always next to others. The first time was in the cinema, and now near the sleeping bin. The surprised young man said that Linda soaked him. The girl awkwardly replied that there was a surprise and she could not help. She stopped and lowered her head, asking not to move and keep a pleasant moment. He told her that he needed to go to the shower. Linda asked to leave everything as it is because she suits her. The young couple was full of strength and continued to play with each other until dawn. After a while, morning has come. Jan Ming took Linda Liam in his arms, offering to go to the shower together. For some time, the young couple was engaged in water procedures in the mental booth. After a while, Linda wiped her hair with a towel. Entering the bedroom, she was stunned by a spot on the bed. But Jan said that the hotel workers will change bedding later. But the girl was shocked and silently looked at it. Jan Ming asked Jang Bin if he had seen all this. The young man replied that he did not see, but he heard because they were very loud, and he was not deaf. The young couple was awkward at that moment. The young Trinity had breakfast with her father, Jang Bin. The young man under the eyes had bruises from lack of sleep. Father suddenly asked what kind of girl it was. Jan Ming with a smile answered the man that this is his girlfriend. She is here in order to see him. Jiang Jifan asked his son when he already had a girlfriend. He asked, unless he could do something accept the ownership. Bin replied that he wanted to do useful, so last night he went to his room, but was scared by screams. Zefan asked why he went to him. He pouting and said that it was wonderful, that the girl Yana is still here. He promised to give them 20,000 wen for entertainment. Zefan said that he would go to the stones market later. He asked Min if he was interested in this. The guy said that was the case. Ultimately, Father Jiang Bin also took a young man who was eager to get knowledge of precious stones. After a while, they came to the stones market. People examined a jade stone with admiration. They called a success that they happened to see him and even touch it with their own hands. Jan Ming asked Zefan how valuable nephritis. He replied that the price of one stone is 500 yuan, but the unprocessed can cost millions. He also said that moreover he can be processed in a couple of bracelets and 2 pendants. In the total cost they can cost 5 million yuan. Jan Ming is very surprised by this. It turns out that the payback coefficient is 10,000%. The young man called this industry very profitable. The stranger said he was right, but finding a rare jade is a rare chance. He said that in the grief of the stones standing nearby, there is not a single jade. Zhang Jifan asked Mr. Wu to bring stones to experience good luck. Jan Ming activated X-ray vision. He saw a somewhat interesting green stone. After a few seconds, he realized that it was jade. The young man pointed to Mr. Wu to a pile of stones, asking what he would say about her. The young man guessed his answer. The man replied that these were scum. There is hardly a precious stone, and their price is a maximum of 100 yuan apiece. Jan asked if he could buy several pieces. He said that he knew nothing about them, but he just wants to try to cut something. Zhang Jifan told the young man that he could take everything that he would like and asked to record all this on his account. Mr. Wu told Mr. Zhang that the young man can take these stones for free because these are just the remnants of the discharge. He told the young man that he could choose whatever he likes and accept him as a gift from him personally. Jiang Bin went up to a friend and whispered to him that if he wants to experience his luck, it is better to choose from other heaps. This heap is already isolated. But Jan Ming smiled at a friend, saying that it doesn't matter at all because he just wants to gain experience in this matter. Jiang Bin said that in this case he will also choose several stones and they will see which of them is more successful. Jiang Tsefan told his son that if he comes across Jade, he would reward him with a car. The young man said that the car costs at least 100,000. Beauty. Linda Liam ate chocolate ice cream and was slightly shocked, seeing young Mina holding a stone in her hands. She exclaimed with a serious face, so that she would necessarily take the stone that he holds in his right hand. The young man asked her what about the second, and the girl replied that it was not worth taking him. With great surprise, he asked how she knows. Linda said that she was born with the exact 6th feeling that her father used in gambling, but it works with frequent use. In his thoughts, Jan Ming said that she was an unusual girl because she has a curse and 6th feeling. The young man asked her not to blame. The young man decided to take 2 stones. Linda Liam was a little surprised and turned to him, but he said that he knew everything himself. He thought what others would think if both are with nephritis. 1 jade can be attributed to luck, but what about 2? Ultimately, Jan Ming told Mr. Wu that he was taking 2 stones. Zhang Bin said he also chose a couple of pieces. In the evening, he said a mind that free rooms appeared at the hotel today, so he and Linda can rent personal, and he will go to polish the stones for now. Walking, the girl asked him what method he used in choosing stones. Does he really have the sixth feeling? But Jan Ming scratched his head and with a smile replied that he was just lucky. The girl replied resentfully that if she doesn't want to, may not speak. The guy said this was not so. His situation is special. It is not so easy to explain. Linda answered displeasedly that she understood everything. She asked the guy where they were going, to which he replied that he was in a bookstore. He wants to buy books to better find out about nephritis. In the store, the young man, reading the book, said that each professor has his own opinion. He did not understand what to choose, because everyone had a different opinion. An elderly, gray-haired man with glasses asked the young man is all right, because he frowned very much. The young man politely replied that he wants to know something about nephritis, but does not know where to start. The man replied that the books were written by collectors. Each of them has its own unique preferences, so it has many different books. Jan Ming asked, "Is it not the value of precious stones is not established by these collectors?" The man replied that this was not always the case. He said that if the young man is really interested in this, he could start with a jade texture. He handed over a book that will contribute to him in this. The man from the bookstore smiled and said that for the guy it should be amazing, because this book is antiques. But the young man replied that everything was not so. He thanked Mr. and promised to read the book. An elderly man told the guy that he had to go and handed his business card, asking him to call if questions appeared. Leaving, the man said that seeing the desire of a young man to get new knowledge is a rarity in the modern world. Having examined the business card by Jan Ming, told himself that he had never heard the name Wilson Lowe, but he is definitely an expert in the jade industry. He turned to Linda, who read the book near another bookshelf. But the girl read out and did not answer. The young man came up and slightly hit her on the buttock with his palm, asking her read what she was reading. The girl said in displeasure that he scared her. The young man read that she was reading instructions for the young men and thought she was not really embarrassed. She showed the guy a pose in a book that they should definitely try. Jan suggested testing some of them tonight. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder in a whisper, asking him to say quieter in order to prevent others from hearing their conversations. But Linda asked in bewilderment if these people do not have an intimate life. In addition, the book is published in order to read it. Jan Ming wondered if she was really so naive or simply pretending. He asked to keep it between them, because these are very personal things. Liam promised not to talk about it and asked if he still agreed to buy this book. The young man said that it is better to return and watch adult videos. He did not want the cashier to stare at him strangely. Linda hugged the guy, asking if they would really watch adult videos tonight. The young man answered yes. Jiang Bin was surprised because his best friend even bought a book about nephritis. He asked why he was so interested. Jiang Zhen said that it looks so that he is very interested in them. Jan replied that he was thinking about buying at random and may accumulate for training. The man replied that at random it all depends on good luck, but if he wants to earn training through this, it will not be at all easy. Ian replied that he understood this and did not plan to significantly invest in it. Zen asked him to contact him if he had questions and asked about the book. He said in surprise that she was not bad and praised his ability to choose books. He said that this book is the most suitable for beginners as he is. The young man replied with a smile that he had not chosen her. He said that he passed one person in a bookstore, and this elderly man advised him this book. The delighted Zen said that this person must be an expert in this matter. The blue-eyed Jan Ming with a serious face asked Uncle Zhang if he had heard anything about Wilson Lowe. Jiang Zhen was stunned by the words of a young man. He grabbed him by the shoulders and began to ask him whether he was now talking about Wilson Lowe. But Jan Ming knew nothing about this at all. He asked Uncle Zhang, is this person famous? Zen said that he was a master in nephritis carvings and a leading specialist in them, who received a recognition of a wide range of people. He also said that he invited Wilson many times, but that was in vain. He also added that nephritis is always more expensive if they are identified. Jan Ming told Uncle Zhang that Mr. Law gave him his business card and said that he could call him. The young man asked whether to call him. Happy Zen grabbed the young man by the shoulders, joyfully saying that he rarely gives his business cards, and this is a great opportunity. The man said that if the young man becomes his student, he will definitely become a new star in the jewelry industry. Jan said that it was too early to talk about it, because he could not mean this. Zhang Bin, polishing the stones, asked his friend where his stones were. He asked if he really does not want to remind them, because he found out that he had ordinary stones. But Yang activated X-Ray's vision. Bin boasted that he was about to open his stones, but Ming smiled, saying to himself that he had agate inside. He replied that he was still polishing his own. Zhang asked him to polish them and then they would give them to his father to judge. Jan asked him not to be so proud. In the middle of the night, in the house of the Zhang family, a loud scream rang out. Zen was completely stunned and did not understand how this is possible. He held in his hand a jade, which was in the stones of Jan Ming. Zhang Bin was stunned no less than his father. Ming turned on the acting and began to ask if it was really Jade and was he not mistaken. The admired Zen said that he was experienced in this matter. He added that he did not expect that the young man had such a great success. He looked at Zhang Bina displeasedly, declaring the victory of Jan Ming. He said that in this case no car shines on him. But still he told the dull son that he was pleased with his interest in Jade, so he would still buy him a car. Ian Min said that this is a middle-class jade. If he sells it as an unprocessed gem, the price will be about 200,000 yuan. But the happy young man tried not to succumb to emotions. He said that he did not know what to do and asked for advice from Uncle Zhang. Zen replied that as a businessman, of course he wants the young man to sell him to him. But as an uncle, he does not advise selling him directly. He said that Jan could entrust the jade in the workshop to redo it in jewelry, and then, putting them out for sale, he will be able to get 800,000. The young man was delighted and told his uncle that he was leaving it on him. He proposed to divide 50 to 50. With a smile, Uncle said that he was not going to pick up his money, so if he wants to share, there will be enough fees for processing 10%. Jan Ming in a whisper asked Uncle Zhang if he could leave one of the necklace for himself. Uncle replied that they were already belonging to him. He asked to let him know what kind of pattern he likes that they engrave him on the necklace. Bin was discouraged from the fact that he did not have such good luck. Linda said to herself that she had repeatedly made love with him, but never gave her gifts. She began to think too much stingy. Uncle Zhang decided that so far the jade would be safer in the safe, and only then they will begin to process it. At night, Jan Ming decided that his parents needed to call, because he has been at home at his uncle for 3 days. Mom was interested in how her son was doing. The young man replied that everything was wonderful with him, and asked how she and her dad were doing. Mom replied that everything was fine with them and said that his classmate had just called them. Young was a little shocked. Mom said that this classmate was Marie Chan. She asked him to call her when she returned. The young man was stunned by this news. On the phone, he told his mother that he understood everything. Linda, who wanted satisfaction, was already entering the room. The young man had a complete confusion in the head. Mom said that Marie is a sweet girl and offered to invite her to dinner when he returned. She said that the girl agrees to this. Jan Ming said to himself that you cannot store your cake and there is it at the same time. Linda quietly sneaked up to him. A sweet girl hugged her beloved and asked what he thought about. The young man was frightened by her sudden appearance. He pushed her slightly with a smile, saying that he was all sweaty, so she needed to behave carefully. Liam was embarrassed by his strange behavior. The young man got out of bed and scratched his head. He told the girl that he went to take a shower. But to herself, Linda said that, in fact, she heard everything. He was simply pretending. She wondered if she should tell him about this. The next day, a terrible and completely unexpected case occurred in the Zhang house. There was a scream for the whole house. The frightened Jan Ming screamed, "What happened? Was Jeffritis really disappeared?" He was very panicked. Zhang Bin, in a panic, said that when his father woke up, he found that there was no jade. The guy suggested going and checking. The heavily worried Zhang Zhen already testified to the police. The employee asked when he noticed the loss and what time the jade saw the last time. The nervous man replied that when he woke up this morning and opened the safe, he was no longer. The last time he saw him, he put him in a safe. The police officer asked if anyone entered his room after he put nephritis in a safe. Zhang Zhen felt guilty and awkwardly replied that he called the girl for the night. Zhang Bin and Jan Ming looked at him angrily. Police officers tried to maintain seriousness, although they felt embarrassed. One of them asked the girl's name for the night. Zhang Zhenyi was also embarrassed. He said that he has a business card of this girl, and she introduced himself as Lily. The policeman asked him to stay at the hotel and wait for their messages. The man thanked them for their responsiveness. After the police left, he turned away from young people, as he was very embarrassed. But the young Trinity was embarrassed, at least him. Zen apologized to Jan Mina for having lost Jade. The young man asked not to take it in the head and just wait for a good news. He said that even the police could not return it, he would not blame him, so you just need to wait. Linda Liam was very thoughtful and told Jan that in her opinion, all this is strange. The guy asked what she was talking about. She said that although she stayed for a girl for the night for one day, she heard how other girls said that usually they did not touch customer suitcases. Jan recalled that the X-ray's vision was activated and turned it off. He asked if she really thinks that Jade was stolen by Uncle Jiang. Linda said that this was not so. Jan Ming said that he planned to make a necklace out of jade for her. This made the girl to storch. She embarrassedly wrapped her hair on her finger. She also said that she was happy that he thought about her. He promised that he would find another and make her a necklace if he did not find this. But he was shocked by the fact that she threw the laundry in his face. Linda climbed riding her beloved guy. She asked, was he really against making love right now? Inside the young man, the devil woke up. He said that he could no longer restrain himself. Liam asked to be more tender. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiang was already in the investigation. The police officer asked that girl, to which the man answered yes. The girl for the night did not understand what Jade was talking about. She thought about whether the fat man really wants to substitute her. Jan Ming realized that he sees her thoughts. The young man came to the conclusion that since she thinks about Uncle Jiang in that light, she is definitely not a thief. The police officer said that she was not involved in this. They checked her handbag. She is too small to accommodate the Jade there. In addition, when they came, she was preparing to meet with the client, so suspicions of her are practically disappeared. He also reported to the police station, and investigators will arrive tomorrow. They asked to provide information to investigators. Zen asked Jan Min to go to the bank with him because he must give him 200,000. But the young man asked not to rush because the police work. Uncle Jiang said this amount is small for him. He will feel guilty before him, if not to do it. He asked if he was thinking about deception. Jan said that if his uncle wanted to deceive him, he would say that the jade was useless and would buy him at a low price. He had doubts about him. Jiang said that hearing this relief from him, but if the jade is found, he will pay him the price that they discussed. Jan Ming asked Uncle Jiang if he could go with him tomorrow to the stones market. Zen asked if he really wants to experience luck again. The guy answered yes, but wants to pay on his own, so it will motivate him. Uncle Jiang did not argue for the young man. At the next by the whole company, they came to the stones market. There were not so many people in the market. Jan was upset because he hoped to collect a whole bag of nephrites, but most stones with Jaden centers or at the bottom of the heaps. In his thoughts, he said that laying all the stones and choosing from the center is a bad idea, but will cause suspicions if you do it. Jiang Bin waved, saying that they would see later. Jan considered that the price of stones is 1,000 yuan per kilogram, and he has 10,000 yuan. Even if there are no nephritis, it will be good to find a bag of high-quality agates. Yunosha noticed how one of the men picked up a jade, not knowing that. But at the same moment, the lucky one considered the stone invaluable and threw it into a heap to the rest of the stones. Jan Ming immediately rushed to the stone and grabbed it. One of the men asked whether to squeeze here if there are so many stones. The man considered him an idiot and laughed because this stone was thrown out by his master. Ian considered it a dumbass because the cost of the stone is hundreds of thousands. He also found several high-quality agates. The young man weighed on the stones on the weights. It turned out to be 11,500 yuan. Uncle Jiang, with a smile, asked what he was going to do with stones. Will open them here or take them with him? The young man asked how his uncle would do. Zen replied that he would send his own to Songjistas. Jan said that in this case, he would send his own with him. A day later in the early morning, the young man woke Linda, telling her that they should have time for a plane. The girl just woke up and was sleepy. The young man asked her to rise and said that she could take a nap on the plane. Linda Liam immediately rose from the bed and began to go to the shower to wash. Ian said to himself that she was sleeping naked. While the girl washed, the young man decided that it was necessary to double-check whether her luggage was packed. But unexpectedly, something made the young man be alert. He held his ear at that moment. The young couple was already in the realtor agency Songjian. The realtor asked which of them the future tenant. Jan said Linda. He is a student of a Jizeski University, and her girlfriend is not local, so she needs to rent a house nearby. The realtor asked for a moment in order to see the options. After a while, she told Professor Lowe that she brought him potential tenants. An elderly gentleman with glasses suggested a young couple to examine the surroundings. Jan was delighted with a meeting with Professor Lowe, saying that the world is cramped. The professor was very surprised. He said that this is the young man from the bookstore. The young man asked if he still remembers him. Law asked what brought him to Songjiang, and is he really a possible tenant? Ian replied that he was living here, and that is true. The professor praised the beauty of his girlfriend. The elevator angrily asked if they would rent or not. Law suggested that the young man inspect the house. Jan Ming asked the professor whether he was teaching at a Czezian university, to which the professor replied that he was lecturing there. Finally, Professor Law told a young couple that they had come to their potential apartment. Ian asked, "Lee lived here someone before." The man replied that the house was prepared for his son, but something prevented this. The happy young man called this place wonderful and suggested concluding an agreement. Law said they could live here for free. Linda, Liam, and Jan Ming were very surprised. The professor asked not to think too much about it, because there are no other motives. He said that he just wanted to find someone reliable to look after the house, but he said that he would drive out for the mess. The young man assured the man that this would not happen. But in his thoughts he thought, why did his son not live in such a wonderful house? Linda took a wide photograph hanging over a luxurious sofa in the living room. Professor Law asked them to simply shoot this photo, because he does not think that these people return here. The young man scratched his head and said that he would do it later. The man said that the key lies on the table and began to leave. Linda's behavior a little alerted by Jan Mina. He went up to her and asked what she thought about. The girl turned around and answered with little surprise that she was thinking earlier she saw people in the picture. Jan Ming was surprised at her words, but she continued to reflect. Lenita said that they look familiar to her, but she cannot remember them. At one point, she smiled sweetly to her beloved, asking him not to take it in mind. The girl suggested making a picture from the wall. After some time, Jan Ming said that he would go to his home and asked Linda to take care of himself. The girl said she would wait for him. Walking along the night streets, the young man was thoughtful. He thought whether he should call Marie or not. He decided to forget about it, not to mention the curse. In addition, will Marie with Linda agree, and Linda with Marie? The next day, Jan Ming decided to visit Mr. Fontka. The old man said that it was great to see him, but still asked that he led him to him. Ian replied that he had just returned from Yunan and took local products with him for him. Mr. Fong thanked him for remembering him. The young man rang the phone. Zhang Bin on the phone said that the stones had just arrived and asked Yana Min to come to his father's company. The young man said he would come soon. The old man Fong asked if his friend was waiting for, to which the young man answered yes. The old man asked the young man whether he tried purchases at random in Yunan. Ming answered yes, saying that he was curious. Fong warned him, saying that recently this business has been paying close attention. Jan listened carefully to him. A little worried, he asked Mr. Ferg what he was talking about and what his words mean. The old man said that he heard that some people are engaged in theft of nephritis. But the guy has nothing good in his arms. Jan Ming wondered if Mr. Fong could be involved in the theft of his Jade. But he remembered that he was released recently, and from that moment he was at home. After a while, the young man saw a familiar girl into the train. She looked at him embarrassedly. Yan invited her to sit down because he was coming out soon. But the girl was shy. The young man was persistent and asked her to accept his offer because he was good to stand for his health. The blue-eyed beauty impressed him. She thanked him. Suddenly the train stopped and the young man hardly stood on his feet. But still, the young man could not resist and fell face in the chest of a cute girl. The girl became very embarrassed. Jan Ming began to apologize, saying that the train suddenly stopped. But the embarrassed girl said that everything was in order, looking at the floor. The young man was sure that he saw her, but could not remember. When he wanted to ask her something, the girl said goodbye to him, because there was already a stop. The young man looked a little desperately in her back, saying, "For now." The girl leaving the train was a little sad. Jiang Bin told Jan that his father is now at the meeting, so you need to wait. Suddenly a red-haired beauty came in, who asked Li Mr. Jiang in the office. A tense young man asked why she needed him. In his thoughts, he wondered if this father's mistress is not another. The beauty with emerald eyes replied that she had a meeting with him. She did not meet anyone outside, so she entered. Jiang Bin called his father and asked where he was saying that the visitor was waiting for in his office. Father asked what kind of visitor we were talking about. The son answered his father that no one knows. Maybe she was generally his mistress. Yang was dumbfounded. The red-haired girl barely restrained the laughter, wondering if she really looked like a mistress. Min turned to Bin. The young man told a comrade that he was familiar with this girl, so he does not think that she is his father's mistress. Jan asked Charlotte what brought her here. He asked how the international exchange program passed. The girl replied good. She also said that very soon her grandfather has a birthday, and she came to buy a gift. Bin told himself that he had made a big mistake. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang opened the door to the room. The man was glad to see Miss Xiao away. He said that he should ask her forgiveness. Charlotte got up from the couch and with a smile said that she had come to check how her order was going. Zen replied that he received a Jade that met her requirements, but by failure he was stolen. She asked him not to worry, saying that her grandfather was interested in this, so she wanted to give him a loan as a sign of her reverence. She said she was opening and asked to call if there were news. Jan asked Uncle how Charlotte buys such expensive things, to which Uncle Jiang replied that he did not know, but he thinks the young man knows more about her. If his jade had not been stolen, then he could sell it to her. The man added that the stones of the young man arrived. He asked if he wants his factory to process them or wants to see them directly. The inspired Jan Ming joyfully replied that it was eager to see this because it could be exciting. After some time, stone processing had its fruits. At the whole factory, Jan joyfully cried out that he had a jade again. All around were extremely shocked. Zhang Bin called this an incredible success because the young man again came across Jade. Zhang Zhen was shocked and exclaimed that this Jade even better than the same. Bin was stunned by the incredible success of John Mina. An embarrassed young man scratched his head, saying that he was really an incredibly lucky guy. Uncle Zen said that the approximate cost of Jade about 2 million yuan. Jan Ming said it is like a hidden blessing. He told the guy that that incident with the theft would not happen again, because he will immediately send nephritis to the bank, and the stolen will compensate. Linda Liam was glad to return the young man and called him his master. The fact that she called him the master was a little surprised by John Mina. A charming girl pointed a finger at the TV, telling the young man that she found out from the TV. Jan took her in his arms, saying that she was his master because she could kill him with a curse at any time. He asked if she was used to this place. Linda pressed her beloved and said that she could not sleep well without him. She invited him to stay overnight. But the young man said that his mother would be angry and asked if she was afraid to be alone. Liam replied that she was a master of curses and was not afraid. Jan Ming grabbed a red cheek of a cute girl, calling her a bad girl. She said she would punish her. Linda began to ask him to punish her. She immediately took off her bra, flirting with him. Meanwhile, there was night on the street. Jan Ming came to Professor Lowe and said that he had come to Linda so he would be here for a while. The man invited the guy to enter and told Betty that he would have a conversation with him, so she could start working on invitation cards. Jan Ming was delighted and asked if they have a holiday on the occasion of the return of his son. But it was not so. Wilson Law exhaled and told the guy that 6 years ago, on the eve of his wedding, his son and his bride suddenly disappeared. He continued to tell that he was grief, but life was still ongoing. Jan Ming was amazed. Law said that invitation cards for his birthday, which he did not want to celebrate, but several friends insisted on this. He invited John Mina, saying that some professors from the university will also come. The young man asked if he would interfere with them, because he is still young. The professor said that this is not a problem, since his adopted daughter and students will come there. The young man said he would come. Zhang Bin asked Yang Min in the messenger, "Is he with Linda?" The young man said he was at home. A friend asked him to leave tomorrow with him for a car. The young man agreed. Suddenly Marie wrote to him, who asked Lee on the network. Yang was surprised at her message, but the young man went into the settings, put the invisibility regime, displaying him to the contacts as offline. The guy's soul was restless. The next day he was at home at a friend. Zhang Bin, which is almost noon, is most likely a break, so it's better to go behind the car after dinner. He whispered John Min recently spoke with one chick. But the friend smiled, because he did not really believe in it. Bin said he saw her naked. The guy opened a laptop and said that he would now show him her photo in the profile. Yang looked displeasedly at the laptop. But when he saw a photograph, the young man was shocked. The photo was depicted by Zhou Jiangyi. Due to the fact that she was tapping him, their relationship with Sue, I was torn. Zhou envied that he was not really studying, but gets good grades. Jan said that she was the best student of the class and asked if she was really stripping in the video chat. Bin said yes, and he also said that he was Jan Ming. At that very moment, a wave of insult collapsed against him. The young man was defiled along and across. Zhang asked his friend not to get excited and said that her name was Sue, and he recorded everything in the video. He asked to accept this as an apology and enjoy. Jan Ming took a flash drive with a video from his friend's hands. He said to himself that now it's time to take revenge on Zhou Jiangyi. A day later, Bin proposed to take a friend to school to submit an application to college. He asked why he would not buy a car from the sold nephritis. Crossing the road, Jan Ming saw Van Jatau. He asked how he was doing, because 2 weeks have passed since their last meeting. The young man did not understand what was happening to Yan. But Ming asked how Ekupamen went, and without problems, he would go to Tsinghua. So it should have been. But he fell into an unpleasant situation. Jatau said that unfortunately only a united school passes. Jan Ming tried to make a shocked face in front of a young man, but in his soul he rejoiced, saying that you sow, then you will reap. Van was an example of this. He asked Min where he was going to go, and the guy replied that he was sleeping, and Bin, there, where Jatau was there. The insidious guy said they could continue to go to one school. Jan said that now he should have time to class. But in his thoughts he rejoiced, because his enemy could not enter Beijing. The young man prepared well to take revenge on him. The closer it is, the easier it will be. Jiang Bin advised Jan Min to go and talk with Marie sitting in the class and not tell him that he does not love her anymore. The girl looked at them. Suddenly, the young man heard her steps. The girl was already standing behind him, gaining courage. She asked when he returned from Yunan, and why did not contact her. Ian replied that he had returned 2 weeks ago and was busy, so he did not answer. A little excitedly, the girl asked how he found out that she was writing to him. He nervously replied that Bin had used him QQ and told him about it. Marie exhaled nervously and said that she was not complaining. She asked which university a young man chose for admission. The blue-eyed Jan Ming looked confusedly because he realized that she did not even know that. His cheeks turned red. He replied that, like Bin, a dream Jangaree Technical University. But Zhang corrected that he would go to a united school with this university. Marie was delighted, saying that it was wonderful, because they would be classmates. Van asked if Jan would come to meet the class. Ming replied that if Marie was going. The girl said that she was the head of the class, so she would clearly go. Bin said he would come too. Van Jatau said that for organizing a meeting of the contribution from all participating 20 yuan. His face was serious. The requirements were not at all embarrassed by John Mina. He immediately handed the bill in 100 yuan, said that this is a fee for 3, and he could leave the change to himself. Van Jatau, barely restraining laughter, asked the young man, have he really received a great fortune? Jan asked who could be compared as of their family. Van replied that he had to get out before inherit him. He also offered to give them 2, but Ming refused, saying that Zhang Bin also has a car. He grabbed Marie's hand and began to run. After some time, the Trinity was in a car. An awkward silence reigned in the car. Jan Ming decided to show male initiative and gently grabbed Marie by the hand. The heartbeat of the girl became more frequent from excitement. Suddenly, Zhang Bin nervously turned around and asked them not to behave as if they were strangers to each other. He said they could ignore him. Ian Min was embarrassed, but he asked him to follow the road and said that the first thing they had to go to the supermarket for groceries. Suddenly, he received a notification on the phone. The young man decided to check, and it turned out that Linda asked where he was. The young man from the nerves changed a little in his face. Marie excitedly asked if he was all right. Jan Ming tried to say something, but suddenly Jiang Beat stopped the car and said that they had arrived for shopping. He remained in the car in order to let a young couple be together. But the young people silently walked along the supermarket with the cart. Jan picked up a pack of chips and offered to take them because they are delicious. Marie smiled and said that she was just about to say about it. Ahead of the standing couple found out a relationship. Girl that people have the same taste from behind. The guy replied that he loves everything that he loves. Jan Min felt extremely embarrassed. Marie looked cute at a shy guy with red cheeks. But still, the young man decided to take the initiative into his own hands. He pressed himself against the girl from behind and asked to allow him to help her. A phone call prevented the moment of indescribable pleasure. Jan said that stupid Bin called very well. But he was very worried because the call was not at all from him. It was Linda Liam's call. Sweat began to flow across the guy's face. He decided to move away so that Marie would not hear anything. Excited, he asked the girl why she was calling. Linda said that she began critical days and asked her to buy gaskets because she could not go out and use his toilet paper. The exciting Jan Ming promised to bring them to her. Marie went to the guy and asked if everything was in order. The young man was suspiciously nervous. But the young man hung up and nervously said that nothing like that, just been pounded where they were. Zhang asked his friend where they were, to which Jan replied that they were in the zone of sweets. A friend said that he would come now. Jan Ming was very nervous and expired later. He asked Marie was something wrong. The girl in response asked why he was lying to her. The young man is nervous said that in fact the first bell was not from Bina. The girl asked, who then? But the hero replied that the call came from his sister. The angry Marie asked why he was hiding it. He was her if it was his sister. The guy nervously replied that she had asked for one favor and he was shy. The girl asked what kind of borrowing. Jan Ming continued to worry, but at one point replied that she asked to buy her gaskets. Marie was amazed. From embarrassment, her cheeks turned red. She said that if this is true, he had to tell her the truth, and she would not laugh at him. Marie asked him to wait for Bin, and she would go for gaskets. Jan told himself that if she finds out who the truth is needed, then he has a lid. Finally, Jiang found a friend and asked where Marie. The young man replied that she got angry at him. The guy was shocked and asked why it was. Jan asked him not to worry, promising to establish everything. Bin thanked him and said that he always expected only good from him. He also asked if Marie agreed with his polygamy, and would he now fulfill his lustful dream. But the girl returned with gaskets at the most inappropriate moment. She asked in surprise what kind of multiple we are talking about. Nervous guys said they discussed the plot of the new novel, and her author is a maniac. Marie said that from that moment, no more unhealthy. In the evening, Jan Ming returned to Linda. It's already dark on the street. The guy handed her the gaskets that she needed. A cute girl in linen thanked the guy, but she said that he now wants him to take the bathroom. Jan immediately took her in his arms and with a smile emphasized that today she was behaving like a small child. The next day, the young Trinity went to meet the class. The street was wonderful sunny weather. There were 3 young people near the bus. One of them was Van Jatau, who shouted to Yang to go to them. Ming was alert because he is insidious. After some time, the buses moved out of the gathering. There were 2 large buses for passenger transport. After some time, the buses reached the reservoir. The place was wonderful. Jan Ming was calmly fishing. Van Jatau asked if he would play cards because they need 1 player. The young man agreed and decided to see what his opponent conceived. The young man was an experienced player. The rivals praised him because he won twice in a row. He was really very lucky. A half-hearted young man asked how to bet on bets. The other replied that he did not mind and asked Jan. Min was a little worried. He asked if everything would be in order, and is it worth it to arrange gambling at all. Van Jatau said that they are already adults. Besides, they play just for fun. 2 guys began to tease him, saying that he was afraid. Jan Ming eventually agreed and asked how they would put on, but to himself he said that they themselves asked for a game with him. A half-hearted boy suggested setting 10 yuan every round. Jan Ming agreed to this, but in his soul he wanted more. The insidious Van Jatau said to himself that all men were born gambling players, and when he starts to play, he could no longer stop. Time flew, and the gambling of young people did not stop. Opponents praised the young man for victory in rounds. Jan said he was just lucky. But in his thoughts, he thought, did they really think that they did not understand that they specifically gave him 200 yuan? A fat guy said that the bet is small and becomes boring. The second guy offered to increase the rate to 100 yuan. But Jan Ming confidently stated that 100 yuan was not enough and suggested raising to 1,000 yuan at once. The insidious young people looked at each other. They understood that he had caught bait. They said that since he insists, it will be so. Marie and Jiang Bin approached Jan Min. She asked what the young man was doing with the guys. She excitedly asked if they really play gambling, but the young man, as nervous, said that it was for fun. The girl ran into Van Jatau with the question of how he could take part in gambling if he is an elder. But the young man answered Marie-chan that they had come to have fun today, so she had nothing to worry about. The comrades in arms supported him. A cute girl still asked Yang Mina to stop when it was enough. The guy asked her not to worry, saying that he himself knew everything. The insidious Jatau thought in his thoughts that he has good cards, so the enemy is screwed up. At that moment, he winked at his fat associate, trying to hint that he had good cards. But Jan Ming was not so simple. He activated X-ray vision and read Wang's thoughts. He stated that he puts 1,000 yuan. The chubby guy exclaimed that he was raising to 5,000. Jan was a little nervous, and Van Jatau asked if he was in business. But a confident gambling young man loudly stated that he was in business. Marie began to worry very much for him. Jatau gritted his teeth that he raises up to 10,000 yuan. Pugliash stated that he was also in business. Marie-chan asked Yana to stop and asked if he was thinking that it was too much. But the young man stated that he was in business. Van said that he might think again because the bet is really high. But if he is sure, then he can put as much as he likes. Changbin was trying to reassure Marie. He told her that Jan was not a gambling player. He must have planned something. Suddenly, Van Jatau got up and said loudly that he was raising a bet to 50,000 yuan. The total bank amounted to about 200,000. The frightened Marie immediately ran up to Jan Min. She asked, would he really put so much? The young man said that the bank is more than 200,000, so it stops bets. This will be the best solution because Jatau clearly conceives something. A little excited Van Jatau pulled a smile and said that in this case, it's time to open. He showed the cards to the other players and said that his cards are clearly larger. The insidious guy was confident in his victory. His associates opened the cards and turned on the acting. They said that they did not expect that he would have such good cards. One of the players smiled maliciously and asked Jan why he was not opening. He said that you can't be a coward, and you need to accept your fate. Jan Ming asked for forgiveness for making him wait. At one point, he stated that his cards were better and opened them. Pukliash rolled his sleeves and screamed, was it really more, and he tries to inflate them? Van Jatau smiled, barely restraining his anger. He said that Jan really plays well. He decided that he had to stop. He and his associates went first for lunch. To himself, he said that he had lost a mini 6,000 who was his money on vacation. Ian said to himself that he did not need these 200,000 for nothing, but he wanted to see Van upset. Marie asked what was happening. Ming asked, did she really not see? He said that it was obvious that Van Jatau and his two henchmen wanted to substitute him. Marie said that she knew he and Jatau will never stop quarreling with each other. She understood that all this was because of her. The girl, worried about this, told the guy that this should not happen again. Jan looked at her in surprise. Marie said that now Jatau knows that between them, and there is no point in doing something again. Jan asked what was wrong with them. But she called him a fool, and said that she was his girlfriend now. Chard Wang has no chance. The young man said that if the chart will not contact him, then he will not provoke him. Marie called it glorious. Suddenly, Jan Ming with a smile asked the girl to see where he points his finger. She looked in surprise. Under the tree lay Zhao Sisi and Jiang Bin, who gently hugged. Marie was amazed because she did not understand when they managed. The young couple began to go to another young couple. The mistresses immediately jumped up with fright. Jiang Bin screamed maliciously that Jan had scared him to his death. Zhao Sisi also angrily looked at him. Ming, with a teasing smile, said that he did nothing. He asked when they managed to start dating. But Bin immediately took his friend to the side, in a whisper and nervously saying that they were not yet meeting. But the young man looked at him with a smile. He congratulated him, saying that this is a great choice. Jan said they are brother. Marie and Sisi are also good friends. It's all very convenient for parties. Marie-chan asked Sisi if she was true with Bin. But the girl replied that she pulled the ankle, and he massaged her. Jan advised a friend not to miss his chance, because this is how he began his personal life with his girlfriend. He knew what his friend was thinking about. In the evening of the same day, two friends were at home. Bin asked him what he was thinking about Zhao Sisi. He replied that she was good girls, would be a good wife and mother. Bin said that this is his type. Yang said that he thought he had another type. He raised the ringing phone. The young man was asked if his massage services were interested and promised that he would feel great. But the young man hung up. Zhang asked what they were talking about, to which he replied that they were offering services. After some time, a bell rang again. Jan Ming picked up the phone and asked who was calling him. He was asked if his escort services are interested in. It was said that they have a student. But the young man rejected their proposal and hung up. The young man said that he just wanted to sleep well. Zhang Bin said he could simply disconnect the phone. But at that very moment, the guy's peace was again disturbed by the torn cell phone. He barely restrained his anger. Ian picked up the phone and began to shout that he did not need slutty services, and in general he has a beautiful girl. But there was an awkward situation. It turned out that his beloved Marie called him, who did not understand anything. The young man immediately measured his tone, because he realized that this was true his beloved girl. He was extremely embarrassed at that moment. Marie said she missed, and asked what he was talking about. Jan asked for forgiveness and said that before that there were two annoying calls. A sweet girl calmly said that everything was in order, and asked not to swear anymore. She asked what her beloved was doing. Jan Ming with a smile replied that they were talking about Sisi and Bin, and he was sure Sisi also talked to her about Bina. Marie decided to maintain mystery and said that it was possible. She said that she went to take a shower. Behind Yana, the devil appeared in the mask. Zhang Bin playfully asked Jan Mina if Marie and Zhao Sisi said something about him. The blue-eyed young man looked at him with a smile. But he answered no and said that when they talked, Marie said that Sisi was taking a shower. Zhang Bin told himself that his happiness, that he did not ask Mina to call a girl of easy behavior, otherwise Sisi would have killed him. He imagined that his love was facing him and began to wriggle, imagining that he was kissing with her. Yang looked at him perplexedly. At one point, he was a little alert because he remembered that Marie said that he would go to the shower now. The young man was very curious and he decided only to furtively look at her. He activated X-ray vision. But the young man was mistaken in the address and was dumbfounded because Zhao Cixi excitedly exposed her body and his soul. Jan Ming decided to keep silent about this because she was his future daughter-in-law and he had just seen her completely naked. But the young man saw something else. Outside the wall, Jatau had fun with a girl of easy behavior. He wriggled all in the process. The inspired Jan Ming asked Bin if he had a camera. Jiang replied that she was lying in his bag. The young man decided to take advantage of the chance and shoot how Jatau has fun with the courtesan on the video. He took the camera and went outside. Hiding in the bushes, he began to photograph and laughed because Van did not even cover the curtains. Suddenly, Yang noticed a motionless man with horns. He tried to understand who it was standing there. He was alert because he stood near the room of Zhao Cixi and Marie. The young man thought about, was this freak too? Ian rolled his sleeves in anger because he would not let someone peep on his girlfriend. He said that the man met the end of his life. Confident in himself, he came up and patted the man on the shoulder and asked to leave for a second. The man in the mask of the devil was surprised. The devil in a suit immediately began to try to scare the guy, waving his hands in all directions. Jan considered it, this is Chen Afu. Ming thought about it, is this fool thinks it work? Pretend to be a ghost in front of him? But he realized that this guy was not for peeping, otherwise he would not have needed this suit. The young man realized that since he was not for peeping, then this geek wants to scare Marie. He looked sternly into his eyes. Jan Ming thought a little and smiled slyly. He came to some conclusions and realized how he would go with a man in the costume of the devil. He grabbed him by the mantle and dragged him. The young man looked extremely severely at him and threatened that he would kill him if he behaved like that. After a few seconds, he quietly asked him to start. But the man in the mantle did not understand anything at all. The devil panicked and perplexedly asked the young man what he was talking about and what would he start at all. Jan asked if he could not understand this seriously. The devil replied that he did not understand. The young man said that he would do what he had come for. He gave him a kick in the ass and ordered him to scare people and simply did not lose time. The ghost did not argue and obeyed. A few seconds later, he was already standing at the window where Van Jatau comforted himself and his companion. The ghost began to scare and creak with nails on the glass. Chard Wong was wary because he heard strange sounds coming from the street. His heart was excitement. He looked at the window and shouted with fear. The girl woke up and asked if he was really screaming because he could no longer continue. But until his death, frightened Van Jatau continued to scream with foam from his mouth, pointing to the ghost in the window. He fainted. The next day in the circle of other students, he was angry and silent. His associates did not understand what was happening to him. Zhang Bin asked Jan Min what was wrong with Jatau today. The guy suggested that he was upset due to loss in cards yesterday. But the young man giggled and said to himself that he saw how Van used his little friend in the toilet last night because he was very scared. Jan looked at Jatau and did not understand why he would continue to fight with him for the girl if he is impotent and he should fight with himself. In August, his father raised a glass of wine, saying loudly that everyone should eat and drink a lot in order to celebrate his son's admission to the university. Cousina Jian Li told Jan Min that the technical university is not bad, but even worse than Beijing universities. She said that he could go to the city if he had sufficient high points. But since his score is not like that, then he has no choice. Yang was stunned. The father, with a smile, said that his points are enough for admission to Tsinghua or Beijing, but he did not want it. Cousina asked about the amount of his points because she was curious what Beijing universities he could enter. Ian answered with a smile that he didn't have so many of them, only 697.5 points. Jan Li was shocked. Her result last year was lower. She said that questions this year were easier, so most likely this result would not be considered high. Father said that the arrival of his son is already making him and the aunt satisfied. He whispered to his son that his cousin was so since childhood and did not need to be angry with her. A couple of days later, Jan Ming stood at a bus stop, recalling how his father asked him to visit Jan Li and ask her for advice on students' knowledge. The young man told himself that if not for his constantly grumbling father, he would never have gone to her. He was kindly met in the house of his cousins and said that she was upstairs with a friend, and he could go up to them to see him. Jan Ming got up and was a little alert because he heard a loud female laugh outside the door, and they agreed to talk in private. The young man immediately confidently opened the door to the cousin's room. The girls immediately paid attention to him. Cousina Jan Li sat on a bed with a slender and charming girlfriend with lush forms and purple hair. Jan asked for forgiveness for the invasion. Cousina asks what was wrong with him and how could he enter the girl's room in this way. A friend admiringly said Lily that her cousin was pretty beautiful. But Cousina, on the other hand, asked Sunji to not pay attention to him. The girl continued to look at the embarrassing guy with admiration and said that at 80% she was sure that he was still a virgin. Jan Ming could not understand why his sister contacted someone like her, but her breasts were even more than the teacher in and attracted him. He asked, is it really forbidden to look at her, and does she think that anyone believes in her innocence? His statements about innocence were a little surprised by the girl of easy behavior. The young man looked at her with surprise. Sunji took an exciting pose, trying to seduce him. She said that she did not put on her underwear and asked if he wanted to see. The sister Lily intervened and screamed the guy to be more restrained and not to behave like a pervert, or she would tell her uncle. Ian said to himself that she is the only one who is friends with a girl of pervert, and maybe he herself is like that, but she slanders him. The sister was very angry at her brother and screamed whether he needed advice about entering the university. Jan Ming remained calm and, picking her in the nose, asked her to start. Lily looked at him displeasedly. First of all, the girl asked how he was going to build relationships with classmates if he behaves as if it were a school. She said that the children of the rich will be in his class, so she would give him the experience of the lifestyle of rich people, and he will not be dishonored. Jan Ming asked if she would lead him somewhere. Lily replied that he would go to the party with them, and the guy Sunji would play the roof of the guy. He realized that she dares to talk to him like that, although she asks for a favor, not to mention her condescending tone during a story about experience. But at one point, his stream of thoughts ceased because he looked at the attractive figure of Sunji. He barely restrained himself because her huge chest attracted him. Sister Lily, with an evil cry, asked what he would say about this. Jan Ming asked whether the temporary guy could use the same drives as an ordinary guy. The sister was speechless from arrogance. Sunji asked what kind of eye-hole he wants from her and said that so far it is feasible. The guy emphasized that she herself said this. Lily, with a cry, asked who he imagined himself. She said to herself that Sunji does not talk as sharply as he, although he loves to flirt. She said that many people want to get Ji and the man who invited them today, vice president of the group of groups. Jan Ming asked her not to ask for help, because he is what he is. He realized that the vice president in the future will become a lackey van Jatau. Sunji Hikikala covered her face and told Lily that her cousin just had such a character. But the dissatisfied sister asked what. She was angry and screamed him to leave the room, because they are going to change clothes. Half an hour later, they finished. Sunji asked, can Jan cannot recognize them? The guy really could not recognize them. He continued to look at them with his mouth open. To himself, he said that the beauty Ji is a very mysterious girl. Lily asked him to behave naturally. Intuition prompted Jan that Sun is a person who could eat him entirely. He realized that the party would not be so simple. Only a person in the likeness of Jan Li can be the best girlfriend with a girl like her. Sunji, in her thoughts, said that she did not consider him a pervert, and over the past 5 years he is the only one who did not seem disgusting to her. The butler asked for forgiveness for the interruption and said that the 3 guests had already arrived. Sunji smiled sweetly. Vice President Xianfeng Group Jiyu Tianchan smiled at her, saying that he was very glad to meet her, and finally waited for her. Jan Li asked displeasedly what he meant. She asked why he was talking about it as if they were late if they arrived on time. In her thoughts, she said that Sunji brought here only because he bought her handbag, but should not blame her if Ji could not get her. Gu Tianchan said with excitement that he said so only because he was really waiting for a meeting with their beautiful lady. He asked what for the young man with them. Sunji smiled sweetly and said that it was her boyfriend, Jan Ming. The vice president was shocked by this statement. The girl introduced the guy Gu Tianchan. She said that he is a vice president, who is 29 years old, but he already has great prospects. Jan Ming went to the vice president and held out his hand in order to say hello, but the man stood in a stupor. This angered a young man because he tried to show him respect but rejected him. In this case, he should not blame him for disrespect in the future. He told Sun Ji, which seems to be Mr. Gu is very hostile to him. But Tianchan said excitingly that this was not so invited at the table. The vice president held a glass of red wine in his hands. He asked what Mr. Yang was doing. The young man replied that he was unemployed. Jan Li said that he began to study at the university this year, so he is not so successful as he. In her thoughts, she said that she brought them together, but it was for Mr. Gu. Now she gave a hint that in the truth of Sunji lonely. She said that Mr. Yana, as well as her surname Yang, so she jokingly called him a cousin. Ming realized that she specifically spoils everything. The young man angrily laid a glass of wine on the table and told himself that, in this case, he would play by his own rules. He pushed Sunji to him and told his cousin that she was looking down at people like him. The young man hugged the girl and said that they sincerely love each other. Ji asked why he was baking, so if Li said nothing yet. Kuzina, vice president, and his ally were stunned. He and his comrade in arms excitingly looked at each other at that moment. Our president got up from the table and said that he would go to the restroom. Vice president said that he would make him a company. Jan Ming looked at the worried leaders and understood that his plan worked, and they led to his trick. In the restroom, Jiu Tianchan was very nervous and did not understand why Sunji chose this worthless guy. Hua tried to calm him down. He calmly said that he may not worry, because do not forget that they still have a spare plan. The president asked vice president if he was really afraid. In response, Gu, did he really think he was afraid of this jerk? Hana said that he was not talking about that, but about the Sunji family. The vice president was very worried at that moment. He grabbed a package from the hands of the president, asking, "Are all women not the same?" While they are pleasing in bed, she is not able to refuse. Hua congratulated him on the formation of the future son-in-law of the Sun family. Gu laughed and said that his kindness would not forget when this day would come. To himself, the insidious president said that now he has material for blackmail in the future. He is now in the palm of his hand. Gu Tianchan returned to the guests and asked why such a quiet atmosphere here. The young couple looked at him perplexedly. He asked Sunji if she was not against drinking a little wine, for which Jan Ming advised the girl not to drink. But the girl was surprised to ask why he said so. In her thoughts, she said that nothing would be from the glass of red wine. She immediately swallowed a glass of wine, ignoring the advice of the young man. To himself, he said that they clearly lost her. In his thoughts, he also said that she would not say that he did not warn her if something happens to her later. Gu smirked, seeing how she drinks. The president proposed to finish here because he reserved a large room of karaoke with a floor above. He offered to sing and relax. Sunji was worried because it seemed to her that the wine was a drug that had already begun to act. Her cheeks blushed. A few minutes later, the vice president and Jan Li sang karaoke, and Jan Ming silently lit a cigarette, calling them terrible in his thoughts. Lily shouted that if he wants to smoke, she should go out, and not to strangle them with his cigarettes. The young man hardly restrained his anger. He slammed the door behind him, telling himself that no one had anything against it, only she attached special significance to this. The guy decided to smoke in the restroom. Something strange began to happen to Sunji. She could not understand why she all started up. From excitement, her cheeks turned red. Gu Tianchan asked if everything was in order with her and said that there is a restroom here, and it would be better if she rests a little. But the girl destroyed all his plans. She jumped from the couch and said that she urgently needed a restroom. Sunji quickly ran into the restroom and began to excite. She was extremely excited. Not noticing anything around, the girl began to do herself pleasant. Jan Ming was dumbfounded because she did not notice him. Ji Yu was nervous because she went to the restroom. He told the president that if she went there in order to please herself, then their plan failed. Hana said that under the effect of this drug, the girl is unable to take care of herself, and she will not be able to control her body. She did not understand what was happening to her now, but she realized that the truth wants to find a man now. But then she began to drive away vulgar thoughts from herself, saying that there are no good men in the world, but everyone comes closer to her only because of her family. In her thoughts, she was Jan Ming, who did not leave her head. She did not understand why she was thinking about him. Gu Tianchan nervously asked his brother Hua if he was sure that Sunji would not bring him to him. The president asked if he really does not understand. He said that the Sun family is a modern noble family. If something is shaking their reputation, does he think that they decide to report this? Hua also added that, moreover, if they take several piquant photographs, whether he will have reasons to be afraid of what she will convey. Sunji continued to engage in self-satisfaction, begging young Mina to be tougher. He did not leave her head. The young man standing behind was dumbfounded because he was her imaginary partner. But he did not believe that he had such a dominant character. He thought that he could not hear anything, Perhaps just so coincided that he was her type. Sun continued to appease herself. Suddenly, I rang Min. Someone called. Ji was immediately wary because she realized that someone was indoors with her. She turned excitedly to find out who it was. The young man then flowed in the same way as she did. But she only turned around and continued to do. Then she was. The guy was in shock and thought she was blind. Nevertheless, Sun Ji, being very excited, gently pressed herself against the young man with a request to kiss her. In his thoughts, he said that he had previously warned her not to drink wine, but she did not listen. He is not responsible for what will happen next. Jan Ming could no longer restrain himself. He did not lose such an opportunity and joined her. Sun Ji was very happy about this. Jan Li slept at the table. Gu Tianchan asked the unshaven brother Hua if Sun Ji could independently satisfy herself. The president replied that she has been there for more than half an hour and could not restrain herself for so long. Yang was with her all this time. When the games came to an end, the girl remembered that he advised her not to drink. She realized that drugs were added to her glass. She asked Yana to hurry and put herself in order so that no one suspected them. She decided to take revenge on Gyu. The young man was inconvenient, but he wanted to tell her something. The girl interrupted him, asking not to say anything. Ji said that they are all similar and everyone has needs, and asked to pretend that nothing had happened. She said that she underestimated him. Standing by the window, Jan Ming said that he could tell her the same. He asked, "Are they all not like?" Sun could not answer him. A few minutes later, the young couple left the room of the restroom. The president and vice president talked near the door. Both of them were shocked, seeing how they together leave the toilet. In surprise, both opened their mouths. Sunji said that she felt bad after wine and her boyfriend took care of her all the time. Vice President Jiyu Tianchan took a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp because he survived a lot of stress. He asked for forgiveness from Ji, saying that they had business in the president, so they would leave them first. Jan Li Jiva asked her friend if the managers left. Sun answered yes, and said that it was also time for them to leave. Lily saw Kuzen and asked why he was still here. Does he really want her and Sunji to spend her home? The young man could no longer endure her society, and loudly stated that he was leaving right now. The satisfied Sunji said Jan Li that her cousin is a very interesting person. Lily did not think so, but said nothing. The beauty asked her friend if her cousin had a girlfriend. She seemed to have plans for a young man. Jan Ming opened the front door and saw a red-haired man who was about to break his legs. The young man was very surprised because he realized that this was Bao Xinli's brother with whom he was in prison. The young man caught up with the cellmate and joyfully put his hand on his shoulder. Xinli was a little surprised. He turned around and was delighted with his brother Yan. Ming asked his brother Bao what he was doing here. He also asked where he was going so evil. Bao replied that he was working here as a guard, and the waiter told him that someone was creating riots. He suggested that the young man go together. Jan agreed and asked to remove his hand because if others see them, they will think what they do not need. Suddenly Ming was very surprised. In the corridor stood the vice president of Gutianshan, who was attached to the cleaner. Bao asked if he knew him, to which the guy replied that he had met him recently. He asked his brother a plan to punish the bastard. Evil Xinli said that he would give him good kicks and then throw it out on the street. Jan asked if it was too simple to let him go. He invited him to use his plan and whispered the details. Bao was surprised and said that the plan is satisfied. Xinli screamed with a scream from the bastard how he dared to do his girlfriend. The waiters were ready to help him. Jiyu nervously asked who he was, to which the guard replied that he was the main guard of the institution, and she was his girlfriend. To his death, frightened Gyu, Tianchan began to beg for forgiveness 10 times and said that he would leave the establishment immediately. But Bao immediately struck his jaw with his fist, asking him, is he really trying to run away after he hung his girlfriend? In tears, Jiyu held on to the scene of the blow and asked how they could solve it. Xinli smiled sternly and offered to go to his office to start. Bao told him that he was a man and you wanted to rape his girlfriend, and asked what then he should have a punishment. Thushed to death, Tianchan replied that he should bring a woman so that she would rape him. But the guard said that he could only dream. He put his hand on the shoulder of Du Lohan, saying that he was now him, and asked to help him feel good. Lan began to gently drive through the face of the vice president. He said that this cute boy is really charming. Tianchan began to panic. Bao Xinli came out of the room and began to leave with a smile. From the office came the screams of Gyu, praying to leave him alone. After a while, he entered the office. With a mockery, he asked if the bastard liked it, to which he answered not with a cry. At that very moment, he corrected himself, saying that he liked everything, so that he would not be beaten. Bao, with a smile, asked, "What about another time?" Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Sinli asked what was the matter, and they answered him that his friend came to see him. Gu Tianshan was very surprised. It turned out that it was Yang's brother. Bao said that one asshole climbed to his girlfriend, and he thinks to drown him in the river. Vice President begged Jan Ming to save him, but Zinli hit him with his foot. The young man asked why he was here. Gu only shouted that he did not want to die. He asked his brother Bao to release the vice president. But Zinli replied that he should understand that he was taking care of reputation most of all. He said that this bastard does not apply to Jan, so there should be a significant reason to let him go. The young man said that he was his subordinate. Gu shouted that he was really his subordinate. He begged the older brother of Bao to let him go for the reputation of his brother Jan. But the embittered Jinli asked why he did not talk about it before. Tianshan replied that he was too scared to say something. Bao agreed to save his life only for the sake of the reputation of Jan. He promised not to touch him, because he is one of the people of a person respected by him. In the end, he grabbed the gorge of the collar, saying that if the day came when his brother did not need, it will be the day of his death. Tianshan swore that the Mina would be subordinate to the rest of his life, and he would no longer dare to do something that could bring him problems. Bao asked him not to forget that he wrote down his words. Brother Yang covered him this time. So far, he will not show anyone this record. He said that if the Gyu does something that will denigrate the name of his brother, the record will be published. Tianshan vowed not to dare to denigrate the name of the elder. Shinli asked him to disappear, because he insults him with his presence. And he and his brother Jan Ming are still catching up. He told his brother that he is really very insidious. Gu is now very grateful to him and does not dare to argue in the future. Jan Ming finally left the nightclub and began to leave. It was dark on the street, but the sign on the nightclub brightly lit the road. The young man was wary because the call he received in the restroom was from Lianda Liam. He completely forgot about her curse. The young man called her back. The girl asked where he was and why did not answer the call earlier. Jan replied that he was at the meeting and did not hear the call. She asked if he would come to her and said that since her period had only passed, they would not have to use contraception. The young man playfully replied that he would not come tomorrow because it was too late and he should go home. Linda replied that she would be bored. After some time, Jan Ming was already returning home. Mom asked him to go to the store for clothes tomorrow. She said that he could not dress in such children's clothes because he has a girlfriend. Mom invited him to leave Marie tomorrow. Jan said that she could be busy, but her mother immediately said that she was free and called to ask about him. The next day, the young man realized that, apparently, he could not come to Linda until late at night. Suddenly, Marie appeared, who apologized for waiting, but Yang said that everything was in order, because he only came. She looked perfect. The girl with a smile said that he knew exactly how to make her feel better, and took his hand. In the store, Marie showed a Young t-shirt and asked his opinions. Yang proposed to measure them. Suddenly, the girl was very surprised because she saw a teacher Zhao in. The teacher was surprised no less than her. She realized that they were a couple. Jan told her sister in that he was studying soon, and they came to buy clothes. He did not understand why Jingan was nearby. He told the sister in that they could extend the fitting of clothes, and it is time for them to go with Marie. Everyone was surprised by his marvelous behavior. Teacher In could not find a place and tried to say something. His sweet girl was no less worried. Marie apologized to Ms. Zhao and Skazala that Yan Mina, as always, bad manners. The teacher replied that everything was in order. But in fact, in her soul she felt lousy because she liked him. Jingan stood silently behind her. Marie asked the guy, is he really had any problems with him? The young man replied that everything was much worse. Suddenly, someone screamed about the robber. It turned out that this was really a violator of the law. He shouted to others that if they did not want to die, they should leave his way. The robber fled with all his feet, screaming, so that others would run away and give him the way. People were stunned. Jan Ming was wary but remained silent. Jingan shouted to the robber to stop right away. Excited Jiang Yin told him that they still have things to do. He realized that this was a chance to show himself cool in front of her. Confident and fearless, Jingan said that when injustice appears on the streets, he appears to eliminate it. But the robber did not care about him, and he considered him an upstart. At that very moment, he charged his stomach with a blow of his leg. Zhao In asked him to stop beating him. She held the phone in her hands and said that she called to the police. The impudent robber threatened her so that she did not climb if he does not want to be beaten with her hahal. But unexpectedly, our hero prevented his antics. Jan Ming grabbed the impudent by the hair and asked if he was looking for death. From pain, the bastard began to kick and jump. He asked the young man to immediately let him go. Jan Ming continued to hold him, and with a smile asked his sister Ying whether everything was in order with her. The worried girl replied that she was in order, but not everything is so good with Jingan. The young man lay unconscious and foam flowed from his mouth. Jan said he would not die. He tried to play cool, even if he was so weak. The young man called him a simple idiot. Police officers asked the robber to whom the money belonged to which he viciously replied that he was. The detainee tried to resist and shouted that he was innocent. Suddenly there was a female scream. The girl asked to wait. The breathless girl stopped in front of the crowd. She said that this was her money and the robber stole it. Jan Ming thought for a thought, isn't this the girl that he recently collided with the bus? If it is she, then he can recognize her name. The girl also noticed a friend of the young man. The young man with Marie stood away from her. She could not understand why she continues to face this guy, and is it so difficult to leave the past in the past? But still, she examined Marie standing nearby and realized that this young man has a girlfriend. The police officer asked the girl whether it was still money or not, but she looked at the floor and was silent. After a few seconds, the girl still replied that this was her money, namely 1,000 yuan. She held out a check of money from the bank. In the police station, Yang asked Marie with a smile, "Aren't they exemplary citizens?" The victim wanted to keep her name secret. Marie told the guy that he pulled the robber's head so much that blood came from his head. Everything was red there. The young man said that he was previously called Crazy Jan. The girl laughed and called it a terrible nickname. After her words, he was a little upset and thought about whether he remembered the sweet of him or completely forgot. In the afternoon, the young man finally returned to Linda Liam. The girl said she was very bored with him. She hugged him tightly. Jan Ming said that she was at home all day and does not even go out for a walk. It turns into a recluse. Linda, with a spark of love in her eyes, answered him that she only likes to be with him when he was not here. She just sleeps. She looked at his t-shirt in surprise and asked, unless she was from a paired collection. She said she saw her advertisement on TV. The young man realized that he needed to get out. He said that he has a second one. He did not take her with him, but he would bring her another day. Linda said that she had just taken a shower and asked if she smells good. Jan said that and asked what shampoo she was using. The excited girl asked him to hurry and take off her clothes because she was no longer tolerated to make love. She lifted the t-shirt. The evening was very stormy, and after a few hours, Jan Ming was already sleeping tightly. He slept so tightly that he snored. The upset Linda thought about what he lied to her, because he bought a t-shirt only today. She did not understand why he was lying to her. Having sniffed a t-shirt, she realized that this smell does not belong to her, but she could feel his feelings. He loves her. Linda clung to the sleeping guy and told herself that he still knows the exact meaning of her curse. Suddenly, Jan Ming woke up. Liam slept sweetly near him. She had a sweet smile outside. But she only pretended. The young man dressed and began to leave. The girl thought, would he really leave without saying a word? But the young man quietly asked her woke up. The girl began to slowly open her eyes. Jan said sweetly that it seems that his little cutie is still sleeping. Then he can do whatever he wants and she will not recognize it. Linda laughed and said that he was enough to fool, and she got up. The guy said that he had prepared something delicious to her. After some time, Jan Ming said goodbye to his beloved girl and began to leave. There was an evening outside. On the street, the young man was met by the older sister Charlotte, whom he hardly called the elderly. She was in the usual white hat. The girl asked what he was doing here. The young man replied that his friend was living here. Charlotte said that her father lives here. Jan said that he would not detain her, and said goodbye. Shangbin asked who it was, and called her hot. The young man replied that this was his girlfriend. Bin asked him to introduce them because her body is delightful, and these black stockings are extremely seductive. Min said that on the day he would go on a date with Zhao Sisi, he would call her to be able to ride together. Zhang asked to forget it. A few days later, two young couples were happy and were in front of the Sun Xian University. Two guys stuck to Marie. They began to ask if she needed help and offered to spend her if she wanted. After a few seconds, they began to find out who was the first to approach the beauty. A fight almost began between them. Jan Ming took the girl and told her that they would better look for the hostel on their own. A fight began between the guys. In the late evening, the couples walked. Zhangbin told a friend that now they are neighbors in the hostel. He said that it is interesting who else will be with them. Suddenly, the young car stopped in front of the young people. Van Jatau got out of it, who asked what they were doing here. Ming replied that they were going to eat and asked why the headman would not go about their business. He did not understand how he could face him. Jatau asked them to take him with him because right now he has no urgent business. The young man, through his teeth, agreed to this adventure. After some time, the company of young children was already in the institution. The waiter kindly met them. Jan Ming was extremely surprised because the treasurer's Zhou Jiangyi sat in the institution. The blue-eyed girl also recognized him. He told himself that because of the moron Zhang Bin, she would make fun of him. So he better pretend that he does not know her and leave here. But Van Jatau at the same moment pushed the chair from the table and offered to sit right near the table where Zhou Jiangyi was sitting. He turned around and thought about whether it was the girl with whom he recently corresponded on the internet. He decided that he needed to find a chance to talk to her. Van said Zhang Bi knew that when the time comes, his father would make him president Xianfang Group, and in the future, they will all be able to contact him anywhere. Zhou Jiangyi overheard the conversation and remembered that the person with whom she corresponded was said the same. Van Jatau continued the story. One for the guys asked the other, "Is it really new students?" Chen replied that this was exactly so. Both of them approached the sitting girls and asked if they were both freshmen at the University of Sunxian. Jiangye asked how he found out while the young man was introduced as a vice president of the Taekwondo club. He asked if they were interested in entering them. The blue-haired girl replied that they had just begun to study, so it took time. Chen got hooked on the girls and said with a smile that from that moment they are all university comrades, and he is sure they will quickly look. Van Jatau saw flirting from the guys. He got up and with an angry cry asked what they were trying to achieve. Chen displeasedly looked at him and asked who he was to ask about it. Confident Wang replied that his father is president Xianfang Groups, so they would better leave or they will regret it. But the guy was not scared of his words. He simply called him a rich outfit. It bent to Shito and he swung a glass bottle. The vice president of the Taekwondo club had a good reaction, so he immediately struck his fist in his jaw. Van immediately called Zhang Biao and asked to send several people to his aid. But at the same moment, the phone was knocked out of his hands. Chen called him quite arrogant, stepping on his face. Jiangye screamed so that someone would smash them. Jan Ming was silent all the time. But at one point he asked if they would like to dump from the institution. The young man made a remark to them, saying that people are trying to eat here and they create a big noise. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. Chen chose fingers and said that another moron was not afraid of death. He asked not to say that his dad is also the president of the company. Jan Ming replied that his father is the most ordinary employee, but if they did not stop carrying this nonsense and would not dump from here. The young man looked at them sternly and said that they would spoil his mood, and he would put their asses for them. He got up from the table and grabbed a chair in his hands. Chen was immediately scared because he could not resist the chair. But the cold-blooded Jan Ming did not lose a minute. He hit the taekwondist with a chair right in his face. The unfortunate guy failed to confront him in any way and fell to the floor with foam from his mouth. His ally was very scared. Jan told his friend that he most likely needed a doctor, so he should be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. The red-haired guy raised his comrade and began to take away, finally saying that he remembered him. But Jan Min did not care about his threats. He approached Van Jitao lying on the floor and asked the president if he was all right. The guy said and thanked that he drove them out. Ian asked if everything was good with the ladies, what Jiazia thanked him for. Jatau asked whether the baby was charming her name on the network, but he introduced himself as a prince of a large wave. The girl smiled and answered yes. He asked the guy if he would introduce her to his friends. Two young couples stood silently. Van said that two guys from his high school classmates, the one who drove them away by Jan Ming, he is a little quick-tempered. Jiangye held out her hand to the young man and introduced herself. She said that he had a name, like her former classmate in primary school. The young man realized that it was just about him. He pretended to be very surprised at her words. He said that he also had an enemy before, who was also called Zhou Jiangye. The girl called this an incredible coincidence. Jatau said that it looks like they were destined to meet. He offered to eat together and said that he was treating. Jan Ming said they could stay, and he and Jiang Bin have already fed, so they were already leaving. Zhou Jiangye exhaled in relief. There was already an evening outside. On the way, Marie asked if he was afraid that those guys would try to take revenge. She asked why he climbed, because this whole situation did not concern him in any way. Jiang Bin supported her and asked, would it be bad if this dog Van Jatau was beaten to death? To himself, Jan Ming said that he was feeling contradictions about this, but right now he cannot fight Jatau. He answered his friends that he was simple. and not manage to endure the arrogance of these two silly guys. The next day, Jatau walked along the street and reflected on why he became so weak. He crumpled a cardboard box and threw it on the asphalt. But suddenly a guard of the territory screamed. He asked how he dares to litter on the territory of the campus. 50 yuan fine for this. Van asked if it was really necessary to pay a fine for something like that. The man said that if he continues to treat him like that, he will inform the authorities. A few minutes later they parted, not even saying goodbye. The old man looked displeased at the young man, but it turned out that it was a young guy. He took off his beard and called Van a fool, because if he knew that he had a lot of money, he would have asked more. Jan Ming asked one of the university students to the road to the computer technology building, but he said this abbreviated, so the recovery asked what a computer of technology means. The young man replied that he has in mind the computer. The young man replied that he needed to go to the red lights building. Jan Ming was a little at a loss. The student said that he was also studying in a building of red lamps, so he can spend a new student there. He asked if he really considers the name strange. The student said that everyone who studies there is called courtesans, and he will also be called that. Jan Ming thought about why he made so many efforts to enter. If he only knew that he would be called a courtesan. The guy introduced himself as Zhang Weikan, gave his business card, and said to contact if there were any questions. Jan was surprised that he has a business card. It was written on it that he specializes in help from those who missed the courses and helps to prepare for the exam in the role of a tutor. Weihan said that it is always good to have someone as an additional income. He asked to call if help would be needed. Suddenly there was a female voice which said Yan Min that it was an incredible coincidence. It was Zhou Jiangyi. Weikan was shocked because I did not think that among those who arrived this year there are beauties like her. Jan Ming smiled and thought, was this little libertine here too, in order to become a courtesan? He called her a courtesan. This insult was alerted by the girl and her friend. She thought, maybe a man with a nickname is a big beach in the messenger, and really was he. She thought worriedly maybe he called her in this way due to the fact that he saw that video. But then she began to drive away these bad thoughts. Weihan asked the students of students not to understand him incorrectly. Yan called him inexperienced in conversations with girls. The hounding told the girls that the young man said so because they are from the computer technology department. Jiang Ye was a little upset. In her thoughts she said that minds are the same as before, but then he was well treated only to sue why. The hero was at the university at the Department of Computer Technology in Granite of Science. Sunny weather was on the street. The young man was sitting at the very end and thought, how did it happen that Jiang Ye in the same class as him? The audience was noisy. The teacher at one moment slapped the table and asked everyone to calm down immediately. He introduced himself as S.A. Wenzhou and said that he would be their instructor. Tomorrow they will have a vacation day, after which a month of training will begin. The teacher added that they will discuss the issue of form on the first training. Jan Min noticed that in his class, a small number of girls are regrettable. Zhou Jiazia is the only one of the girls who can be called pretty, but he simply cannot stand it. In the evening, Jan Ming and Bin returned to the room. Perrin said on the phone that he found out about him. His name is Liu Jichun. He is a club vice president. The young man heard this and thought, was it not about those guys who tried to speak with Marie? The guy with glasses on the phone said that he had only transferred, so he did not want to arrange scandals. Jan realized that he was probably their roommate. The guy introduced himself as Tian Dunhua and said that he was talking to his family. He asked the guys, are they really his roommates? Jan Ming laughed with the surname of the four-eyed. He introduced himself and introduced Zhang Bin. Dunhua said that he was a translated student year student and added that he was pleased to get to know both of them. At one point he recognized Yan Mina and exclaimed that he was the guy who was with a beautiful girl today. The hero asked if he had a hatred of Liu Jitsyun. Tian replied that he would like to teach him, but did not want problems. Bin said Yang beat him. The four-eyed guy was especially surprised. He said the mind that he was in great duty in front of him, and he really was something. He suggested missing a couple of cups at his expense. Zhang Bin agreed. A month later at the university, someone shouted about failure. Jan Ming was in military uniform training. He did not understand why so many people could not cope with exercises if they are light. The instructor Yang Yun praised him, saying that he was doing well. The young man replied that he only regrets that he did not have time to find out a little more. The instructor gave him his number and said that he could call at any time, only during training his phone is always turned off. The young Trinity was sitting in a barbecue. Zhang Bin held meat-on shampoo in his hands, with a smile telling the old days the pull that he was just super. He expressed respect to him, because the young man broke his leg to the teacher because of his girlfriend. Tian said that because of this, he had to change the university. Jan Ming heard people at the other table discussed what happened to the vice president of the taekwondo club. The black-haired guy said that this happened yesterday. Liu Zhaojun and the girl tried to rent a hotel room, but she was arrested, taking it for a courtesan. Another young man asked how his girlfriend could confuse with the courtesan. The guy replied that she was dull. Therefore, the police released Liu Zhaojun immediately after the interrogation. But he was immediately stopped by a dude who was the guy of that girl. This guy beat Liu so that even his mother would not recognize his mother. The young Trinity eavesdropped on the conversation. Zhang and Tian laughed because he deserved. Jan Min was a familiar situation. He suggested that the guy could be substituted. He realized that perhaps it was Van Jatau, who was very primitive. The hero decided that he had to get rid of him. The young man received a telephone call from Linda Liam. A sweet voice greeted the guy. She said that Wilson Law went to visit them. Tomorrow he has a 50th anniversary, and he invited them to his anniversary. Jan Ming was dumbfounded, because I did not know how to prepare a gift in such a short time. Linda said that Law did not want gifts. The guys said that in that case, tomorrow he and Zhang Bin will drop after her. The guys meanwhile joyfully hit the beer glasses. The next day, the young man was with Uncle Zhang. Uncle and Bin were stunned, because he was going to give Jade on the anniversary Wilson Low. After some time, young people have already arrived at the venue. Yana was asked to put a gift to the specified place, but the young man said that he would hand him personally. The man said that Mr. Low is busy. In his thoughts, he tried to guess how much his valuable gift was. The man asked his name to register. But Jan Ming drew attention to the man in a business suit. It was the chairman of Yunan from Jewelry Yunan. The man said that his gift costs at least 10,000. Zhang Bin flew into the bracket, saying that his father, Zhang Jifan, from Zhang Jewelry. They are here from the name of his father. The chairman of Yunan was worried about hearing this. He asked, are they really here too in order to establish a good relationship with Wilson? He advised Zhang Bin to take his gift back because he is nothing compared to his gift. The guy said they would still look. Finally, Wilson Law went to the guests, accompanied by his wife and daughter. Yang was amazed because it was the beauty Qing Xiao. The beauty performed at the microphone. With a smile, she thanked everyone who came for her father's anniversary and announced the official start of the banquet. Jan Ming was surprised, because I did not hear that Wilson had a daughter. In addition, her surname is Qing Xiao, and he has a Lo. The chairman Yun approached and politely asked the elder Liu to accept his modest gift with all his heart. The rest of the guests were very surprised because the chairman actually gives the elder Jade. He opened a box with bright jade. Wilson saw him and told himself that, although he was not big and the quality is not very, but his cost is from 200 to 300,000 yuan. Yun in his thoughts said that the company had just received a batch of jade products, and if he appreciates them, then prices will double. Jan Ming was dumbfounded when he saw Jade. He realized that this is the jade that was lost to him in the Tenshun district. The young man told himself that he could not even think that he would light up here. He tried to understand exactly who this chairman Yun. Linda Liam was angry and said that it seems that this is in truth the very jade that he lost. The young man said that he knew about this and suggested discussing this topic when they returned home. Zhang Bin raised his hand in order to attract attention and shouted that they also had a gift. Qing Xiao drew attention to the Trinity. She asked everyone to greet young Mina. The guy did not understand why they introduced him if Bin shouted. Her figure excited him. The young man with a smile asked Liu's older sister, since when she became the daughter of the elder Wilson. Qing Xiao suggested discussing this another time and asked why he was here. The guy agreed to discuss this another time. Jan Min handed the box with a gift and said that he was presenting him with Mr. Liu Weithan on behalf of Zhang Jewelry. Wilson was embarrassed. He asked the young man why he was so kind to him, because he asked not to give him anything for his anniversary. The guy said that Zhang Zepan from Jewelry Zhang represents and gives this gift to him. The elder kindly accepted the gift. Suddenly the chairman Yun asked, because he should be the last gift to be the best? The crowd paid attention to him. Others joyfully asked to open a gift as soon as possible so that all those present saw him and be surprised. The elder Liu said that Yan Min is his student and a like-minded person, and he was going to open his personally presented gift personally. The young man with a smile said that he could open it here so that everyone would see. To himself, he viciously said that they themselves wanted it. Liu asked his daughter to help open. Xiao opened, and everyone was shocked, because nephritis was twice as much than donated by the chairman. The professor himself was pleasantly surprised because the quality of this jade is much better, and its market price should be at least 2 million. Liu excitingly told Jan Ming that this gift is too expensive. The young man answered the elder that this gift for him from the bottom of his heart. The young man decided to leave the public. Silence reigned, and the chairman Yun angrily looked in the back of the young man. President Hua asked his brother to whom he was so angry. The chairman turned around and was surprised by his appearance. Hua asked, was he really angry due to the fact that this boy stole his fame? Yun replied that he had nothing to do with this, and Jade clearly Zephon. The insidious president of the jewelry company smiled, saying that this boy is not so simple. He said that he had dinner with him once. He is a guy, Sun Jolie. Yun said that he had not heard anything about it. Hua asked, does he not follow her? The chairman asked who this girl is next to the guy. He replied that they were very close, and perhaps the guy is deceiving Sun Jolie. The insidious man said that he needs to hurry and take a picture of them together to show her. To himself, Hua said that Jan Ming ruined his plans, so he could have fun in this way. The guy clearly will not like it. After the party, Qingxiao asked Professor Wilson if he really thinks that this jade was presented with a jewelry company, Jiang. Liu asked her daughter why she was asking about it. She said that she went to jewelry, but Sefan said that they did not have such a jade. The stunned elder wondered if so, could it be that this jade belonged to Jan Ming? Meanwhile, Zhang Bin in the parking lot asked how to leave if they, the morons, parked their car, blocking it. The man in the bandana asked the comrade what this guy pulled there. The guy with the Iroquois replied that he said that their car was preventing him from leaving. The girl with her hairstyle said that they stole his place and would not let them go. The guy with the Iroquois said that it was he who blocked their way. Jan Ming got out of the car. He said that he gives them 3 seconds to dump from here, otherwise they themselves will be responsible for all this. But the trinity of the insolence ignored the threats of a young man and continued to stand near the car. Suddenly, the guy with the Iroquois exclaimed that this is the guy whom they were looking for. Jan Ming did not understand what he was talking about. He asked who sent them to his soul. The young man realized that these sixes came to cause trouble, and his goal is he. The bandit invited the others not to waste time talking, and to mark the guy. But unexpectedly for him, Jan hit him with all his might in the face. His ally flew a blow to his foot right in the groin, and the impudent girl was dumbfounded and stood in place with fear. She threatened the guy with her boss, to which Zhang Bin viciously asked to tell in detail who sent them behind him. The girl showed a photograph of the guy on the phone and said that one of the classmates of Xiao Guan was looking for him, and asked to teach a person in the photo. Jan Ming examined the photo and realized that it was taken near the Hotel of the White Swan. He hoped that he had not offended anyone. The guy with the Iroquois said that they were told to return and find a person named Li Xiaoxin. John said he would follow them. After some time, the boss asked one of the bandits whether they were completed by the task assigned to them. The bandit answered and said that they beat him. The boss expressed respect and pointed out their monetary reward on the table. He still did not know that Jan Ming was standing behind him. The young man immediately poked his head on the table and asked him really had so much free time. Liu was dumbfounded. He screamed from the guy why he was here. Jan Ming, with a serious face, asked him what he offended him. Liu screamed that he was nothing. He said that he was the driver of the chairman Yun and could not help but react to his arrogant behavior. Yan smiled because he did not understand why the six got angry stronger than the chairman. Yun did not even say anything, and the driver did it for him. The young man gave a kick to the runaway Liu and ordered him to get out of here because he does not want to see him anymore. But the young man did not suspect that all his actions were removed on the camera with a mustachioed chairman. He said that if Sun Jolie finds his wild behavior, then the boy will come to an end. The video was filmed on camera. After some time sitting in his office, the chairman of Yun was extremely angry with Jan Ming because he could not understand how this hooligan seduced Sun Ji. President Hua looked at the old man and understood that he was even unknown that Jan spent half an hour with her in the toilet. The chairman talked with someone on a gilded phone. In the end, he shouted that such is life. The insidious, mustachioed bastard decided to seek help. He called an incomprehensible number and said that he needed a black entrance. A man from the company Black Entrance asked how he could be useful. Yun replied that he needs to get rid of one person. Zhang Bin was traveling in a car with Jan and said that he was a generous because he had just given about $2 million. The young man said that the gift is money and friendship is priceless. The elder helped him a lot, and he presented Jade on behalf of Father Bin. Jan Ming asked his friend to give him up because he needed to call to one acquaintance of the elder. After a while, they arrived in the right place. The old man said he thought the young man forgot him, but the guy said angrily that he could leave if he is not glad to see him. He put a bag with purchases for the old man on the table. The old man realized that he needed him, because he is merciless to the enemies and mild to friends. He asked the guy if he considers himself strong. Jan Ming replied that ordinary people could not be compared. The gray-bearded man asked what he thinks about unusual, but the angry guy rolled his hand and asked what he meant. He asked if the old man had forgotten who helped him with those bandits. The man decided to leave the topic and offered to have lunch. After lunch, Jan Ming was already going home. The old man invited him to the pies after a couple of days because he had already marked the cabbage. The young man, as if nothing had happened, walked along the street among the white day. But unexpectedly, something happened that made him be alert. A bandit jumped out at him, who cleverly waving a knife. Jan Ming was very frightened because the cold weapons can kill him in an instant. The bandit still touched the guy with a knife by the temple. This greatly angered a young man. Blood flowed down the temple. The killer acted deftly and quickly. Jan Ming understood that if he missed the blow, the death would be inevitable. The guy tried to keep his life with all his might. Suddenly, the bandit dropped a knife from his hands and coughed with blood. At that moment, he fell to the ground, and in his back there was a knife, packed with his own blood. Jan Ming did not understand what happened. The bandit lay on the ground and did not show any signs of life. It turned out that the old man threw a knife in his back. Jan Ming was very sweating from panic, because he understood that something was clearly wrong with the guy. The old man said with a smile that he had killed him. He said that here is not the best place to talk, and asked the guy to drag his body to his house. Jan Ming threw the corpse on his shoulder and thought about whether he was a modest old man whom he saved in prison. The gray-haired man pointed to the place near the haystack and asked to put the corpse there. He said that he was later taking care of him. The young man followed his advice. The old man approached the lying corpse and opened a jar with unknown contents. He began to pour all the liquid from the can directly onto the corpse of a person. Jan Ming stood behind him and was shocked. The young man was amazed because the crazy old man doused the corpse with acid. He thought, was he really such a cold-blooded criminal? A few minutes later, the old man already wiped his hands with a smile. He told the young man that he could ask questions if they are available. But Jan Ming could not tell him anything because he was shocked. Grandfather said that this man was trying to kill him. Therefore, he decided to do this first and save the life of a young man. The young man tried to object to him, but could not choose words. The old man made his face seriously and asked the boy to see the tiger in the picture hanging near him. The young man looked at his request. At the same moment, a sharply drawn blade flew into the eye of the tiger. Jan Ming flood flowing from stunning. He asked the old man how he did it, to which the man replied that it was a trifle. But the young man screamed that, in his opinion, then not a trifle. He told the old man that he hurt his pride in his own words and actions. But the elderly killer only handed him his photo and advised him to think about who wanted to kill him. He said that he had found a photo from him. Yang was even more alert because the photo was from his school magazine. He fell into trouble, but he had not yet reached the desire to kill him. The old man said with a smile that enemies who wanted to kill themselves are most dangerous, but not for him. Jan Ming shouted who he was. The man asked the nervous boy if he really wants to know who he was. The guy then expired from excitement. The fighting old man said that he could tell him, but he should think before. When he finds out the truth, he will have to come to terms with something. The young man asked what he was talking about. The man replied that, in fact, it would be useful for you. He is told to the boy that after he tells him about everything, he will become his student, his successor. In his soul, Jan Ming was happy and amazed at the same time because his skills are incomprehensible and he wants him to be a student. He immediately agreed. The gray-haired old man smiled and asked him to listen carefully. He was also glad in his soul because he found a worthy student. He said that in this world there is a group of special specialists. He is a number alone in the world top of the most famous killer. He also added that they call him the king of the murder. Jan Ming listened carefully and was surprised at his nickname. The old man said that, unlike everyone, he works alone. The king of the murders is an invincible mysticism, and they never let go of their goals. The king of murders said that he had been in prison to hide from Interpol. He pretended to be a fool for a couple of years and then met a young man. He already had a student earlier, but he had big problems with his heart, and he cannot be a killer. He studied with him and became a professional thief. The old man added that his student was noticed by Jan Ming and followed him for a long time. He is suitable for the demands of the king and can become his successor. After everything he heard, the young man bulged his eyes with extreme surprise. He was not so surprised for a long time. The old man severely asked him not to talk about it, even the closest to the closest. He said that in this world one cannot believe anyone but himself. The king asked the guy to come tomorrow at 7 in the evening to conduct the initiation ceremony, after which he will become the new king of murders. He also asked the young man to come every day at that time for training. A business discussion was conducted in the black entrance office. The man with glasses asked his associates why the gray wolf still has not returned back to the office. The blonde in a red dress asked if there's news. A professional thief wondered what could go wrong if it was just a student. The guy asked the boss to call him because they are waiting for him to finally drink him. The guy had a scar on his nose. Meanwhile, the main character was at home. Suddenly, his phone began to burst from calls. Jan Ming was alert because he rang the phone that was found at the killer. He reached out with his hand to the calling phone. There was a deep night in the yard. The main character took the phone torn from calls, thinking about answering whether to call. Nevertheless, he came to the decision to answer the call. On the phone, someone's voice asked a gray wolf where he was. Jan answered nothing. Questions about the whereabouts of the gray wolf continued to do. The young man was worried and continued to be silent. Now he knew Killer and the fact that he worked in an organized crime group. Min decided that it was necessary to devote a little time to calculating the one who called from this number. The bandit with a cry asked about why the wolf did not answer. The girl asked what happened. The thief replied that Gray did not answer him. He was very nervous and thought maybe something really happened to him. He could not allow some child to kill him. The girl said that he could try to find out at least something before drawing such conclusions. The thief thought maybe they attracted someone else's attention due to the fact that they were very active. He suggested falling to the bottom and deal with this situation. For an hour, it was 10 hours, 10 minutes in the evening. Jan Ming was sitting at the computer, and he received a new message in the messenger. The barbaric teacher gave him tips on relations. The young man smiled and wrote that he had already made peace with the girl. The barbaric teacher was Zhang In. The young man thanked for the advice to which she was responsible for. A charming red-haired girl in white told herself that she should fight for her love. Suddenly, a girl with whom she rented an apartment entered the room to her room. The girl asked what the older sister was doing. Zhao asked if she had already returned. Yanyan answered yes and said that she was afraid that she was scared to be at home alone, so she decided to return. Zhangyan asked a sweet girl to go to bed because she was already very late and she needs to go to school tomorrow. Yanyan asked her sister, whom she called Malaya. She smiled playfully and asked, "Is the guy who she likes not her peer?" But Zhao Inche replied that there was nothing between her and Young Min. The girl asked why she took, that it was he who had in mind. But at one point, the pink-haired beauty fell silent. She asked, "Is his name really so?" Sister-in asked what was wrong. The blue-eyed Yanyan said that everything was in order. But in her thoughts, she told herself that she could not break the heart of a kind older sister. Zhao In remembered that Jan Ming studied with her at the same school. She asked if they had seen there. The pink-haired girl replied that they studied in different campuses. They wait for the construction of a new campus to the construction of a new campus. Zhao said that it makes sense because in the future, they can become classmates. Yanyan was shocked and asked what she was talking about. But the red-haired beauty only smiled sweetly, making a decision to keep a secret what she wanted to say. Meanwhile, the election of the headman took place at the Sunzyansk Technical University. The street was a little cloudy. The happy new elder Sun Ji said that today everyone was feasting at his expense in order to celebrate his new position. The classmates were happy for the young man and shouted that he was well done. Jan Ming, as usual, was picking in his nose. He was very bored. One of the guys asked him, "Does he not hear that the elder is pushing the speech?" The young man replied that he was leaving because he had a meeting. The headman looked at him seriously and asked if he did not respect him. Ian replied that he still has business, so he was not up to his parties. Jivai angrily called him a geek and said that he gave him a chance to go into people. He asked the last time whether the young man is going on or not. But Jan Ming, before leaving, called him a dumbass and said that he was not going. The headman shouted to him to go and looked around. At night, the main character arrived at the house of the king of the murders, as was said. The old man called him the second younger brother. Ian replied that it could be erroneous, but the student only laughed and said that the master was already waiting for him inside. The king of the murders told the boy that today his initiation will be, as well as his resignation. The master added that, in other words, a new king of the killers came to the throne. Jan Ming was shocked. The old man asked him to kneel. He set fire to 3 paraffin candles and began to say about the great founders. He said that from today he, the 4th king of the killers of Fangtian, leaves the life of the killers to the new king. Jan Min now is the 5th king of the killers. The smoke of paraffin candles was thick. The master asked the guy to show his strength, namely to hit him. The young man was stunned by this request. The new king of the killers clenched his fist, but thought about whether his grandfather could withstand his blow. He struck, but the old master immediately grabbed his hand. The bearded old man smiled and said that he had not even felt anything. He asked where the guy's power went. Jan Ming was stunned because he could not tear his hand out of the old man's capture. He could not even move his hand a little. The old master, with a smile, told the young man that strength is the basis for the killer. He continued to hold the guy's hand. Jan Ming asked if he was not strong enough. Fang answered yes, noting that he has a good physique and he should train a lot. The master said that Nu had 10 capsules with ointment. The young man should apply her in his arms and legs and go to beat the tree every morning. He said that he would check that the tree was destroyed by the end of training. And if he does not cope, then the master will arrange hellish training for him. The next day, Jan Ming woke up at 4 in the morning and went to beat the tree. This lasted all 10 days. One day he came to Lind Liam. She asked why he did not warn, because she did not cook anything. Jan said that it is not important. The young man handed her a laptop and said that it was for her. The girl was shocked by such a gift. In gratitude, she kissed him and said that she really wanted him. There is no at home for her, so she is bored and lonely here. The guy said that Wilson had recently invited them together for lunch and asked her to go change clothes and prepare. After some time, they had already come to the house of Professor Wilson. Jan Ming was surprised because the door was opened by Xiao Qing, who was also surprised. She looked at the young couple, which perfectly complemented each other. Young people smiled politely to her. Xiao Qing was a little awkward. She told Jan Min that his girlfriend is very beautiful and looks great. The young man thanked her and said that she was also nothing. He was nervous because he realized that when he first met her, he was with Marie. She said with a smile that she remembered once he called her not the most beautiful girl. The guy was embarrassed. Linda Liam said he just joked, because she was more beautiful than her. Xiao Qing told her that when she grows up, she would become much more beautiful. Jan Ming scratched his head and finally decided to ask Professor Wilson about her. He was very curious. The woman straightened her hair and said that with regard to this, so Professor Lau is her godmother. At one point, she asked the young man to tell her about Jade that he gave her father. She asked if he really belonged to him, but the young man felt embarrassed. Xiao Qing said that his father would talk to him yet, and he should prepare well for this conversation. Wilson Lau introduced the girl as a godson and said that she was an engineer at the University of SJ. Jan said that they met her there. The man was surprised because this was an incredible coincidence. He told the girl that she should take care of the young man at the university. After lunch, the conversation of 2 men took place. Lau told the guy that his gift is too generous, and it would be better if he takes him. He added that he will be able to sell this emerald for 2 or 3 million, and he should not thank him every time he helps him. Jan Ming said that he knew about this, but the best place for the emerald is the hands of the professor. Lau said that the emerald is subject to processing. He said that after the engagement he would return him, and then he would sell him at the highest price. The young man was in shock because everyone wants this, but he refuses. The professor asked if they came to a single agreement, and said that it was too old for storing this. At dawn, the young master, as always, devoted time to training. He inflicted crushing strikes on the tree trunk. The bark of the tree was already destroyed. The protagonist had the impression that she was soft as a sponge. In the afternoon, he was with the old master. Jan Ming told him that only a week passed, and he was already able to destroy the tree in half. Fang said that now his strength will be enough. Now it's time to study human meridians and learn to throw knives. The master gave the young master a textbook, according to which he developed his skill of throwing knives. Former mistress Jan Mina was dying of boredom in the mansion. In her hands she held an envelope with unknown contents. She said that she could not believe that transport companies accept parcels without a return address. Suddenly, photography and disc fell out of the envelope. This attracted the attention of the beauty. In the photo, she recognized the person familiar to her and immediately jumped up from the chair because it was Jan Ming. She examined the photos and thought, did he really send her these photos? She remembered the young man. But still, the girl began to drive away these thoughts because he clearly did not need to. Moreover, he does not maintain contact with her. Sitting at the table, the girl began to think who then sent her these photos and what is his goal. She carefully examined the photos in order to find a clue. Suddenly, the girl thought about whether the driver Yunguan was in the photo. The girl suggested that someone told him that she was a girl Jan Mina, and he specifically arranged this show to denigrate him. But the bestowing girl got up from the table and said that the driver Yunguangdu suffered beatings in vain. The girl leaned excitingly to the table. Suddenly a guy appeared who told his sister that he had already returned. An attractive girl asked Jiwei as he was doing, and asked to say what he needed. The young man awkwardly replied that last time she promised to buy him a car, so he decided that he wanted Ferrari. The beauty asked about the price, to which the young guy replied that about 4 million. It shocked her. She seriously looked at the guy and asked Lee his uncle good, but the guy replied not. The beauty said that 4 million is a considerable amount. Do not throw them into the wind. She offered to buy him Porsche, and the young man thanked her. Meanwhile, in the Taekwondo Boss Club, Kochkov asked if this geek was no longer afraid of their club. It was Ren Jianren. He performed exercises from dumbbells and told the guys that they themselves then screwed up with new students. Liu told the club president that the arrogant freshman said that he would do the same, even if it was their coach. These words forced Rena to whine. He suggested that the arrogant guy be filled so that he knew where his place was. Zhangbin with a smile walked around the park near the university. On the street was sunny and bright weather. Liu pointed to the president of the Taekwondo club to the young man, saying that he was one of the arrogant insolents. Ren Jianren immediately approached Zhang Bin and put his hand on his shoulder, asked to stop. The young man turned around and with a little excitement asked if they were familiar. One of the athletes asked if he would recognize him. Zhang Bin did not have time to say anything. At that very moment he was beaten, after which he fell to the ground. A plentiful amount of foam flowed from his mouth. Liu said that this boy is 6 and the leader is called Jan Ming. Ren shouted the guy to get up and go to say a mine that he calls him to battle. The main character was called and reported that Zhang Bin was beaten. The young man in a panic said that he would come immediately. After a short period of time, he was already in the hospital. Zhao Sisi and Marie were in the ward and asked the guy to behave quieter. Sisi said that the doctor examined him and said he had a couple of bruises, but he will have to stay in bed for several days. She said that she was going to eat with Marie and asked Jan Mina to stay with Zhang Bin a little. As soon as the girls left, the hero sat on a chair near the couch of a friend and asked her not to pretend because they had already left. The guy with a smile asked if he really ate him. Jan Ming said that he was using the sympathy of Zhao Sisi. Bin said that this beating was worth it. Only in such situations can one understand the true feelings of a person. The girl was very worried about him. Zhang added that the guy who beat him called Yang Mina to the arrow. The young man did not care about it. The next day, the main character was in the shopping center. He overheard the conversation of 2 guys ahead. The young man could not understand who had already dissolved rumors that he had challenged the president of the club of Taekwondo. The yellow-eyed guy answered a friend that on the street, these 2 were fighting for a girl. The second guy was surprised. He said that he saw a video in a school entertainment. In any case, this situation will not resolve so simply. Jan Ming told himself that if something happens and the school will conduct an investigation, then he will be the main suspect. On the web, he found a disgusting video, which was called The Battle of Jan Mina and Liu Zhaojun for G and GA. The young man immediately called the school news manager and asked to delete the post. But they answered that the post did not violate the rules. The words of the school news manager forced the guy to brute. He heard a notification from the laptop. A post was posted on the site, which said that Jan Ming could hide something because he called them and cursed with the manager. Meanwhile, in a female dormitory, a friend, Zhou Jiangyi, asked the girl to see because they talked about the Battle of Yana for her. The blue-eyed beauty in a yellow dress replied that she saw this and considers it rather funny. A girlfriend told Jiangyi that the guy has definitely have problems with taste. Otherwise, he could fall in love with such a beauty like her. The girl asked not to remind of that time. She admitted that she behaved like the last fool. The classmate said that it seems that this time God is on her side. She said that you can spread it. But Jiangyi quietly answered her that for this guy, only she would hate her stronger. So this is not an option at all. A surprised girlfriend said that even if so, this is the work of Liu Zhaojuni. Zhou admitted this. But she also added that soon all these posts will not be here. She sat down at the computer, and her classmate was wary. Jiang Yi said that the forum admins are on their side. They were not lucky if they do not remove the posts. She will put their forum for several days. Jan Ming decided to check the forum again for posts. He was surprised because the post disappeared about him. He was even more surprised because there were many posts exposing Zhao Jun. Fights, humiliation, house aging to students and teachers. The young man was pleasantly surprised but could not understand who decided to help him. He sat for a long time and thought about it. At noon Monday, the club held classes on Dozo Karate. There were a lot of people around. The president of the club, Ren, asked why Yan Mina is still not. Was he really scared? Zhao Jun said that it was still early because only half of the second. Suddenly, white pigeons flew into the room. The audience was shocked and tried to understand what was getting. After the pigeons, a man in a business suit and hat went into the room. He calmly walked towards the president of the club. President Ren and Liu Zhaojun were amazed because the guy looked like a mafia boss. The audience whispered to each other. Jan Ming told himself that everything was going according to plan because he wanted all this to be a cheerful performance. He understood that if this was a performance for the audience, then in this case, it would be easy. The young man took off his hat and took advantage of the technique of throwing. The hat flew towards surprised viewers. The young man immediately shouted to the whole hall that with the rolling of thunder a hero arrived. The audience was even more surprised by his actions. All those present were whispering among themselves. Some spectators did not understand the behavior of the guy. The president of the Taekwondo club approached the guy and asked Li he finished, and whether they can finally start. Jan Ming said that he could not describe his power in words, so he should read it better on his back. On the back there were about the words about his crushing power. A confident young man asked the enemy how he wanted to fight, but the president only looked at him in bewilderment. But soon he stated that he would like to fight in the style of karate. Jan Ming asked him to wait a bit. He said that he did not even know the rules for fighting in karate. In this case, the president will clearly win because the young man does not even understand anything about it. The audience discussed his statements and whispered among themselves. The opinion of the young man was considered correct. The club president asked what he was offering in this case. Jan Ming suggested holding a battle without rules. Ren realized that he could still use karate and break it. He stated that he would use karate and let him beat as he considers necessary. Jan Ming asked if it was true that he could do whatever he wants. The president replied that this was exactly so. The young man asked if he could use his strongest tricks. Ren got angry and shouted that this would not work anyway. With a smile, the young man asked to wait because he needs to stretch. Ren could no longer restrain his anger, but still, he managed to restrain anger. He asked in a calm tone whether the guy finished. The young man replied that he was ready for battle. Jan asked him to stop chatting because he is a man and should do more. From these words, Ren seemed to break rational thinking. He finally decided to strike at the annoying guy. But Jan Ming managed to evade the blow. Ren continued to apply various blows, but the guy dodged. The audience was surprised by karate techniques. Ian told the enemy that he was now using a strong reception. He grabbed a stone in his hands. The president was immediately alert. He did not have time to resist the young man. He waved a stone and struck directly in the face of the president of the club of Taekwondo. The hero told himself that by applying any of the tricks of his grandfather, he would kill him, but would not kill him in public. So this is the best solution to do so. After the knockout Rena, the audience from the rostrum shouted that Jan Ming was vile because he dared to drag the brick. One of the viewers said that actually the guy mentioned that he would hit him with a brick because the battle was without rules. Another viewer confirmed these words and said that we can assume that the young man won the battle honestly. Spectators began to support Jan Mina, calling him a genius. Someone said that he mentioned that he did not know karate, so he would fight as he could. The main character heard the opinion of those present and said to himself that it seems that his plan worked. A minute earlier, a classmate asked Zhou Jiangyi, who was worried, whether she was worried and whether Jan Ming would lose. The beauty twice told her that he would not lose. A classmate asked if she really knew him well, that she was even sure of his victory. Jiangyi said that this could be so, but however, he had changed a lot. The girl asked maybe she should forget about him since he has changed. But the blue-eyed beauty, Zhou, replied that he began to treat her much warmer. The classmate asked what she was talking about. A couple of days later, Zhao Sisi said Marie that Zhang Bin was calling her for dinner, but it seems to want to sleep. She asked if she should go with him. A friend with a smile advised her to think carefully, and if she believes that she should associate life with him, she could go. In her thoughts, she said that Jan Ming took advantage of her trusting and forced her to do this, and even invited him to his home. And after entering college, they clarified the relationship. They love each other, but for some reason there was no physical proximity. Marie asked Zhao Cece, "What were the sensations during a kiss?" The girl replied that it was fine. Marie asked whether they kissed Jiang Bin, to which she asked with a smile why she was asking about it. Beauty Chan laughed, but in her thoughts she told herself that she and Yang Min did not really kiss. He never moved to this, and she cannot take the initiative. Cece said that Jiang Bin promised to marry her. She shocked Marie with a statement that she does not matter when this will happen. Moreover, they have already seen each other naked. Correcting the styling in front of the mirror, Chang Bin asked the opinion of Yang Mina about his hairstyle. He replied that she was not bad and asked, "Is it important because this is not their first date with Cece?" Chang Bin, with a smile on his face, replied that today is a special day, and most likely today he could conquer her. Jan Ming grinned and said that rather he will conquer himself. Chang Bin, pretending that he does not hear him, he followed the exit, singing something under his breath. Taking the phone in his hands, Jan Ming thought maybe he should call Marie, find out what she is busy. He was thinking about whether he should advance relations with her. At that moment, unexpectedly for Jan Mina, a phone call from Linda rang out. Jan Ming did not understand what Linda wanted, because he was with her yesterday. Jan Ming picked up the phone, greeted, and asked what happened. Linda, standing in her room with a drooping look, said the name Jan Mina. Jan Ming was alarmed, asked by Linda what happened. She offered to take a little walk, as she just missed. In the city of Sunny Day, Jan Ming met with Linda on the city street. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, he asked if everything was in order and noticed that she did not look very much. Linda, at the same second, passionately fell into the arms of Jan Mina, pronouncing his name. A romantic atmosphere reigned. With a trembling voice, Linda said Jan Min in his ear that he does not want to lose him. Jan Ming was confused. Excited, Jan Ming once again asked what happened to Linda and said that he was not running away anywhere. Clutching Yang Mina's chest, Linda said that they would never see herself again. But she does not want it. At this time, Marie came out of the corner. She confused seeing how Jan Ming hugs another girl. At that moment, Marie dawned. In a stupor, she realized why everything is going so for them. Jan Min has another. Remembering how they walked under the pen, Marie asked herself why Jan Ming was still with her, whether all his sweet words were a lie. Linda, buried in the chest of Jan Mina, repeated that he had to leave him, and he asked what was happening, asked Linda to tell him everything. Marie from far observed this scene. Sobbing, with the eyes of full tears, Linda suggested that Jan Ming and promised him to tell everything. Jan Ming agreed to the proposal of Linda. At this time, Marie was hiding around the corner. Bitter tears were quoted on her cheeks. Sitting on a bench, Linda said Jan Min that her grandmother arrived to find her. Jan Ming was confused because he thought that her grandmother was gone. He asked if this was not fine, asked Linda missing her. Having lowered her head, Linda said that it was so happy. Jan Ming exclaimed that this was good news and asked why she was so upset. Linda, with tears in her eyes, replied that her grandmother wants to pick her up. Jan Ming grabbed Linda by the shoulders and asked Lee that Linda with him. Remembering the strict image of her grandmother, Linda replied that she had long been in the city and she followed her. Her grandmother knew that they were together. Jan Ming asked what Linda's grandmother was thinking about him. Linda replied that she said that the young man was not bad, even more. Linda added that, however, her grandmother found out something else. This information shocked Yang Mina. He suggested that Linda knows about his relationship with Marie. Uncertainly, he asked if she knew. Linda replied that she had decided before that she would not say. She said that she did not care while Jan Ming treats her well. Linda added that now she needs to say something Yang Min. Jan Ming was in an awkward position. Linda reported by Jan Min what in reality the girl knew that he was with Marie in high school, and now she would leave and he could be with Marie. Shouting to the whole street, Jan Ming asked Linda what she was talking about and said that he would not let her go. Soothing Jan Mina, Linda said that the grandmother actually takes her because she wants to teach something and she will return after graduation. Linda got into a confident pose and said that witnessing is a complex and mystical thing. It would be very difficult to learn this, and special materials and conditions are also required. Lida added that therefore she should return to Yunan with her grandmother. Jan Ming said that then. Jan Ming asked Linda when she returned. The girl replied that her grandmother said that if she succeeds, then in a year, and if not, in 3 or 4 years. Putting back to the embarrassed Jan Min, Linda said that he was leaving tomorrow. Having brought his lips to the ear Jan Mina, Linda offered him to her tonight remained with her. Lying in bed with Jan Min, Linda told him that the curse of her family allows him to be with other girls. Jan Ming was surprised and embarrassed. He asked that the girl had the mind. Lying on the bed with Linda, Jan Ming asked the girl what she had in mind. Linda replied that this means that while she was in his heart, everything will be fine. Linda added that while he loves her curse of her heart, she will not work. Jan Ming asked Lindu in surprise whether it means that while he loves her, he does not give her. Linda told him not to be happy. In a serious tone, Linda said that if Jan Ming dares to forget about her after her departure, he will die in very terrible torment. Jan Ming understood what is the true meaning of the curse of the heart. Playfully touching the nose of Linda, he assured her that he could not forget her. Linda remembered another thing about the curse of the heart. It has a side effect. These words plunged Jan Mina into shock. He was surprised to learn about the side effect, as he does not feel anything bad. Linda explained that people with a curse of their hearts will be increased, but their needs will be higher. Jan Ming still did not understand what she was talking about. Jan Ming lightly pushed Lindu and said that it was nonsense, added that in the end Linda enjoyed. Linda playfully said that Jan Min did not understand this, and that it was very difficult for her to satisfy his desire. She barely had time for him until the very end. With the arrogant look, Jan Ming finally realized that because of this little girl allowed him to have another woman. In confusion, Linda asked what young Mina with her face. He replied that nothing like that she could continue. Presenting the man in the arms of two ladies, Linda continued the story of the action of the curse of the heart. She added that one day one woman could hardly be satisfied, so he must find another girl. Grandma also told her that many men will forget that first because of the new ones. The girl added that at this time the curse of the heart will finally poison him. Jan Ming was shocked by this information. Jan Ming asked in surprise whether this is that the curse of the heart seems to be harmful to people and whether it could make a person betray. Embarrassed, Linda apologized and said that I did not want to upset Jan Mina, but she did not know that. Grinkling, Jan Ming said that Linda would not take it in the head. He added that such good men as he who love new ones are not so common today. Linda got angry and called Jan Mina a shameless, and that if not for the poison, she would not allow this. Morning came. Jan Ming woke up in bed alone. Jan Ming wondered if Linda left. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the note lying on the table. Jan Ming took her in his hands and began to read. She had an appeal to the husband of Linda. She wrote that, although she had never called him that earlier, but in her mind, Jan Ming has long become her husband. Looking at his face when he sleeps, she did not want to wake him up. Linda had to go. She asked young Mina not to get bored. She would return soon. Linda hopes he will not forget her until she will be. Getting out of bed, Jan Ming saw Linda brought her laptop. With a smile on his face, the young man thought that she was going to contact him on the internet. The next day came. Sunji said Jan Min that the school is holding an advertising campaign with the Department of City Administration. Sun Zhiyi, while in the office, added that each class will appoint several students to go to the station for promotion in advertising. The class decided that Jan Ming is on the list. Thinking, Jan Ming asked himself, is it not physical work? And he said to Sun Jihea that he would not go anywhere. With an angry tone, Sun Ji said Jan Min that he has no right to refuse, as this is the decision of the committee. In his thoughts, Sun Ji considered Jan Mina a helpless person, which is why he does not have the right to refuse. With a bored look, Jan Ming answered Sun Jihea what he could do what he wants, Jan Ming will not go anyway. Leaving the office, Sun Ji said that he had already handed the list to Mr. Ji, and if Jan Ming does not go, he must tell him himself. Jan Ming thought that Sun Ji was trying to call him. With a cunning expression on his face, Sun Ji mentally threatened Yang Min, thought that he would make his life a hell and force Jan Mina to do all this. With a sigh, Jan Ming thought that it was okay. He would go that it was Sun Jia, and he should be careful in the future. Getting up from the desk, Jan Ming considered that he would go to training at first. Jan Ming went outside and thought that speed and strength are things that either are or not. The night came. There was a loud scream on the street. Walking through the forest, Jan Ming heard this female scream. He thought that in the middle of the night it could be a ghost. Looking out of the tree, Jan Ming saw how a strong man in a mask threatens the girl lying on the ground. The girl asked what this man was doing. Having threatened her with a knife, he demanded to give him all the most valuable. wallet, phone, necklace. Threatening the girl, the man hoped that she would simply give him her money without resisting, because he really has no other choice. The robber thought that if money was not required to save life, he would never have committed such a crime. At that moment, Jan Ming dawned. He realized that he could read people's thoughts again. The girl, frightened by the man that she could not give him her money. An angry man asked if the girl appreciates more than her life. The girl replied that this money for the medicine for her father, and she could not give them. Screaming, a man asked how such a coincidence could be. He said that he came here to rob people so that his mother could recover from his illness. He asked for really whether the girl is going to buy a medicine for her father. Jan Ming watched this scene due to a tree. Jan Ming thought what a tragedy, and that he was about to beat a man. Jan Ming went out from behind a tree and asked the man how much he needed. He directed the knife towards Jan Ming. The robber asked in surprise who he was and said not to approach. Jan Ming replied that he was just a student. Jan Ming asked, unless he needed money, and asked the robber to say how much he needed. In bewilderment, the man asked if Jan Ming wants to give him money. The robber said that he needed 2,000 and asked if Jan Ming has so much. He explained that his mother has appendicitis. Getting money from the wallet, Jan Ming told the man to be in a hurry. Time does not wait. The robber was dumbfounded. He asked Jan Ming whether he was really going to give him this money. The man fell to his knees and bowed his head in front of Jan Ming. He asked him to accept his gratitude. He said that his name was Hu Zhenhan, and he would not forget his generosity. Jan Ming did not understand, really could not be dispensed with it. Taking him by the shoulders, Jan Ming said that he was not worth gratitude, and asked him to get up. At that moment, Jan Ming realized that this person has incredible power. Jan Ming could hardly raise him. Getting up, the man said that he would go, and once again named his name, Hu Zhenhan. Turning to the girl sitting on the ground, Jan Ming asked if she was in order. The girl replied that she was fine. Placed, she asked if Jan Ming really gave him money. Jan Ming replied, why not, that his mother may be really sick and he needs money. The girl agreed with him. The girl thanked Jan Ming and said she would go. Jan Ming asked if she was also from Songjiang Technical University. He added that they, along the way, and offered to walk together. The embarrassed girl thought that perhaps he recognized her, and quickly discarded these thoughts, because it was impossible. But she continued to wonder why Jan Ming paid overnight, and then left. Jan Ming thought. Then he realized that they were familiar. The events of that night surfaced in the girl's memory. She wondered if he really remembered everything, because she was still a girl. Jan Ming asked whether she was robbed on a trading street that time. Jan Ming asked, is this not their second meeting? He noticed that he still does not know her name. In embarrassed, the girl replied that her name is Shen Lin. The girl thought that he should not tell him her real name. The night came. Jan Ming spent the girl to the stop. Shen Lin thanked him and said that he would go on the bus further. Jan Ming waved to her and asked to be careful. Having taken the phone in his hands, Jan Ming with his eyes remembered that he had not talked with Marie all day and thought that she needed to call. Taking the phone to the ear, Jan Ming heard someone's voice. A voice from the phone loudly asked that Jan Ming was needed. The young man thought that the voice looked like a parrot. Jan Ming introduced himself and asked to call Marie. On the phone, he heard how they said goodbye to him and hung up the phone. Jan Ming was confused. Jan Ming did not understand why Marie's phone was turned off, and she did not pick up the phone. Jan Ming returned to the hostel. Entering the room, Young Min asked that it was with Jan Bin. He noticed that he was too excited. And the Chan said that it is. He added that last night Jan Bin deprived his girlfriend and he could not get enough of this. The next day, walking along the corridor, Jan Ming asked Jan Bin if he sees Marie to ask her to call back. Jan Bin asked whether they quarreled. Jan Ming replied that he did not know. Yesterday they did not see each other. The young man suggested that she was angry because he did not visit her. Go out the street, Jan Bin said that he would give her it. The guy said goodbye. After some time, Jan Ming rang the phone. It was Jan Bin. He said that Marie was not in the lessons that day. Jan Ming asked in surprise why she did not come. Jan Bin replied that he asked the teacher and that he said that Marie was not yesterday. She was now on sick leave. Jan Bin asked if she fell ill or thought that everything was seriously. Jan Bin, sitting in the classroom, said that he was starting a lesson and he must end the conversation. Jan Ming ran to Marie with all his feet, but a woman stopped him. Jan Ming said his girlfriend was sick and asked to miss him. The woman replied that she could not, he never lies. Passing by her hostel, Jan Ming thought that apparently he would have to come up with another way to get there. Looking at the hostel, Jan Ming thought that Maria's room was not too high, on the third floor. He climbed onto the fence, jumped on the dormitory window, and thought that his training with Fang, we finally had their fruits. Opening the window, Jan Ming saw the surprised Zhao Sisi and realized that he jumped into the bathroom. He asked the girl not to scream. Zhao Sisi asked why he was here. The girl was flushed, asked why he climbed through the window. Jan Ming said this is a long story. Jan Ming added that he thinks that Marie was angry with him, and John Bin said that she had not come to class today, and he was here to visit her. Jan Ming said he had to go. Zhao Sisi thought that Marie was very jealous. She asked herself if she had angry with John Bin if he would be the same, and would climb in the hostel to console her. Jan Ming went to the 307th room and knocked on the door. He quickly ran around the corner. There was a voice outside the door who asked who was there. Marie opened the door and sadly noticed that there was no one. Here Jan Ming appears right in front of the days. It shocked Marie. Marie did not recognize him. She thought that in the hostel a robber or a pervert in the corridor. There was a crunch. Jan Ming shouted in pain. Maria realized that Jan Mina was standing outside the door. His fingers turned red and swollen. Excitedly, she asked whether his hand was in order. Jan Ming said that everything was fine and offered to go inside. Jan Ming explained that if the cleaning lady sees him here, he would immediately throw him. With swollen fingers, Jan Ming added that climbing to the third floor was not easy. Marie asked what he meant. Marie realized that he really climbed here and invited him to come in. Jan Ming closed the door behind him. Marie asked him what he was up to. Marie was very embarrassed because there was nothing on her except a bra and nightie. Jan Ming began to calm the girl, because he could not do anything with such a hand. In addition, it seems to him that with their relationship, there was nothing left for him to do. Marie angry asked what relationship was talking about, and said that there was nothing between them. Jan Ming was at a loss. He asked Marie what happened. Marie said not to pretend to him a fool that he himself knows that he had changed her. Marie said that they need to leave. An awkward silence hung in the air. Jan Ming said that Marie should admit that besides her, the young man has another girl. Marie's eyes filled with tears. Jan Ming asked Marie to wait and let him finish. Jan Ming added that Marie did not want to lie. Her name is Linda Lee. They met in the summer after graduation. He brought her from Yunan. At this time, Marie Lila bitter tears. Wiped the tears of Marie, asked if it was that he voluntarily brought home a mistress. Having lowered his head, Jan Ming said that she was only 16 years old, and he did not want her to stay in a place like that. So he brought her here. Marie was outraged that they did this in the bathhouse and accused Jan Ming of that he had no conscience at all. Jan Ming began to make excuses that everything was not the way it seemed. Just by her actions, Marie led Jan Mina out of herself. He does not know what Van Zhao told them then, but Marie suddenly began to ignore Jan Mina. Marie said that she then called and apologized for everything. Jan Ming, recalling that scene, said that by that time he had already taken Linda and therefore avoided Marie for some time. Since Jan Ming admitted, Marie angry demanded to answer her the question of which of them he would choose. Jan Ming asked Marie not to start because they are both equally important for the young man. Marie strongly stated that she seems to her Jan Ming imagined too much about herself. She asked him if he wanted to sit on 2 chairs at once. The guy awkwardly agreed with this statement. Marie Mina hit Marie with all his fury, calling him and wishing him death. The beaten Jan Ming asked Marie to let him explain everything. He stated that he simply could not leave Linda. Her mother laid a curse of her heart on him. Jan Ming continued to explain that any man who entered into a relationship with someone like Linda is cursed, and if they try to part with her, they will die immediately. Marie incredulously asked Jan Mina whether he was not lying. Jan Ming confidently stated that he did not need to lie. The young man added that there is something else knows about Marina. Representing the image of Van Zhao, Jan Ming said that the photographs that he sent Marie were real, but he set up Jan Mina. Marie asked why Jan Ming talks about this. She clarified, I would like Jan Ming in the future if he meets another girl so that she becomes one of his girlfriends. Resolutely, Jan Ming said that he is a person responsible for his actions, and he must pay for his mistakes. Marie sighed and stated that Jan Ming could go. Excitedly, Jan Ming asked what about their relationship. Marie replied that she needed time to think about everything, and asked him to let her be alone. Jan Ming agreed, said Marie protect herself, otherwise she had become a thin one lately. Marie agreed. The embarrassed girl asked whether Jan Mina hurt strongly. Jan Ming reassured her, said not to worry and thought that this was excellent because he was still not indifferent to her. Leaving the building, Jan Ming felt the relief that the stone had fallen from his soul because he finally admitted to Marie. But no one knew what was waiting ahead of them. At that moment, a telephone rang. Jan Ming picked up the phone who was calling. Song Jiva answered the phone. He said that the director called Yang Mina to himself about the morning absenteeism, and he should hurry. The director is now on the second floor at the IT department. Jan Ming thought it was Song Jivai who was tapping him. Jan Ming came to the audience to the teacher. He told him to go. The teacher told Jan Min that he heard that he and Song Jiv did not get along very much and asked if it was true. Jan Ming was surprised and said that he did not know who said such a teacher, but does not think that they had talked before at all. Jan Min had thoughts that the teacher could be on one side of Sun Song Jiv. The teacher told Jan Min that he did not need to lie and added that he knew everything about them too. Ian Ming replied that since the teacher knows everything, so it is true that there are some disagreements between them. Yan Min noticed that he was, as it may, he always announces Yang Min. The teacher agreed but said that he did not think that Sunjai was involved in the absenteeism of Yang Mina. Showing the teacher his swollen hand, Jan Ming explained that this morning he accidentally pinched her door and was very painful. The teacher sighed and asked Jan Mina to call him the next time if something happens. He said that he was going to force Jan Mina to write an explanatory one, but he sees that there is no need for this. The teacher reassured Yang Mina by taking care of Sunji. The teacher asked Jan Mina that he was thinking about the post of the president of the class. He noted that Sun Jijai is a bad leader, so the teacher wants to replace him in the next semester. Jan Ming replied that he did not think that to cope with this. The teacher said that Miss Xiaoqing from the IT department asked him to look after Jan Min. The young man was very surprised. Jan Ming explained to Mr. C that he was walking classes from high school and was always very independent in terms of learning, and if the teacher wants to take care of him, then he may simply not turn Vanya when something happens. The teacher asked Jan Mina whether he was going to study on his own and if he wants to skip classes, then how he should explain this to teachers. Jan Ming replied that he promises not to fail a single exam. He's sure that he would cope with this. He asked to take care of his average score, as Jan Ming did not want him to fall. The teacher agreed, provided that the young man would pass all the exams in this semester, in which case he will allow Jan Min to study on his own. But if he fails at least one subject, then he will have to study like everyone else. Leaving the audience, Jan Ming replied that he understood everything and said goodbye to the teacher. In the evening, Tian asked Jan Min whether he was going in karaoke today. Ian Min replied that, of course, was going on, and asked to find out from Jianan Bin whether he would go with them. Jan Ming thought that Bao Sunli could visit the path. At night, karaoke lights burned. Tian sang in the whole throat while Jan Ming was sitting, shutting his ears. Jan Ming asked why Tian generally transferred to another school. It seemed to him that the Tian family had a lot of influence in the Eastern Sea City. Jan Ming said that it seemed to Tan just got into a fight and broke his leg to someone. Tan replied that the guy he had trimmed had a connection in the government, and he was very persistent, so the school simply had no choice and he was transferred. Tian yelled that he should not turn the past, because the famous King Karaoke returned, and he finally had a chance to show all his skills to them. Jan Ming went out the door saying that he would return soon. The young man was supposed to visit Bao Sunli. They knocked on the door of Bao. He viciously said that the knocking was failing and did not prevent him from talking on the phone. Jan Ming opened the door and said that he was knocking. Bao was surprised that it was Jan Ming. He became embarrassed and he asked what Jan Ming wanted. Bao said to the phone that he would call back since he has guests. Jan Ming asked how Bao's brother was doing. Bao said that he could not even ask that he was lost twice Yuxian Day. Bao added that he had tried to play a little dirty, but recently Yuxiang Day has been supporting from other cities, and he thinks that they have united. Bao said that Yuxiang and he controls the southern and northern parts of the city, and if Bao retreats, Yuxiang will put down the whole Sonjian underground world. Bao said that underground they are actively investing in the entertainment and real estate industry. Whoever becomes the boss of Sunjiang will become the richest man in the city. Since Abu did not move under his onslaught, Yuyan Di begins to lose patience. Yanmin replied that this was not bad, and thought that even criminal groups of other cities laid their eyes on Sunjiang. Bao said that he was just discussing this issue when Yanmin came. The Eastern Sea City has already agreed to cooperate with Yuxiang Day in the hope of expelling Bao from the city, and then they plan to divide the prey equally. Janming was surprised at this and did Yuxiang idiot completely asked. Janming added that it is equally divided by the prey is the same as climbing in the mouth of a lion. Bao said that he did not know whether he did, but he should grab this chance if he wants to overthrow Bao. The inspired Jan Ming asked what a plan had a plan. Bao called himself a miserable loser. At night, an unknown person says in a telephone booth to Mr. Mu that he successfully tracked the young miss. She is studying at the Sunjia Technical University. Mr. Mu on the phone said not to catch my eye and protect it from the shadow. Mr. Mu ordered him to send him a report on her position, including new friends and those with whom she communicates. The man said that he would not threaten the young miss. Bao asked Jan Ming against whether he wouldn't extend his hand to his help in this situation. Bao noted that if Jan Ming helps him, then Bao's chances will grow significantly. Bao told Jan Ming not to worry. They just work together when everything will calm down. By Jan Ming can choose something in Sunjiang. Jan Ming awkwardly replied that Bao misunderstood him. He did not indulge in the underground world and asked what he would do with sections of the territory. In addition, Jan Ming is just a student. He was interested in how he could help Bao at all. Bao objected that Jan Ming could help him. Bao explained that, about the situation in Sunjiang, now there can be no question of large-scale conflicts. The conquest and loss of the territory are determined by minor battles. The loser will simply leave Sunjiang. The probability of withstanding to the victorious end is small. Jan Ming asked Bao if he wants him to fight them. Bao nodded and said yes. Jan Ming objected that he had no intention to join the underground society right now and asked why they simply would not have to sit down a little. Bao replied that he respects the opinion of Jan Mina, so he would not force him. Jan Ming returned to karaoke where music sounded. Jan Ming sat on the sofa and thought that since he had gained his strength, too much fell on him. He wondered what he wants: money, women, or authorities. Jan Ming was thinking about the fact that Yuxiang Day is usually very vindictive, and the last time he made a not better impression on him. After he finishes with Bao San Li, perhaps he will come for Jan Ming. The young man thought it would be nice to get a little power in the criminal world. On the street of the city of Huzhenhan, he is concerned about the sides. His gaze falls on the girl, and he understands that this is the very girl that he robbed. The robber called out the girl. She turned frightenedly and looked at him. The girl realized that judging by his tone, he was not here to rob her again. Besides, they are facing the school, so he would do nothing. The girl asked was looking for her robber. Hu Jinhan answered no. To be honest, he was looking for John Mina but accidentally stumbled upon her. The man asked if she knew where Yanmin is now. The girl said that he would give Hu Jianhan his number, so he could meet Yang Min. The robber was glad and thanked the girl. The girl turned around, waved to the robber, and said that she would go, otherwise she would be late for classes. Hu Jianhan waved back. Jan Ming sits in the classroom. A phone call is suddenly heard. Ian Min did not know a familiar number. The young man picked up the phone. A voice was heard from there. The asking Jan Ming Li says this. Jan Ming raised the phone and introduced himself. Hu Jianhan answered the phone and said that he wanted to repay his duty. Jan Ming confused what duty. The young man does not remember that he borrowed money to someone. The man said that that evening his mother needed an urgent operation. Jan Ming replied that now he remembered and that there was no need to return the money. It is better Hu Jianhan will buy something useful for his mother. The man objected that he could not, and asked Jan Mina to say where he is now, so that he would come to him. Looking around, Jan Ming said that it would be inconvenient. Better, the young man will find him. Jan Ming left the office. The man said on the phone that he was at the main gate of the Sujansky Technical University, near the store on the corner. Jan Ming replied that he would be soon. Approaching the appointed place of the meeting, Yana Min called out Hu Jianhan. The man saw him scream that Jan Ming was the savior. Jan Ming asked him to stop and not speak like that, but calling him just by name. Hu Jianhan asked how he could, because Jan Ming saved not only his mother but also him. On that day, he robbed a girl who was unable to answer. He did not know what would happen if the young man had not helped him. Jan Ming awkwardly asked him to call him just Mr. Yang, as the savior sounds a little strange. Hu Jianhan agreed and handed Jan Min with the operation left from the operation. He said that there is $1,100 that he would return right now. After he finds a job, he will return the rest. In surprise, Jan Ming asked if a man has work. Hu Jianhan said she was, but the boss fired him. He worked for 2 months, not receiving a penny. Jan Ming asked why. The man replied that everything was deducted from his salary. When he worked at the hotel, he tried to stop some customers from harassment to waitresses. However, they filed complaints, and the owner cut a salary to the man. Jan Ming noticed that Hu Jiekhan prevented the owner from enriching, and it is not surprising that he fired him. The young man said that everywhere there are rules that need to be followed, and if he is going to maintain the position, he will have to follow them. otherwise he will be eliminated. In surprise, Hu Jianhan asked if he had to just sit and watch. Jan Ming replied that if he has the opportunity to become a big bump in a particular industry, then he can create his own rules. The young man asked whether the hotel was small. Hu Jianhan replied that this was so. The hotel was not very large, and asked how Jan Ming knows this. Jan Ming replied that no one would dispute the rules if the business is not large scale. Otherwise, they would have their own rules. The waitresses will be waitresses, and the bartenders, the barman shah. Giving the money back to Hu Jianhan, Jan Ming asked to leave it for now. A man can return them when he finds a job. The man replied that he could not do that. Jan Ming proposed to buy something useful to his mother because she was very weakened after the operation. Pointing to the car, Jan Ming told the man to climb. Hu Jianhan agreed. They arrived at the hospital. Hu Jianhan asked the girl if she had seen his mother. The girl was glad that he finally returned. And the girl said that when his mother went to the toilet, a bunch of Ambalov broke into the hall, pushing everyone. Then she was pushed aside. Her wound opened again and began to bleed greatly. Hu Jianhan was shocked by this information. Hu Jianhan ran with all his feet. Jan Ming looked at him in surprise. Jan Ming grabbed Hu Jianhan by the hand and asked where he was going. The man said that he would go and find a man who pushed his mother and put his ass. Jan Ming asked how he was going to find him and said to pull himself together and follow him. At the moment Hainan agreed. Approaching the nurse, Jan Ming greeted and said that they were the relatives of the old woman from the young man, explained that they were told that she was taken to the emergency department. Excitedly, Hu Jianhan asked what was with his mother. The nurse replied that her wound opened again and she was already in the operating room. With a cry, Hu Jianhan asked if the girl saw his mother. The nurse replied that she did not see. Screaming, Hu Jianhan demanded that the girl did not lie. He said that in this corridor everything was clearly visible and asked how she could not notice him. The girl replied that they were in a hurry and everyone was in sunglasses and she could not remember their faces. The nurse added that she heard them shouted that they were the people of Brother D and that if the doctor did not come, they will defeat the hospital. Thinkly, Jan Ming seemed to be talking about Yu Xiangde. Hu Jianhan apologized to the nurse and Li asked in order. Confused, the girl replied that everything was fine. In a serious tone, Jan Ming asked where they went. The girl replied that all their injuries were insignificant, and when they were bent, they just left. The nurse added that they did not even pay, although it is unlikely that the doctors would dare to ask them for money. Angry, Hu Jianhan asked why they did not call the police. Jan Ming noticed that if they do not call the police, it will be just a question for a long time for hospital services. And if the police arrive, then he can only force to pay the debt. But when the police will leave, they return to take revenge. At that moment, the doctor came out of the operating room. He said that Mother Hu Jianhan does not threaten anything else. They conducted an operation, but she will remain in the hospital for a couple of days. The doctor added that the operation would have to be paid. Hu Jianhan said that this happened in their hospital, and they must take responsibility. Approaching Hu Zhajian, Young Min asked him to calm down and offered to pay and then see how she was there. Jan Ming recalled that in the car, Hu Jianhan said that he served in a special forces. He replied that this was so, but he could not tell the details. The special forces soldier, whom he once won, joined the mercenary after he had quit from the army, and now he was shocked with his huge salary, and Hu Jianhan was fired from work as a guard. Jan Ming asked what Jianhan was thinking about working in the underground. Sitting on the bench, Jan Ming asked what Jianhan was thinking about the underground world. He maliciously replied that they had wounded his mother, and if they catch his eye, he will beat them. Jan Ming asked, what if they didn't get caught? Jianhan replied that then he spit on them. Jan Ming asked if he wanted to try. The young man thought that Jianshan is an ideal candidate for this position. He is not greedy and does not act masterfully. Jianhan was surprised and asked if Jan Ming wanted him to join the underground world. Jan Ming replied that if Jianhan helped him, he would never starve again. Jan Ming said that he needs to become those who observe compliance with the rules. Jianhan explained that he did not want to do evil acts. Jan Ming said, depending on what he considers evil. Jan Ming gave an example. If two soldiers from two different countries are fighting each other, which one of them is kind, who is evil? Jianhan replied that he did not know. Jan Ming said that the point is that he could do anything while it is without evil intent. The young man added that he would always underground no matter what, but having power, he could establish the rules that makes people introduce themselves more civilly. Zhenhan said he understood and asked what was required of him. Jan Ming replied that soon the battle would begin in the underground of Sunjiang. One of his friends is a very influential person in the southern part of the city, and his enemy is the brother of Dais, about whom the nurse spoke, Yu Xiangde. Jan Ming explained that the task of Zhenhan is to help his friend fight against Yu Xiangde. The young man added that he will find someone else who will help Zhenhan keep in the shade. Zhenhan was delighted and thought that he would destroy the guy who caused his mother's pain. Zhenhan bowed and said that he could compensate for his duty and asked if something happens to him, take care of his mother. Jan Ming agreed. Jan Ming said that it was not so dangerous to take care, although Zhenhan had a little revised the films, and the underground world is not so dangerous. The guys came to the equipment store. Holding the telephone to Zhenhan, Jan Ming said that he would use it for communication. The SIM card is anonymous, so you cannot worry. Jan Ming also asked to keep the phone on around the clock, as he could call at any time. Zhenhan said he understood him. The next day, Jan Ming thought that Bao Sunli had to call. He took the phone in his hands and dialed Bao. He asked what happened. Jan Ming, walking along the street, asked him to do with Yu Xiangde. Bao said that everything was just fine. One of his guys managed to cut the barns, Yu Xiangde, and he had to go to the hospital and apply the seams. Jan Ming said that he was in the hospital with a friend today and heard about it. He immediately guessed that this was the work of Bao's hands. Bao asked if Jan Ming thought his proposal, if he was in business, he would be his right hand. Jan Ming said he would think about it. Jan Ming hung up a phone and thought that before Bao said that they would only rule the city together, but now he says that Jan Ming is his right hand. At least in the future, Jan Mina will have many more opportunities. All he can do now is to wait. Because of Sun Jia, all the plans of Jan Mina flew into the pipe for the weekend, and he should now stick out on a busy street and distribute brochures, and together with Jan Min and everyone who is not in the ways. Looking at Zhou, Jiangyi and Yang Ming thought that she was here too. Jan Ming was very surprised, seeing how she just took a brochure thrown by someone and threw her into the garbage bucket. Jan Ming wondered if she was one of those psychos with a split personality. And at that moment, Jan Ming heard someone demanded to stop screaming at her. Jan Ming saw Sun Yu ask the man how he dares to just throw a brochure to the ground. She said that decent citizens would not litter. An angry man replied that this was his brochure and he could do everything he wants with her. A bald man approached these two and asked what the hell the leopard is doing here. He demanded that he move the hooves, as the brother of Day said that today they would revise their entire plan. The leopard laughed and, pointing to the girl, said that this chick tried to teach him good manners, as if he had returned to childhood. Leopard demanded that Sun Yu not dare to teach him good manners next time. Zhou Jiangyi approached them. She fenced the girl from the leopard and told him not to allow herself too much. The leopard enthusiastically called Jiangyi and Sipa and invited her to have fun with him. At that moment, Yu Shuai approached Zhou Jiangyi and asked the leopard what he blurted out to her and demanded to apologize. The guy pushed the leopard. He said that he hopes that he wrote a testament. Yu Shui shouted to his friends that these men were running into a fight and we must teach them a lesson. The leopard, on a grand scale, gave the guy a slap in the face and asked if he overheated in the sun. Holding the guy by the scruff, the leopard asked if he was thinking that he could just hit him and threatened to grind the guy into the porridge. A leopard with a grin told Jiangyi that that kid was a complete loser and offered to go with him. He promised that she would never be sad again and she would not have to worry about money. Sun Yu grabbed the girl by the hand and thought that she could not leave it like that, since Zhou Jiangyi stood up for her. With a grin, the leopard asked if she wanted to go with him too. A bald man said that this is not bad, and they can all have a good time together. Jan Ming thought that these two could not do anything, and he did not want to interfere in the affairs of Zhou Jiangyi, but Sui Yu is still a class vice president. She is not like Song Ji, who always builds intrigues behind people. A bald man noticed that Jan Ming was staring at them intently and said this to a leopard. He asked if Jan Ming was jealous, and if he asked them well, they will take Yang Mina with him. Jan Ming said they never learn from mistakes. He told the girls, distribute leaflets further, and he'd take care of these clowns. Jan Ming thought that he was literally ready to intervene, and the man did not have to ask him about it. Approaching the bald man, Jan Ming asked why he always come across such dumbasses. Seeing this, Sun Yu thought that he was finally doing something. The bald man had already swung to hit Jan Mina. Jan Ming from his feet threw the man aside. The leopard shouted that they warned Jan Mina that they were the people of Brother Day. He said that Brother Day is not the one with whom you can contact, and they have not yet finished with Jan Min. Jan Ming asked if they were talking about the moron Yu Xiangde and told him to convey to him to write a will. The leopard angry asked Li Yang Min to his brother Day. The leopard thought that most of the inhabitants of Sunjiang know that the brother of Dai is not the last person in the mafia. But only a few know his real name, and those who know do not dare to pronounce him. The leopard concluded that Jan Ming is possibly associated with the mafia, since he behaves as if he were one of the people of Bao Sanli from the southern district. Bringing a bald man on his shoulders, the leopard said that Jan Ming could fall. He demanded to convey Bao Sunli that his brother Day had not yet finished with him. They would see how enough he was enough. Suiyu thanked Jan Mina. She said that it seems to her that these Bugai would try to take revenge on them. Jan Ming said not to worry about it, and that they no longer stick to them. Jan Ming told Jiangyi to stop getting into other people's troubles, otherwise she may suffer. Jiangyi was surprised that Jan Ming really spoke to her first. She was embarrassed. It seemed to her that he wanted to contrive her, and she thought that perhaps he wanted to say that the girl should not have done all these things then. The teacher demanded that everyone be built in Shirensu and asked to tell what happened. Yu Shuai said that in general everything is fine, not counting that Jan Ming had a fight with a couple of garbage. The teacher wondered how Yu Shuai generally got into the student council, because he lied to him now. The teacher asked the guys what happened. The guys looked condemningly at Yu Shuai. The teacher thought that Yu Shuai is an idiot. He could pretend to be a reservation and was trying to look like a good guy. Sui Yu said she would explain everything. The girl told everything to the teacher. The teacher asked Yu Shuai why he in his story did not mention how he was beaten. And now, when someone else figured it out with everything, he sticks his chest again. Yu Shuai said that he had in mind that the methods of Jian Mina were too radical, and he had to go and bring the teacher. Jan Ming asked why then Yu Shuai did not follow the teacher. Yu Shuai replied that there was an emergency and he had to do something. Jan Ming said he was right, but if then Jan Ming went to look for a teacher, Yu Shuai would now lie in the hospital. The teacher said that now nothing to fix, and he is glad that no one was injured. The teacher said that everyone is free and they can either wait for the bus if they want to return to the university or can go about their business. Jan Ming, stopping a taxi, thought that he was not at home for a long time. Jan Ming came home. His father sat at the table and his mother carried food. Jan Ming asked how they were going to eat all this. His father noticed that Jan Mina was not at home for a long time and warned him that he would not allow him to eat all the most delicious. At that moment, Father Jan Mina rang the phone. Father picked up the phone. Jan Li called him. Father Jan Mina asked what happened and asked her to speak slower. The girl said that her dad was kidnapped. Father Jan Mina was shocked by this information. Father Jan Mina furiously asked who abducted him. Jan Lin replied that she did not know that last night he stopped answering calls, and then the kidnappers called her and said that he had him. The girl added that they said that her father was still safe, but they would kill him if they called the police. Father Min asked if they called the police. The girl convinced him that they did not call. She immediately called him. Father Jan Mina told her to wait at home. He and his family are already on the way. The night came. Jan Ming with his parents came to the house to a cousin. Jan Ming asked Jan Li to tell him again. The girl asked angrily what is the point of telling him because he was just a kid. She told Jan Ming not to intervene in it. Jan Ming explained that he helps her, only because her mother always cared for him. Otherwise he would not care. Jan Li asked her uncle what to do now. Jan Ming asked if she demanded something with her, for example, a ransom. The girl replied that they did not demand. The calling only said that she would wait for his next call. Jan Ming replied that then nothing needs to be done. They just should wait. The girl did not agree with him. She got angry and asked if Jan Ming wanted her father to be killed. Her mother said that Jan Min is right and they can only wait. Since they have not yet put forward any requirements, they do not harm her father. The woman added that they will decide what to do when they find out what the kidnappers want. Jan Ming thought that the girl's breasts are much smaller than Sunzi, but Sunzi is much smarter. He noticed that the saying, "the more breasts, the less brains," are not necessarily true. The girl's phone suddenly rang. She was scared that the kidnappers were calling. Jan Ming told the girl, "Turn on the speakerphone." She scaredly asked what to say to the guards. Jan Ming ordered her to behave naturally. They themselves will present their demands. Jan Ming told the girl rather to answer, otherwise they will suspect something was amiss. Jan Li picked up the phone. The kidnappers asked, did not call, or she have cops. The girl replied that she did not call and asked if everything was in order with her father and what they wanted. The kidnapper replied that they should prepare 3 million yuan and wait for his call. In this case, her dad will be safe. The girl asked the amount in surprise. The kidnapper asked if it was too much. The girl was stammering to answer. The robber interrupted her and said that he gave them 1 hour to get the money. He will call again when time comes out. The girl took up her head and asked what to do. Jan Ming said to raise money or inform the police. The girl's mother said that this was too much money. The girl was going to turn to her uncle. At that moment, Jan Ming recalled that the girl is well friends with Sun Ji, and her family is pleased, so they can borrow from them. Jan Ming thought that taking into account the personality of Jan Li, if they lend her money and something would go wrong, they will never receive them back. Jan Li did not understand with tears in her eyes how she could forget about her friend. She would definitely come up with something. The girl would call her friend right now. Jan Li took the phone and called Sun Zi. She said that there was a big trouble. Her father was kidnapped. The girl said she would wait for her. Jan Ming thought it was excellent, that someone else would intervene, and now Jan Li will cease to behave so unbearably. Sun Zi came to the apartment to her friend. She wondered why Jan Ming was also here, but quickly realized that he was a cousin of Jan Li. Jan Ming greeted the girl. She looked at him coldly. The girl sat on the sofa and nodded. Jan Mina bothered that they had spent the whole night together, but maybe she really forgot it because of aphrodisiac. Jan Ming sat next to the girl and stared at her. Sun Zi said that Jan Min had already said that he was a mistake. She hopes he understands this. Jan Ming said that Sun Zi could not be sure that this will not happen again. The girl did not agree with him. Sun Zi always tried to forget about what had happened. She thought that she almost plunged with her head in so much stupid relationship. The girl is going to be with Feng Chun, and therefore, before becoming his woman, she must make sure everything. Sun Zi recalled how she agreed to his proposal to book a hotel room. Sun Zi recalled their conversation in the hotel room. The girl said Feng Chun knew that something had happened at home. Feng Chun asked if something serious happened. He told her not to worry, he will always be near. With a drooping expression, Sun Zi said that her father's company went bankrupt. Now there is a debt of tens of millions on them. Feng Chun was shocked by what he heard. He asked not to joke like that. The girl said that this is true and the collectors are already at her house. She did not know what to do. It was possible that she was mired for life in debt. Feng Chun asked if she was trying to drag him with her. He accused the girl of going to force him to take care of Sun Zi's debts after they slept. The girl replied that if the company is not able to pay the debt, the collectors would not pursue them. Feng Chun demanded to forget about it and stated that they would part. Sun Zi, with tears in her eyes, asked what he was doing because Feng Chun himself said that he does not care about the girl's family and the condition. The guy said that everyone needed only money from her, and he was lucky this time, only because her romantic ties are irresponsible, otherwise he would have come to an end. Finally, Feng Chun complained that he spent $300 on this number. Jan Li asked her friend what happened, what she whispered about with Jan Min. Father Jan Mina asked her son whether he was familiar with Sun Zi. He replied that he was familiar. Kuzina introduced them when she called the young man for lunch. Jan Ming added that she even made him pretend to be a guy Sun Zi, and the girl blushed and thought that it turned out the lies became reality. Sun Zi laughed and said that the younger brother Jan Li helped her a lot then. Perhaps she will even have to bother him again. The girl asked Young Min's parents did not mind. His parents affably said that of course they did not mind and assured the girl not to worry about it. Jan Ming said Sun Zi that she was right, and then he helped her a lot. Jan Li awkwardly asked her friend she could not have lent her 3 million. Sun Zi replied that she was not opposed, but not sure whether Uncle Yang could return intact when she gave the money. Jan Ming asked if it was true that the abductors forbade the police to call. Jan Li, she said that this was so and asked what to do now. Jan Ming thought that Sun Zi and Jan Li is both from rich families, but they are completely different. Sun Zi always achieves her, while his cousin does not even try. Sun Zi noticed that even though the abductors were forbidden to call the police, she could still ask her people. The girl said that Jan Li would help, what she could, but let her not blame her friend if something goes wrong. Jan Li agreed with the girl and said that they would follow her plan. The drooping Jan Ming thought that if Jan Li was going to obey his girlfriend in everything, then why did he come there at all? Sun Zi took the phone in her hands, called Uncle Zhao and asked him to cook 3 million in cash. I also ordered a couple of strong guys to wait for her instructions nearby. Jan Li asked why the girl did not want these people to simply bring money to their home. Sunzi replied that they should be extremely careful. If they forbade the police to call, it is quite possible that they follow Yan Li's family, and if they find out that they are helping from outside, nothing good will come of it. Jan Ming was puzzled by the fact that Sunzi is always a step in front of him. Jan Ming took advantage of his own forces and noticed that someone was following them. And Jan Ming saw that the person who is following them listens to music. The young man thought that he was an amateur. Jan Ming considered that Sunzi needs to be informed, and if everything goes well, then this can be an excellent opportunity to find a real criminal. Jan Ming asked the girl to step aside with him. He had to talk to her. Jan Ming thought that if Jan Li learns about this, he would simply be furious, and then the abductors can suspect something. Sunzi was outraged by the fact that it seemed to her that Jan Ming was still trying to flirt with her. She did not understand. Did Jan Ming really not realize the seriousness of the situation? Jan Ming and Sunzi went to the bathroom. The young man closed the door. The girl did not understand what he was planning. The Jai is blushing, and asked Yang Min really thinks about such things at such a time. Ian Ming, not understanding, asked what the girl meant. The girl did not understand what Jan Ming meant. She wanted to know if Jan Ming wants something more than just a conversation. Jan Ming told her that the girl was thinking about some not decent things, and he needs to talk to her about something important. Jan Ming thought that given what happened in the toilet last time, it seemed that Sun did not understand at all. Jan Ming told everything to the girl. She asked if Jan Ming wants to say that someone is watching the movements inside. Jan Ming agreed and added that in the northeast, a man in a baseball cap is standing at the house. He is definitely in the Zoom with the abductors, however, he is the only person whom they hid in this area. In the bath, he cannot follow them. Sunzi asked where the young man knew so much. Ian Ming asked if the girl thinks that he was in a witch with visitors. Shouldn't the girl trust him at least a little, since they spent the night together? Sunzi noted that it was too suspicious and asked Jan Min how he knew so much. Jan Ming reassured Sunzi and said that he spent some time to examine the surroundings along the way here, and this is the only place where they could effectively hide someone, so it was not difficult to notice him before. Sunzi asked if the young man was sure of something alone. Jan Ming said he was sure of this. Jan Ming said to Sunzi so that her people detain this man, and then they will interrogate him. Sunzi took the phone in her hands, said that he would immediately inform her people. Ian Ming asked not yet to talk about this by Jan Li because she becomes too emotional, and he is afraid that she can accidentally reveal the plan when the kidnappers call her again. Sunzi was delighted that Jan Ming thought over even better than her. Jan Ming embarrassedly said that, like her boyfriend, he should help her, given that she might miss. An angry girl told Jan Min to fall off and left the bathroom. Jan Li suggested that Jan Min and Sun Si have something. Sunzi said that forcing Yang Mina to pretend to be her boyfriend, Jan Li caused him little troubles and go to Jianao looking for him again. The girl thought that maybe she really was right, because a lot of time has passed since they were looking for her, and remind you that I received children's photos by Jan Mina. The girl wondered if Yanmin Go Jiangyeo beat up because of this. Jan Ming thought that for her sake he figured out the source of problems. People Sunzi grabbed a man in a baseball cap. They sent a message to Sunzi that they managed to catch that man. After reading the message, the girl was delighted with this. Sunzi nodded to Jan Min, the young man nodded to her in response. Sunzi told Jan Li that the person who should bring money here, she will not depart for long. Jan Ming proposed to go with her, because the girl will not drag so much money alone. Father Jan Mina invited his son to go with him. The young man replied that his father should stay there, because if the abductors call again, someone who will look after everything will be needed. Father agreed with his son, and ordered them to be careful. Jan Li asked her friend what to tell her if the abductors call her again. The girl told me to say that the money was ready and ask where to leave it. Jan Li agreed. Sunzi, along with Jan Min, went for money. Jan Ming said that he realized that he should just go nearby and smile broadly. The couple went to the car. Next to her stood one of the people of Sunzi. The girl said that Jan Ming is one of her people. Sunzi asked if they interrogated him. Her man replied that she did not order, so they had not yet touched him. Jan Ming resolutely asked the man who ordered him to come here. The man was lying in a car with his hands tied. He fiercely stated that it was better to release him faster, and if his brother's son finds out that he is not available, then he would kill the hostage. Jan Ming asked who was Sun's brother and why he abducted Yan Dashan. Jan Ming thought that the offender was not shining with his mind. He gave himself out with giblets. The man said Jan Min do not even think that he would tell him something. Jan Ming thought that the man looks like he knew everything. If he said that he knew nothing, then Jan Ming would ask only a few questions. Jan Ming said Sunzi that he thinks that her people will be able to talk to him. The girl nodded in response. Sunzi ordered her man to make him speak. Her person replied that he would do it without problems. Jan Ming invited the girl to take a walk in the district, because soon it would not be very calm here. Young people heard screams coming from the car. 10 minutes later, Sunzi asked if there was progress. Her man replied that the boy is a strong nut. Does not say how no matter how much he beat him, he asked to give a little more time. With a bloodied person, the offender said that he would never split. Jan Ming thought that he simply had no choice. Jan Ming pressed a sore spot on the back of the criminal. He twisted in pain and asked just to kill him, as he would not speak. The man thought that he could just tell everything, but quickly discarded this thought, as his brother Shun would definitely kill him. Suddenly for himself, Jan Ming noticed that he had heard his thoughts. Jan Ming read the thought of the kidnapper, learning that his brother Dae was involved here. He guessed that his ability was activated only at critical moments. Jan Ming thought that if he could activate the ability, he could learn from the abductors everything he needs. He asked where Yang Dashan was being kept. The thought flashed that it was not like ordinary abduction. The kidnapper lied that Jan Dashan in a cave on the Western Star Mountain. In fact, he was in a barn near the mine. Jan Ming asked why they stole Yang Dashan. In response, Jan Ming received a lie that the abductors wanted to earn extra money in this way. In fact, the brother of Dai wanted to teach him. The guesses of Jan Mina regarding the fact that Yu Xiangdae was involved here, they were justified. He realized that until the ransom is paid, his uncle would be in order. If Jan Ming releases a guy, then Sun Ji will be drawn into this matter. He does not want the family to face the criminal world again. He decided to aggravate the conflict between Bao and Yu Xiangdae. Jan Ming leaned toward the guy and asked if he wanted to say something else. He hit the kidnapper and rose from his place. Jan Ming came to Sun Ji and told her all the information where Yang Dashana is kept. Sun Ji is surprised at how quickly Jan Ming decides and asks him about the plan. He tells her to take money to herself and pull the time, and he will go to look for her uncle. Sun Ji wants to go with him, but Jan Ming stops her and says she helps Jan Li. Jan Ming proposes to lie by Jan Li that the right amount has not yet been collected because he is leaving again. The girl agrees. One of the subordinates runs up and reports that Brother Sun called the guy in Bazbool. The subordinate changes his voice in response to the call, posing as Lucy. This is the name of the guy in a baseball cap. Brother Sun orders to follow the situation further. Jan Ming and Sun Ji stand aside and hear the whole conversation. The girl returns to the family and says that Yan Ming and her assistants went for the missing part of the money. The kidnappers call Yang Li again. Jan Li informs them that there is not enough money yet. They are given another hour of time. The girl is worried about money, but Sun Ji reassures her, and he thinks that Jan Li is selfish and is not at all worried about Jan Mina. On the way to the mine, Jan Ming notes to himself that since Uncle got rich, they almost stopped talking and the guy rarely appeared on a quarry. Jan Ming orders the assistant to stop the car. He decides to use the ability of his lenses to discern some people or shed. With his vision, the guy finds the desired barn. Inside it turns out to be 3 or 4 people. Assistant Sun Ji says that one fist is enough for him to cope with the kidnappers. Jan Ming orders him to be cut down and take them to the van. Following the order, the man with his foot opens the door of the barn. The kidnappers are surprised at this action. One of them turns to a man and asks who he is. In response, the assistant Sun Ji himself begins to be interested in who they are and what they forgot in the alleged shed. The kidnapper explains that they need a barn for a small business and, having given a large amount of money, asks for a walk until the morning. Assistant Sun Ji pretends to agree. But as soon as the kidnapper turns his back to him, the man becomes furious. With one blow, he knocks out all 3 abductors. Jan Ming sends Sun Ji Smilik to the phone. The girl reports Jan Li the news that her father was found. And in her thoughts, she is amazed at how Jan Min manages to fool around in such situations. Jan Li enthusiastically asks if this is true. Sun Ji says he will call his ward now and find out the details. The girl calls Jan Min. He briefly tells the situation and asks to say that he was not saved by him, but the ward Sun Ji. She reassures him, saying that she had already settled everything. Jan Min promises to come in 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the whole family meets Uncle Jan Lashana. Jan Li hugs him, and aside are Sun Ji and Jan Ming, watching them. Yan Ming asks his parents to return home first because he still has some things. The guy approaches the car of Sun Ji. Then he knocks on the car window, paying the attention of the girl. Jan Ming opens the door of the car, and Sun Ji with acclaim asks what he wants. The young man is interested in whether Gigi had missed him recently. The girl does not understand what he means. Sunji says that he behaves disgustingly and why he does not disappear. She warns that if Jan Ming continues, let him get out of her car. Jan Ming is surprised that he angered the girl. She tells him to shake because she still has business. Jan Ming asks her if she goes on a date with her guy. To which Sunji replies that if she had a guy, she did not ask young Mina to pretend to be. Today, the younger brother comes to her in the evening. Jan Ming reports that they are going to borrow their truck. Already at the wheel of a truck, Jan Min called Hu Zhenhan asking for help. Jan Ming said that he was in a parking lot near the hospital and also ordered Hu Zhenhan to deal with his business and come to him. In the back of the truck are uncle abductors, everything except the boy in a baseball cap, now under the influence of psychotropic substances. Jan Ming thought that, in the hands of Bao Sunli, these guys are the same as dead. In addition, Lucy saw him and can talk. Jan Min strokes Lucy on the head with the thought that it is impossible to be kind to enemies. The guy considers him a disabled person, most likely. According to the assumptions of Jan Mina, he fell into a coma and will not wake up soon. Jan Min takes the phone to call Bao Sunli. Bao picks up the phone, asking what issue he is calling. Jan Ming says that his friend caught his subordinates Yuxiang Day. Bao Sunli is interested in who his friend is. Jan Ming reports that his friend is a person who is interested in the underground world of Sunjiang, and Bao will soon have a chance to work with him. Bao clarifies whether it was friend Jan Mina asked to talk to him. Jan Mina says that he is not because he is not particularly close to this person. A conflict just arose, due to the fact that the aforementioned friend accidentally saved his uncle from the clutches of Yuxiang Day. Sitting in a chair, Bao scratches the back of the head and asks what is the name of uncle. In response, Jan Ming calls the name Yan Lashan, which Bao Sunli is very surprised and asks if everything is fine with his uncle. Jan Ming briefly talks about the fact that the people of his friend accidentally saved his uncle, and now everything is in order with him. Bao sighs with discontent. Having grinned, Jan Ming is interested in whether Bao wants to accept people Yuxian Day, who managed to catch. Bao suddenly freezes in surprise. Hu Zhenhan is coming to Jan in the parking lot. The guy asks what he needs to do. Having pointed to the truck, Jan Ming says that the kidnappers from the truck were pumped up with psychotropic substances. They should be brought to the nightclub and follow the plan that Jan Ming and Hu Zhenhan agreed earlier. Hu Zhenhan comes to the nightclub. Bao welcomes the guest for one of the club tables. Hu thanks him for generous hospitality and they two drink on a glass for Bao Sunli's health. Bao once again says thank you for bringing those 4 guys who had previously been kept in a truck everywhere. Sanli asks if he wants something in return. Hu Zhenhan replies that these 4 are a gift and he does not need anything. The excited Bao Sunli is again interested in whether this is really a gift. The guest assures him that there is no doubt, he simply leaves these people to him. According to Hu Zhenhan, his boss said that there will be many more opportunities for cooperation, so there is no need to rush with gratitude. Bao politely asks who boss Hu Zhenhan, but he does not answer his question because Hu Zhenhan says that his boss' personality is quite unusual and does not like to worry. Having pretended that everything is in order, Bao suddenly thinks what boss Hu Zhenhan wants from him. As Hu Zhenhan said, his boss is now not too interested in the criminal world of Songjiang. From Mr. Bao, they are waiting for good news in the future. Bao suddenly thanked the boss for good wishes, and he was worried because he thought that boss Hu Zhenhan could demand his share. Hu Zhenhan returned to Jan Min. Entering the room, he noticed that the guy talked with someone. For him, Jan Ming is the one who cares about his friends, because Hu Zhenhan is sure that his brother Jan will not treat him. He interrupts Jan Mina, telling him that he had already finished and it's time to return home. A whisper, Hu reported that Bao Sanli did not suspect anything, and no one followed him when he left. Jan Ming is satisfied. Soon, for Hu Zhenhan will fall out to show all his abilities. Jan Ming leaves first, asking his friend cares about his mother. Sitting in a truck, Jan Ming noticed by the passing Sheng Lin. The guy called out to Shen Lin and offered to give her a lift. Shen Lin is worried because it is dangerous to sit down in a man in the middle of the night. But walking is more dangerous on foot. Especially Jan Ming brought her earlier because she agreed. Already in the car, the young man asked her why she returns home so late. Shen Lin blushed, answering that she was tuned with her student. Having warned about the danger of nightly walks, Jan Min advised finding a job closer to school. The girl said that the student was very attached to her, and she simply could not refuse him, continuing his homework. Mentally, Jan Ming condenses her, because it is really not easy to earn money. He quietly puts several banknotes in Shenlin's bag so that in the future it used them. Yosode at that time paced around the room. He was indignant, later time, and he still has not been able to get through to Yes Shun. But instead of Yes Sun suddenly called Bao Sunli. Having picked up the phone, Bao Sunli reports that the people of Yuxiangdao. Yosode races interrupts the call. For some time he looks at the phone screen, and then dials the number of the brother of the snake. Yu Xiangde agrees to his proposal. The following events take place in the house of Liu Weishan. He offers Jan Ming to look at his new acquisition, which was hidden under a red scarf. Jan Ming is confused at him. Under the red cloth was a small figurine of 3 green horses. Jan Ming cried out enthusiastically. Liu Weishan plans to send this figurine to the International Asian Auction and give the proceeds to Ian Min. From such words, the guy comes into even greater surprise. Jan Ming says that such an incredible work of art cannot be sold, to which he receives an answer from Li Weishan that he made this figurine for the sake of his pleasure, and other people are ready to pay good money for it. Such an old person as Liu Weishan does not need money. A man shows a few more jewelry and says that all these products are made of the remaining materials and can also be put up for auction. Jan Min agrees. Liu Weishan asks if Jan Ming is interested in participating in an international auction, the one that takes place in Hong Kong. Uncle Liu says that if Jan Min is interesting, then they can go together for auction. They come to the kitchen, where they are waiting for the wife of Li Weishan and Qing Qing, who recently returned home. Liu Weishan offers to eat together. Qing Qing said that Yun Qian spoke about Jan Ming and about his deal with him. Jan Ming replies that in his life there is always a lot of things. Qing Qing asks him, does he mean that he constantly walks on a date? The girl is still interested in why she has not seen Linda recently. Jan Ming briefly says that she has some family problems and she left home. Qing Qing encourages the guy, saying that Linda loves him and she will definitely return. Jan Ming silently agrees. The next question of Qing Qing was about Marie, because isn't she his real girl? She asked Jan Min why he suddenly switched to Linda, and does he not change Marie? The young man is surprised from questions. Jan Min is in a hurry to calm the girl, saying that he and Linda were classmates in high school. The wife of Li Weishan asks her husband if their son and daughter-in-law were now with them, then they would also enjoy food, like Jan Ming and Qing. Liu Weishan agrees and offers to accept Jan Mina as their godson. The guy says that if Aunt Chu and Uncle Liu does not mind, then for him it will be an honor to become their godson. Aunt answers that on the contrary, she would be very happy. Then Jan Ming proposes to call it in the future. Liu Weishan calls his godson the next day, reporting that the invitation to the auction is ready, and he needs to be taken in the near future to the officer of Chen. In the distance, Jan Min notices the eldest. They greet, and the man says that he is glad to meet the godson, Professor Liu. After a couple of hours, Jan Min come to the police station. Having opened the door, he notices Uncle Chin, the same officer about whom his godfather spoke. The officer asks Jan Mina about the plans for the holidays in Hong Kong. The young man convinces that in Hong Kong he needs only for auction, see, and gain experience. Officer Chen calls his assistant, Xia Jue. It will help complete the paperwork. The girl comes while Jan Min becomes awkward, because the last time they saw when the guy took tests. Jan Ming asks for forgiveness for anxiety, Xia Shui, calling her sister. She asks displeasedly who he called his sister, while in her thoughts he decides that Jan Ming deserves to be taught a good lesson. The girl orders Yang to go ahead. She will tell him where to go. The guy is surprised because he does not know the police station, and it is precisely that he should go ahead. Then he notices something wrong out of the corner of his eye. The officer's assistant waves his foot on him, about to hit him. Jan Ming stops her blow with his right hand. Now Xiaojue cannot free his hand, the guy holds her leg. Embarrassed, the officer's assistant orders Jan Min to let go of his leg, but he continues to hold it. Xiaojue, almost a cry, repeats his order. Jan Ming says that she is not right and he simply cannot let her go after an attempt to kick him. Xiaojue threatens him, orders again to let go. Jan Ming refuses, saying that if he does it, then the girl will hit him again. Zhu promises that Jan Mina will no longer kick. She thought that if she promised not to kick him with his feet, this does not mean that she would not beat with his hands. Jan Ming, as if reading her thoughts, repeated the same words that Xia Su had just thought about. The officer's assistant threatened him again, promising to scream now. 2 policemen passed by who noticed what was happening in the corridor. One of them suggested that Xiaojue got angry with the guy because he had rejected her, and now he stopped the girl who was about to hit him. Then, on the young man, she looked angrily, calling them in her thoughts with ballaballs, and they hastened to run away from her. Shizuka no longer endured and moved. In the next instant, she jumped, intending to hit the guy again, but this time with her fist. But instead of this, Xia Shu put Yang Mina to the floor, falling on top of him. Officer Chen noticed that Jan Ming and Xia Shui have been going on for a very long time. If they do not return in the near future, they will not have time to finish with the documents. He goes to look for them. The officer was very surprised when he found them in the corridor, both lying on the floor. Chen canned delicately and asked Yan Su and Jan Mina that they had arranged here, having read that they should lead properly at the workplace. In one voice, the guy and the girl said that this was not what the officer thought about, and they are not in such a relationship. The man guessed that Jia Jue again started a fight. She was embarrassed, explaining that she was just fooling around. Officer Chen told her to go back, and he will finish with Jan Min himself. Time later, Jan Ming, along with his godfathers, flies to Hong Kong. At the airport, they are met by two men who were waiting for guests with a sign where the name Liu Weishan was written. Jan Min notices them and says this to my uncle. One of the people who met was a man with purple hair. He was sent by Mr. Zhang. He welcomes Li Weishan and reports that he was ordered to escort the professor to the hotel. In the early evening, Ian Min called the godmother at the hotel. He is warned that he gets up and gather for dinner. Behind them, in half the fifth, Lin will drop. The guy's going quickly and goes into the corridor. Someone knocked on Ching Ching room. Having decided that this is a mother, she hides with one towel and opens the door, but Yan Ming is on the threshold. Ching Ching hastily leaves the room, saying that she needs to dress. The coming Jan Ming is also turning away. To himself, the guy notes that it became much more difficult for him to look at the girls because Lan Lin left, but it is difficult to do with Marie. Jan Min notices something clicks behind the door. The door opens and Ching Ching returns to the room. She is dressed in a white dress with jewelry and with gathered hair. Jan Ming looks at the image of a girl with admiration. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy asks Xiaoxin what it was. She says that he came immediately after their mother left. Here, Ching Ching thought that she was on the threshold, but was mistaken. After that, the girl called Yang Mina. Again, in his head, the young man makes a remark to the girl. She better not talk to him in such a tone. He does not understand why she continues to call him, if he has already explained that situation in the book. Xiao Qin laughs, saying that he is joking and is ready to go. Before leaving, she explains that Mr. Zheng is a very important person, and in a restaurant it is worth doing without exit. Remembering the information, Jan Ming is silently indignant, thinking that the girl constantly calls Mrs. Chu their mother, as if he were a married couple from Shaoqin. In the morning at the auction, the first lot was a jade pendant from Liu Weishan. The leading convinced the guests that there was no doubt about the authenticity, since all the subjects at the auction are compared with the value of the value. Then the man solemnly pronounced the sum of the lot. The starting price of a jade pendant was $500,000. All those present in the hall were very surprised. Jan Min was nervous. The cost of the pendant was twice as high as the cost of jade. While the young man was thinking about how the local people were obsessed with collecting, his godfather fell asleep. Liu Weishan was not at all interested in the results of the trading. Aunt Chu explained that Liu Weishan was sleeping badly last night, so he fell asleep at the auction. The price for jade has already reached 36 million. Jan Min was mentally surprised how he managed to become a millionaire in a few minutes. As a result, each of the goods from Liu Weishan left more than $3 million, and the inkstone was sold for $6 million. I can't believe Yan Ming that one morning he managed to become a millionaire. He considered this too much a gift for him. In the afternoon, a figurine of the 4 horses was sold, which before that Uncle Liu Weihan showed Jan Min. Its starting price was $100 million. As a result, Mr. Huan Junzin acquired it for $380 million. Ian Min is struck by the amount that went like net profit. The lots of Liu Weishan ended. The next was the subject of the underwear that wore Hu Lim. Jan Ming grumbled, as at an auction they sell the underwear of some actress. He wanted to leave, but after the underwear, the ring of Mrs. Shuya was sold. All the money from the sale of this jewel would go to the Nadezhda Foundation. Jan Ming immediately recognized this ring. Zhong Xiatian, the son of Mr. Zhang, asked Xiao, wasn't this her favorite ring? The next was the question why she put this ring for auction. Xiao Ai did not give a clear answer. He leaned toward the girl and assured that he would return her ring. Xiao Ai was upset. Earlier she wrote so many letters, but not receiving an answer. I decided that Jan Min has forgotten about it, and it was time to sell the ring. The name of the shoe I seemed to Yan Min friends. He recalled his childhood friend with a similar name. The guy did not believe that it could be true. Trading go. Qing noted the popularity of Shu and the fact that the price of the ring is already more than 100,000. Jan Ming doubts his authenticity, considering a copy, since the real ring should be lost. The guy offers Xiao Xin to participate in the auction. She asks if he did not like the mistress of this ring, and now Jan Ming is trying to get it. He replied that he once gave a similar ring, and now he wanted to buy this lot for his memory. Jan Ming offers 150,000 for the ring. Zhong Xiaotian in indignation, who dared to compete with him. The entire auction house belongs to him. Xiao Tian raises the bet to 200,000. I am surprised. She never thought that this ring would want to redeem for such a large price. Jan Ming offers 250,000 for him. The last bet of Zhong Xiaotian was 300,000. This auction takes place in American dollars, not Hong Kong. For Zhong Xiaotian, this amount is limit. He thinks that I shocked his generosity, and 300,000 behind the ring are worth it. Jan Ming raises a bet to 4,000. Zhong Xiaotian got angry, he cannot make a bet anymore, and the ring goes to VIP number 7 to Jan Ming. Now Shu, I feel that she had lost something important. The girl rises and runs to Mr. Zhang. Having run into his office, she says that she wants to refuse to sell the ring and asks Uncle Zhang for help. She wants to pay twice as much to the buyer. Mr. Zhang explains that the ring has already been bought and is not subject to return. These are the rules of the auction. Xiaoi asks if it is possible to meet with the buyer, to which he also gets a negative answer. The personality of the buyer should remain confidential. The frustrated Xiaoi leaves the office and says that Mr. Zhang will no longer bother Mr. Zhang. At this time, Zhong Xiaotian comes to the guard room. In return for the auction video, he offers the guard, to which the man agrees, thanking the boss. In the video, Zhong Xiaotian notices Jan Mina, from whom he is now going to pick up the ring. On the way to the room, Jan Ming and Xiao Qin are talking. The girl says that today he was in the spotlight, spending 4,000 at a time. Having embarrassed, Jan Ming asks that she reproaches him of this. She explains that she does not reproach him, let her spend her money where she wants, just this ring did not cost such a huge amount of money. Qing also says that he had long wanted to try local food, and therefore, if Jan Ming is now rich, then he must treat her. Jan Ming agrees, saying that before the girl gets married, she will feed her and provide her. Xiao Qin and Jan Ming walk along the evening streets of Hong Kong. The girl is surprised at the liveliness of this place and notes that it is more beautiful here than in Songjiang. She says that in this area there is a very tasty food, offering Jan Min to go somewhere and try. The guy agrees. From the corner for Jan Min is already watching too. Mr. Zhang sent them to find a young man. In the car that stood nearby, two guys are also sitting, watching people from Mr. Zhang. The guys in the car take them for thieves who are planning to steal something. The guy with blonde hair leans to his friend at the wheel and asks if it is necessary to intervene. A friend agrees, but this must be dealt with quickly. They decide to get rid of Mr. Jun's people. The car starts and is now moving abruptly towards the guys watching Yang Min. One of them is frightened by the sharp appearance of the car. The car stops near them. One of the observers screams at the guys in the cabin. They are completely blinded. Now these two get out of the car. In their hands is a rope and a small knife. A man who before that indignantly shouted at them now asks what they want. Having tied those two that seemed thieves, they sealed their mouths. The brown guy was surprised where the one they followed. Jan Ming was confused. He certainly did not have enemies in Hong Kong, and Xiao Qin sighs with relief, asking who it was. Jan Ming replied that he did not know. The girl again asks how he noticed them. Jan Ming talks about what he noticed in the car. A thought flashes in my head. Maybe it's just a skirmish between two groups. One of the guys in the car seemed to Jan Min friends. He is trying to remember where he saw him. But Jan Ming returns to Sister Xiao Xin, offering to eat beef noodles. Noticing that the sister went aside and now speaks with an unfamiliar guy, Jan Ming is surprised. Here on the street, the girl meets Sun Kan, calling her Ching Ching. He says that he did not expect to see her here. Xiao Xin is indignant, explaining that he should not call her so. Sun Kan apologizes for his old habit and asks how to do with Xiao Xin, whether she is all right now. He repeats that he is just worried about her, then offering to find a place and catch up for the time that they did not see each other. Xiao Qin refuses. Then Jan Ming comes up. A displeased Sun Kan asks who he is. Xiao Qin grabs Yang Mina by the arm and represents him to Sun Kan as his boyfriend. Sun Kan in confusion says that it is nice to meet. Since Yan Min guides Xiao Xin, Song Kan offers to sit somewhere and talk. Jan Ming refuses, explaining with dissatisfaction that Sun does not need to bother, and Jan Ming wants to spend time with his girlfriend. Sun Quan replies that he is not a burden and offers to treat them with dinner. Xiaoqin grabs Yang Mina by the hand, and saying that it is time for them, he is going to run away. Following, Sun Quan asks why Xiao Xin came to Hong Kong and whether she wants to give him her number. Xiaoqin explains that nothing can be in common between them and he should stop behaving like that. Sun Quan says that he understands that Qing hates him and that he made a mistake. The guy intends to approach her, but Jan Ming stops him with his hand, ordering Song Khan to pull himself together and stop calling his girlfriend Qing. Sun Khan threatens his status, calling Yang Mina Bukashka. He again turns to Xiao Xin, thinking that she was trying to make him be jealous of this method, and that Jan Ming is not her boyfriend. Xiao Xin again hugs Yang Mina by the hand and tells Song Khan to stop flying in the clouds. He admits that he never forgot her, and he knows that the girl feels the same. Jan Ming intervenes, threatening to call the police if Sun Quan does not stop immediately. The angry Sun Quan asks who Jan Ming imagines himself and why he does not climb into his own business. Xiao Xin tells Jan Min to call the police. He threatens Xiao Xin again, finally to Ian Min that something is wrong with his girlfriend. When Sun Quan leaves, Xiao Xin is noticeably sad and asks Jan Mina to go to some bar to rest. They find a bar with the name Blue Lagoon. It's quite light inside. Both sit down at the stormy rack and the waiter approaches them, asking what they would like to drink. Jan Min orders a crown for himself, and for Xiao Qin he chooses Baileys with ice. Xiao Qin asks what Baileys is. The guy explains that this is such a sweet alcoholic drink, he is not too strong, and women usually prefer it. When the drink's brought, Qing tries his own and she really likes it. She says that the taste is excellent, but you can't get drunk from it, so I climb a drink by Yang Mina. Jan Ming says to drink more precisely, and he watches how Xiao Xin drinks from his bottle. Watching her, he thinks, is it really a tender kiss? Xiao Xin orders 2 more bottles of Crown. Jan Ming is sure that there was some unpleasant story between Xiao Xin and Sun Quan. He will simply give her a little to drink to find out everything. The guy slows down the girl, saying that drinking is so quickly harmful to the stomach. Xiao Qin turns away and says that everything will be in order with her. Then she asks Jan Mina whether he will throw his older sister in the future. The young man convinces her that she will forever remain for him a named older sister. Taking another crown on the bottle, Xiao Xin offers to drink Jan Min with her. They clink. Finally, Qing asks if Jan Ming wants to know who Song Khan is. She said that once they studied with him at the University of Engineering, and at first were a couple who envied everyone. They were even going to get married, and the day before the wedding went through a prediction inspection. The results said that due to the not very good body development, Xiao Xin may have problems with pregnancy. Sun Quan, as soon as he heard about this, escaped the next day. Jan Ming in the thoughts calls him stupid. Xiao Qin continued the story that they had to get married the next day. Everything was ready for their wedding, but her fiancé simply disappeared. All guests were looking forward to Song Khan, but he never arrived. On that day, Xiao Qin had to cancel everything, and if not for the advice of the godparents, she would not know what to do. Jan Ming says that now it makes no sense to spend strength on hatred of this person, especially since she has support in the form of him, the godfather, and the godfather. Xiao Xin sits closer to the guy and asks if he will defend his older sister forever. Jan Min says that no one will allow anyone to harm his family. An unknown man who offers Qing drink with him sits down to Jan Min and Xiao Qin. Jan Ming throws a stranger an empty bottle and says, to fail to hell. They immediately get up from their places and a waiter runs up to them, who asks not to spoil the property of the restaurant. The insolent, which was hooked before Xiao Xin, is now sitting with a bottle in his mouth. Before leaving, Jan Ming provides the waiter with a pack of bills as a fee for drinks and compensation. Going out into the street, Xiao Xin says that it was so scary there. Jan Ming explains to her, at such a time it is unsafe to walk around similar places, and in the future, it should be more careful. Xiao Qin hugs him by the neck, clinging closer to the guy, and says that everything will be fine if Jan Ming will be with her, and then asks why he is so kind to her. Jan Min is confused because of how close to him is the named sister. On the street, holding his named sister, which was written this evening, Jan Ming stops a taxi. In the car, the guy calls the address, Hotel Huijun. The taxi driver nods. Arriving in the right place, Jan Min takes Xiao Qin in his arms. She's already sleeping. Wandering the corridors, the guy finds the number of Xiao Xin and tries to ask where her keycard is, but the girl still sleeps and does not answer his question. Jan Ming understands that he will have to look for the keycard himself. Feeling through a dream that Jan Ming is searching for her, Xiaoqin calls the young man and asks how he can use her position. He explains that he is simply looking for the key to the number. Qingqing says that in this case he allows him to continue the search. Mentally, the guy tells himself that he must survive and not succumb to temptation. He considers the words spoken by drunk. Finding the key to the number, Jan Min puts Xiaoqin on the bed. She whispers that she feels bad, alcohol smells bad, and asks Jan Mina to help her undress. The guy is very surprised at her request. He takes off her dress in one motion. In a dream, Xiaoqin will turn back, and Jan Ming is embarrassed in this situation. The girl continued to kick in a dream, but the young man noticed underwear near the Qingqing bed. Apparently, he took him off the girl with the dress. He notices that he had not seen any hair, suspecting that it could be a white tiger. Jan Ming again assumes that Sun Quan could escape precisely for this reason, since some rural residents believe that a woman's abnormality is a bad sign. The guy is worried because he took off her underwear, and perhaps when Xiao Xin wakes up, he may suspect that he had plunged something bad. In a dream, Xiaoqin screamed in a dream that she wanted water. Jan Min compared himself to the righteous Liu Sahawa and brought for a girl a little water in a cup. Having risen from bed, Xiaoqin suddenly kissed Yang Mina on the lips. Yan Min Oshiran, thinking that she wants to drink water through him. He restrained himself as best he could, but now he could no longer. The guy throws aside a cup of water and removes a bra from Xiaoqin. They find themselves in the same bed. After that, Jan Ming and Qingqing spend the night together. The next morning comes very soon. Jan Ming wakes up in the room of Xiao Xin at the Huizhihun Hotel, with her in an embrace. He does not know how to explain the night. Jan Ming sits on the edge of the bed, taking out a cigar and a lighter. He worries what will happen if the godfather finds out how he did with his daughter. Then Jan Min sharply grabs a cigar. This Xiao Xin took her, saying that it was still too early for smoking. The girl complains of a headache after yesterday. Jan Ming thinks that she either does not understand anything or pretends. He extinguished noticeably, trying to explain what happened that night. Xiaoxin does not understand and asks if she caused him troubles yesterday. Jan Ming immediately replies that this did not complicate at all, but he should still tell something. Qingqing explains that everything that happened between them is a normal physiological reaction, so you should not worry. Jan Ming says he will take responsibility for what happened. What the girl grunts, asking how exactly he marries her or how. Xiao Qin continues to explain that even if Jan Min wanted to marry her, she would still refuse. She says that he can be 12 years older and there can be nothing between them. Continuing the conversation, Xiao Xin asks what people and parents think if everyone knows that she is his named sister. Jan Ming says in surprise about what their relationship is. The girl convinces that when they are together, let Jan Ming continue to treat her as a sister. Time was approaching 6 in the morning. Jan Ming sits on the bed with a sigh, saying that he understood. Xiao Xin notices the sad face of the guy. Counting, the girl begins her speech. According to her, the Chinese language is very complex and deep. The same thing can have different meanings. Jan Ming at first does not know. In his head, he reflects on the fact that the named is pronounced as Gan. Without thinking twice, Jan Ming recalls that Gan still means making love. He asks Xiao Xin if she means that when they are alone, they may not pretend to be named relatives. Qingqing says that she said nothing like this. Despite the fact that the girl seems so innocent, Jan Ming said that she understood her hints. Xiao Xin asks, is she really a child in his eyes who does not know anything like that? Jan Ming decides not to say anything else. And then with a grin, something decides to offer the girl. He climbs on her from above, offering to spend a little more time together. Xiao Xin refuses, getting out of the arms of Jan Mina. The guy does not understand why she refused. They tell him that this was the first time and if Qingqing cannot walk, then her parents will suspect something. Jan Ming asks for forgiveness. The girl asks not to blame herself after offering to go shopping. Then Xiao Xin moves closer and, raising his chin's chin with the index finger, encourages him, which might think about whether they will spend this night together. Jan Min promises to be an ideal guy today. Xiao Qin again reminds of their roles and asks Jan Mina to make sure that everything that happened will remain between them. Jan Ming nods in agreement. Then the young man asks if he can go. Xiao Xin permits, saying that almost 6 and you should put yourself in order. Her mom and dad will soon wake up and should not suspect anything. Looking at Yang Mina's contented face, the girl asks why he sat down and commands to get out of bed. At this time, someone will happen at the door, which is surprised by both Xiao Qin and Jan Ming. Xiao Qin in fright asks, who is there? In the corridor, Mother answers her, wondering if the girl got up. Qingqing says that she only recently woke up. Mom talks about what she wanted to go to Jan Min, but he never opened her. The woman asks if Xiao Xin knows what to do with him. The girl says that he is in her room and they are discussing together where to eat today. Entering the room of Xiao Xin, her mother immediately notices a non-refueling bed and reports to the girl. The woman herself intends to get out in her daughter's room. Jan Ming and Xiao Qin were very scared of this, since there were traces of the night on the bed. Qingqing stops his mother, promising that he will refuel the bed a little later, and Jan Ming says that there is no need for cleaning at all, since the hotel workers themselves will be removed in the room. Then the Aunt Chu turns around saying goodbye, saying that they have breakfast with her. A few hours later, already in the afternoon, Xiao Qin and Jan Ming walk together along the streets of Hong Kong. The guy reminds of the proposal to go shopping. Taking Janmina by the hand, the girl asks where they will go together. She is offered to go to Disneyland. In Disneyland, Jan Ming buys 2 annual passes that make it possible to visit this park unlimitedly throughout the year. According to his words, this is a profitable deal for those who have children. He acquires Xiao Xin and hints, why not have a child? In shock from such a sentence, Xiao Qin steps aside and Jan Ming asks for forgiveness for the words because he said them without thinking. With a reproach, the girl says if it will not be better if she, on the contrary, will not be able to get pregnant. After this conversation, they have fun together, having managed to buy souvenirs and toys in Disneyland. Here, Xiao Qin sharply turns to Jan Min and offers him to tell the whole truth. The guy first does not understand what she has in mind. Qingqing explains his question. Since Jan Ming even bought toys from a limited series, she is interested in what relations are between them now. Jan Ming asks not to be jealous if he tells the whole story. Xiao Qin asks why she should be jealous if she, on the contrary, will be happy when Jan Mina has a girlfriend. Stopping, the guy admits that Marie is true his girlfriend, but now their relationship has come to a dead end. Xiao Qin is interested, not Lan Lin is the reason for this. From such a question, Jan Min becomes awkward, he does not know what to answer. Having not found an answer, Jan Ming decides to tell the whole story from the very beginning. Hearing the whole story of Jan Mina, Xiao Qin comes to the conclusion that he is really not to blame for anything, after which he asks if he had infected it with this curse. Jan Min replies that the curse acts only on men. She asked again if Jan Ming would continue this Cold War. Jan Ming explains that if he once again makes a mistake or overdo it, then he will be hated even more. Xiao Qin makes a decision to help Jan Min. At this time, in some Ambera, blows are heard in the forest. The guys who had previously caught 2 people who watched Yang Min now beat them, echoing the information. One of them admits that he was sent by Zhong Xiatian so that they stole a ring. The young man asks why Zhong Xiaotian ring, but his ward does not know. The second guy tells his partner that these 2 seem to accidentally stop them with a mission. But the partner continues to beat the people by Zhong Xiatian, because if not for them, then their goal had not disappeared. Having finished with them, the second young man asks what to do with them. The previously beaten guy offers to feed the sharks of these people. In the news feed of the same day, Zhong Xiaotian notices the news that 2 dead bodies were found in the sea. He recognizes the brother of Black and Kuroglaz, whom he sent to pick up the ring. Zhong Xiaotian decides to sit at home for a couple of days. In the room, Liu Weishan is cutely talking about Uncle Liu himself with his wife. The door to the room with a creak opens. It includes Jan Ming and Xiao Qin with gifts. They are welcome, asking if they had a good time. Xiao Qin gives them gifts. It was the clothes that they bought specifically for Liu Weishan and his wife. Uncle Li reports that today you should lie down early because tomorrow they are leaving for Shanghai. While Xiao Qin talks sweetly with her parents, Jan Ming tried to hint at today's joint night. Qingqing says goodbye to parents, saying that he will go to sleep. Jan Ming is upset because he hoped to spend time with Xiao Xin. The guy and the girl left Liu Weishan's room in the corridor. Jan Ming is sadly looking towards Xiao Xin, which apparently goes into his number. But before going to the room, Xiao Xin gives the guy a key card from his room. Then the girl slammed the door loudly, leaving Jan Mina alone in the corridor. On the doors of his room, Jan Ming leaves the sign not to disturb in case he is drinking again. Then he takes out the key card from the number of Xiao Xin and runs to its door. On the doors, like at home, he again leaves the tablet not to disturb. Entering inside, Jan Ming notices that the light is already turned off and Xiao Qin is probably sleeping. Jan Ming stopped near the bed of Xiao Xin and looked around the sleeping girl. He thought that she really went to bed as soon as she returned, but it doesn't matter to him. Jan Ming undresses because sleeping with Xiao Xin for him is a dream in reality. When he lay down in the bed, a girl turns to him. He is embarrassed and surprised by the fact that Xiao Qin did not sleep all this time. She moves closer and kisses Jan Mina on the lips. So they spend time until dawn. With the first rays of the sun, Jan Ming wakes up. There was still an hour before leaving. After a few minutes, already dressed, Jan Ming collects suitcases in a panic. His godparents soon wake up because he is in a hurry. Soon, Uncle Liu and Aunt Chi enter the room, where they are waiting with the suitcases of Xiao Qin and Jan Ming. Aunt Chu notices something. Something was wrong with his daughter's foot and asks what happened. Qing Qing replies that her leg was exhausted from her walk that night. Then they ask the couple why they have circles under their eyes, whether they slept well. Xiao Xin accuses Jan Mina of everything, but the girl hurries to explain, telling that Jan Ming woke her in the middle of the night and said to get up. The guy realized what the girl had in mind and also began to make excuses, saying to the godmother that he was simply afraid to burst a flight and confuse time on the clock. Aunt Chu says that then it is not surprising why they have such a state and offers to quickly gather and go. And in her hometown, in the house of Jiyun, her mother requires an explanation. She asks where the girl came from in the girl's bag. She recalls recent events. On the day when Jiyun took this bag, she met Jan Mina, who had a huge pack of money with her. Then the money disappeared from his hands. The girl guessed that it was probably January Ming put this money in his bag. After a while, the aircraft lands in Shanghai. Jan Min returns home, where his father meets him. The man asks about the godfather and why he did not come to visit. Jan Ming says that everyone is just tired of the flight and will come another time. Then the young man gives his parents gifts that he bought for them in Hong Kong. At this time, they called him on his mobile. Jan Min called Shen and he asked her what happened. The girl asks if he is busy now, because there is one request for him. Jan Ming replies that he is not busy and finds out the address where to come. He tells Shen to stand still and wait for him. Jan Ming will come in 10 minutes. And literally a few minutes later, Jan Ming called out the girl, heading for her with a bag in his hands. He tells how, at the last meeting, he noticed that the girl's bag is rather battered, and in Hong Kong, he decided to buy her new. The guy recalls that Shen called him on a different reason and now asks what she needs. Having played, Shen awkwardly offers to become Jan Ming her boyfriend. To discuss this topic, Shen offers to find a place to make it more convenient to speak. They enter a small cafe where they continue their conversation. The girl again repeats her request that Jan Ming could not pretend her boyfriend. He asks why you need to pretend. Shen told him the whole truth that her mother learned about the fact that the girl already had sexual experience. Shen lied about her boyfriend, and now mother insists that she would bring him home. Shen says that Jan Ming is the only person who can help her. Jan Ming asks, and with whom Shen really had a connection, because he suspected that he was deceived. The girl cannot say his name because that guy does not even know how Shen looks. Putting his fist on the table, Jan Ming was indignant at how someone dares to do so, and then evaporated, as if there was nothing. Shen laughs, seeing how someone first cursed himself so much. Jan Ming agrees, but immediately clarifies whether her boyfriend needs to pretend, and after meeting with her mother. Shen says that one meeting will be enough. Then they bring them an order. She clarifies if help is needed in the future again, then Jan Ming will help her. Without understanding what help was talking about, the guy was a little embarrassed. Explaining all the nuances for himself, Jan Ming offers to start food. Shen recalls money in his bag and asks young Mina whether he put them there. He replies that he simply had no pockets, so he had to put the money in her bag. Shen admitted that her mother thought not about what she had to decide, that her daughter was engaged in something indecent with rich people. Jan Ming asked for forgiveness. He did not think about the consequences. Shen also asked her mother to tell her father to the hospital, also paid for Jan Ming. The guy is interested when he managed to pay. Then Shen says that she was a student who sold her body. Then Jan Ming met her and helped. The girl thanked him for help that day. Jan Ming seems to understand, so I decided to clarify, unless the last time she did not say that the virgin. She said that this was true, but shortly after that there was no longer. Then Shen decides to admit that this is not her real name. Her real name is Lin Ji-hoon because she asked to call her so tonight. Jan Ming remembered this name. This girl introduced herself to Chen Fao as his lover Jan Mina because he paid 3,000 for the treatment of her father. This evening, how's Jiyun? Her mother meets the girl. Jiyun leads Yang Mina inside. The guy greets her mother. The father of the girl who reads the newspaper at that time while ignoring their presence. He gives the woman a gift that he brought and appears with a bow. Then Father Jiyun and Jan Ming appear, also handing a gift for him, invites them to have dinner in a restaurant. He already booked a table for the whole family there. Jiyun leads the guy aside, whispering that he was only pretending to be her boyfriend, and there were no such expenses. Jan Ming replies that even if he pretends, he must do everything so that her parents are no longer worried. They come to a restaurant called Paradise on Earth. Parents Jiyun turn to Jan Min, unless this place is not too expensive for dinner. The girl asks him what he will do if her parents like. The guy replied that Jiyun simply did not want to disgrace, and did not look so far. In his head, he suggests that her parents have already compared the opinion of him. Already in a restaurant for a rabulated Jiyun, her parents and Jan Ming sit down to dinner. The guy offers his father a girl to drink a little. Jiyun, with a sad look, thinks that Jan Ming is too kind to her, and he again somehow invaded her life. Then she decides not to think about the problems. Jiyun will solve them as they enter. After a joint dinner, almost at night, Jan Ming escorts the girl and her parents before a taxi, saying goodbye to them. On the way home, Jan Ming decides to visit the old fan, because he has already missed a lot of training. He comes to the man in the apartment, greets the old man, but he ignores Jan Mina after a moment. Fan warns that some aimed at Jan Mina and he should be careful. From such information, the guy is surprised. He asks the old man Fan about what happened and tries to find out the details, but the man says that he does not know details. Jan Ming thinks perhaps it began in Hong Kong, and then asks where Fan found out about it. Fan says that he has his own sources, and over time Jan Ming will find out about them. But for now, he has several discs with insider information from different companies. Fan explains that there are different competitions on the records, gambling, and so on that he asked Don Zhang to buy. Having picked up the discs, Jan Ming is satisfied and thinks that with the help of the organization for the preparation of hired killers who provided these discs, he can become the same as Don Zhang. Fan orders to take these discs home and carefully study. In addition, the man recalled that Yan Min should not throw body training. Fan said that so far the guy's not strong enough, and if within the country the danger is not so great, but they can easily kill him abroad. Day. University of Engineering University, the main dining room. Someone called to Marie in the dining room while she was lunch. The girl notices a former teacher from school, Zhao Ying, and she is invited to sit down to her. Marie asks why the teacher Zhao has lunch here, to which the woman says that Marie should not now call her a teacher because they both now study here. Zhao recently accepted to this university in graduate school. Marie recalls this. Zhao again asks not to call her a teacher anymore. For Marie, she will be just a sister in. Then Zhao is interested in how Marie's business with Jan Min and why they are not together. The girl was noticeably sad from such a question. Then he says that it seems that Jan Ming does not love her anymore. She rises and, going up to the girl, tries to console her, saying that this can be a simple misunderstanding. She offers Marie to go to where there are fewer people and talk more about what happened. At this time, in a male dormitory, Jan Ming is dozing at the table in his room, thinking about the discs from the old man Fan. A young man comes to the room. He says that he has news for Jan Mina. Ian Min says that Zhao Inca is now studying at the university. The guy is surprised that his former teacher is now here. The emerging young man kicks young Mina with his elbow on his side and suggests that Zhao is here because of him. Jan Ming asks him to stop carrying nonsense. He is told that Jan Ming does not know if this is so if he does not talk to Zhao In. The guy in his thoughts notes that they really had not seen her for a long time. He comes to the female hostel and, finding the right room, knocks on the door. I don't open the mine. He thinks, is it really not at home? But even if so, then where is her neighbor now? At this time, a person who watched him in a car in Hong Kong was watching around the corner for Jan Min. He tells his partner Feng Tao that this is very suspicious. Otherwise, where did he find out where the boss lives? Feng Tao replies that he was right. He assumes, did Jan Ming learn the secret of their organization? Feng Tao's partner asks if Yan Mina should kill or abduct. Jan Ming himself already notices the guys, remembering that he had already seen them in Hong Kong. He thinks how long they have been following him. Jan Min is slowly approaching the corner behind which they stood and tell the guys that enough to hide. From surprise, the guys cry out and ask Jan Mina how he noticed them, but he does not say that he saw them with the help of his lenses. Jan Ming orders to confess who they are and why they follow him. He says that they followed him in Hong Kong, now they arrived in Xinjiang. Guys are surprised at how much Jan Ming knows a lot. Feng Tao's partner admits that they followed Yang Min before Hong Kong and planned to kill him there, but did not think that he would be able to escape. From the information received, Jan Ming is shocked. Feng Tao says you need to deal with him. Both guys jump out from around the corner at Jan Mina, but with the blow of the leg, he stops both. Feng Tao's partner flies a little to the side, cringing a little. Feng Tao himself from such a blow crashes into the wall. The next blow by Yang Ming is stripped from a scale. He beats Feng Tao along the ribs, which is why the guy almost flies into the air. But from a blow to Yang Mina, it is current. Both guys run away, and Jan Ming, having fallen to the floor from the category, guesses that the clothes of one of them can cause an electric charge. The guys run out into the street and leaves for a motorcycle. Jan Ming cannot understand what they need from him. Then the young man recalls their recent conversation about the boss, and the fact that he lives in this room. Since he came to the teacher that he lives here now, Jan Ming thinks, is their boss the Zhao Inn? A little later in the afternoon, Jan Ming calls Xiao Qin, asking where she is now. Xiao Xin replies that she is now at the university. The guy offers her to meet. She asks if to meet right now. After that, Xiao Qin shouts that Jan Ming apparently overheated in the sun. Jan Ming says that Xiao Qin misunderstood him. Then he says that there is nothing wrong with the fact that the younger brother visits his named sister. Xiao Qin from such words even gets up from the chair, saying that Jan Ming did not even think about this. But then the girl changes her decision, saying that she awaits the guy in the building of the management system, in the office. Jan Min says it will be soon. He quickly jumps into the car and goes to the desired address. Having run through the corridors, Jan Ming finds the desired office. Only now he notes that the door plate says that this is the office of the deputy director. Jan Ming is surprised that Xiao Qin works in such a position. Entering inside, Jan Ming asks if whether Xiao Xin became the deputy director. The girl asks the guy to stop because someone can enter here. He asks Xiao Xin to calm down, still no one will enter. But the girl insists because Jan Ming releases her. Jan Min notices that someone is really going here. The guy sits down on the sofa, and one of the employees bursts into the cabinet to Xiao Xin, holding one of his colleagues by the collar. A man with glasses says he caught a spy. As evidence, he provides the camera, saying that this spy took pictures of the technology of medical management they are developing. A man with glasses also talks about the fact that they did not even have time to release the product when the Sunfen group of computer research somehow finished research earlier and released their product for the general public. After that, the man suspected that there was a spy among employees. The person who was taken for a spy explains that he was substituted because he just bought a camera for his grandson and wanted to check it. A man with glasses by the name Wu asks why he photographed every line of code to check the camera. He has again explained to him that there is not even a memory card in this cell. In amazement, VU examines the camera. The man whom he took for a spy suggests even to search himself. Jan Ming is closely watching everything. He suggests a search at the deputies of the director and make sure that he does not have a memory card. But Jan Ming, with the help of his lenses, notices the place where the old man hid the memory card. The guy rises, deciding to insert a few words, which attracts the attention of those present. Jan Ming seems to be observing for some time from the side, offers to call the police. Xiao Xin asks him. The girl thinks that it is pleasant when she is protected, feeling like Yang Mina's wife. At this time, the old man was trying to persuade Xiao Qin not to call the police, saying that it will be a shame for the university. But his girl does not obey him and recruits the police. Jan Ming says that they will find out soon, this is a mistake or not, and asks the old man to keep his mouth shut yet. A police car comes to the building of the building. Jan Ming talks about his suspicions to the main one, reporting that the old man was hiding a memory card somewhere on his body. Two policemen take the professors by the hands and take the toilet for a search. The old man does not understand why to search him. Professor Van has explained that if they are not examined now, then the further conversation will be held in the police station. The man agrees on condition that if they don't find anything from him, then the police are obliged to search for everyone else. The professor's toilet is reassured, reporting that they will act only in accordance with the protocol. Jan Ming comes up to the officer. He asks the policeman whether it is true that some criminals can hide something in their anus. They answer him that this is so. At that moment, Jan Ming grinned joyfully.